Good morning and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. It is Wednesday. Welcome to the show. Glad to have you. Corey Adam is here.
What up?
A lot. I was watching Anthony Cumia before the show started. I'm ready to declare Anthony Cumia is back.
Yeah.
I am. He was last night.
I don't think he ever left.
Well, I mean, there was.
I feel like you declared him dead, and now you're declaring him undead.
I like that. I'm.
You literally pronounced him dead when he wasn't dead, and now you're pronouncing him alive.
I'm the sole pulse checker of Anthony Cumia, and I declare that he is risen. Okay. He's reignited his feud with Stuttering John, and Opie is now trying to get some heat on YouTube by talking shit about Anthony and Jimmy endlessly. And
as he does.
But Anthony finally decided yesterday that he's fucking had it. And Anthony went old.
We all agree that Opie, it just seems like all he's been doing is clout chasing since they broke up. It's really weird.
But it's remarkable. He's been clout chasing while he's doing that thing where he's talking about it and then pretending that he doesn't want to talk about it. And oh God. And why do I have to talk about this? And it's like, you don't. Nobody's making you talk about it.
You don't have to do anything.
But I mean, he's now making all these videos, and this is nice. We're in a place now where we can say this about people. His view total is abysmal. This is Opie Radio, 138 subscribers, or 138,000 subscribers on YouTube. And his stuff about, he's even got one, Joe Rogan Isn't That Funny, and he does a half hour on that. 1.9 thousand views. The real reason Anthony was fired, 2.9 thousand views. I mean, we have multiple.
I mean, that's kind of what he's been doing, in my opinion, since I've been watching both of them. It just seems like Opie is just trying to attach his name to Anthony as hard as he can.
Well, yeah, but while doing this magical thing of pretending he's not, and then pretending he doesn't want to talk about it, and then saying, I'm done, I don't want to talk about this anymore. And then the next day, he just continues to talk about it.
Kind of typical radio trick though, right? I mean, like you kind of do that sometimes too. I do that sometimes even on my program where you're like, I'm done with this and that. And then you come to the office the next day and you're like, oh, I guess I'm not done with this because here's some other shit, right?
Yeah, well, that part is fine where you go, you know what, we're done with this guy, we're moving on. And then as a broadcaster, you go, oh, this would be really good for tomorrow if I did this. And this guy just did this so we can kind of freshen it up. Yeah. Opie does that thing where questions come into his stream and he could ignore them if he hates talking about it. I hate talking about it. It's so stupid. It was so long ago. And then like moth to a flame, the first time someone asks a question in the chat, all right, I'll talk about this.
Well, it's because he hates talking about it until his paycheck's on the line, right? Because when he starts talking, it's like CNN and Trump, right? CNN will tell you up and down that they hate Trump, but they love when Trump's in that news cycle.
Yeah, well, and
they get paid.
And now Anthony, between that and Stuttering John, you know, the beef they're having now, he just fucking had it. So I watched him yesterday, and we talked about the Stuttering John stuff last night. And apparently he posted another video today from his show yesterday of him trashing Opie. And it's just nice to see the O&A guys go old school, even if it's on each other. It's just nice to see them.
I think that like on each other is probably the only way they're both capable of going old school anymore, right?
He was, you know what? The Stuttering John stuff was pretty brutal. He went after his transgender kid and a bunch of other stuff. I mean, I mean, like you get like a fire in your belly whenever Rockin' 101 comes up that you just don't get. Like, you know, We Were Never Friends and Rockin' 101. That gets you a fire in your belly. Oh yeah,
you don't normally have.
the old
so, I mean, that's what I'm saying is
yeah.
like. Yeah, those guys are only capable of harnessing that when it's to each other because they're both just fucking has-beens.
And you know, and that's the other thing about the two of them. Anthony can admit he's a has-been, and Opie can't.
Well, and I think that that's what makes Anthony funnier, though. Honestly, is that, and I've always said that about them. Is like I think O&A was one of the best radio shows ever. I know you and I are both big fans. I was a little bit more Howard Stern back in his prime, but. Like, you know, O&A it's easily Howard Stern or O&A for best radio shows all time, in my opinion. Right?
In my opinion, I've tried to figure out how I feel about the two shows, and I've decided this way. Howard had more laughs. Opie and Anthony had bigger laughs.
I will say this though. Are you ready for this? Howard had bigger laughs, but none of them were him.
I don't know.
Like with Opie and Anthony, like, yeah, they had a lot of people around them that were also very funny, but like I laughed my ass off at both of those guys from time to time. Whereas like with Howard, like the only time I really laughed at Howard saying stuff was when he was like belittling Baba Booey or anything. I mean, all the big laughs came from the people around kowtowing to him, in my opinion. Again, like the Joke Man, you know, Artie Lang, even Sal, like we've talked about this and obviously that's not the prime of the show. I'm not saying that.
I would say that Howard made those guys funny, though. I would say Howard kind of knew how to use those guys. Like you look at all of them.
And for sure. I'm not saying that he didn't coach it, for sure. Like he's the reason they were all there, and none of them would have been as funny if they weren't.
Right.
In that
none of them have done anything since.
I mean, you can't say that about Artie Lang, right?
Well, he's been trying to stay alive.
Yeah, but I mean, he's been touring to sold out venues like the entire time. Like that's the thing people forget about stand-up comedy specifically, right? Like I get that shit with like Granny came at me the other day, like, what are you doing? Like I do shows, I just don't post them here online that often because most of my demographic is in Minnesota and they're not going to drive to fucking Waco, Texas to see me tell dick jokes.
You undersell them. They'd pick up the keys and
maybe that's true. Maybe I do. Maybe I'll start doing that. But my point is this, is that I think a lot of the times, especially with stand-up comedy, it's easy to write people off and act like they're not out there doing it when they're actually like working the shit out of it. Like, you know what I mean? Like with Artie Lang, he went to rehab after the Howard thing, and then he was on tour selling out shows the entire time. I mean, I think he took a little break over COVID, and when he had his fucking nose shit.
Yeah. I was gonna say he went to rehab. He went to jail. He's had some stops and starts along the way. Artie has. But, yeah, I don't know. It just yesterday and before the show today, I was listening to an Anthony clip on Opie, and it was just, I don't know, it was fun to hear. It was fun to hear him go back to those days. I kind of fell off with Anthony with the race stuff and the politics stuff. It's like I can go to 9 million different places to get that, but there's something very specific that he does when he's on that I don't think very many people do.
I think when he's in his, like, when he's on and he's in the moment, especially when he's savaging people, I don't think anyone that I've ever heard is funnier than him, maybe except for Bill Burr. Maybe.
Yeah, right.
But like when he gets tuned up and like level in going after somebody, that's some of the funniest shit you'll ever listen to.
Yeah, when he decides to lean in, he
like him going after Patrice O'Neal was fucking hilarious. And Patrice O'Neal, like he would give it right back. Like nobody went after him like
yeah,
that.
when they would fight about race and shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have that. We also have the Jake Paul Anderson Silva news. They're going to fight in October.
Give me that. It's mine.
I'm excited for that one.
Who's gonna beat him, dude?
I feel like Jake Paul waited a year or two too long for that one. I get nervous anytime a guy's yeah, I know. Anytime a guy's on the wrong side of 40 like that, I like every month that they wait to do it, I'm like, oh boy, come on.
I don't know though. I mean, like Silva just won a decent boxing match against a guy who I think could also beat Jake Paul. So it's interesting.
Chavez's kid.
I think Chavez's kid could beat Jake Paul right now.
You got to remember that. You got to remember that was a year and a half ago now.
Fuck, was it really?
Yeah, that was a year. That was the beginning of last summer that happened.
Oh, hey, can I just shit heel somebody real quick?
Sure.
I never do this, but I want to say first off, there's a guy in the chat room right now called Uppercut Grandma. That is one of my good friends. His name is Aaron. You should like that name. He used to work with me down.
Too Jewish.
He worked at Willie's when I worked there. Great guy, struggling artist. And he has run into this thing where there's this guy named Bad Noodle Boy or Deaf Noodles. That's his name, right?
Oh, Deaf Noodles. Okay.
Yeah. So here's a Twitter post. I don't know if that'll show up all in there. I'll put it on the Toe Boys for people. But this motherfucker has been accused of like stealing jokes. He brought a chick with him to Burning Man, wouldn't give her any water. And then when she quit and walked off, he charged her for the water. Just all kinds of shitty things, right?
Yeah.
And yesterday, this motherfucker, this piece of human fucking excrement, right, posted a thing on Twitter. Were you able to click on that link so you can see it, or do I need to send it to you on Facebook?
You sent it to me on Facebook because my chat for some reason with links.
Sometimes they go through, though. It's really weird, right?
Well, here, let me try that one. I've given up on links. Oh, that one. So Twitter works. YouTube links don't work for me.
Okay. So I wonder if that's YouTube. Like, we're not going to let people link to our own stuff.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay, so this motherfucker has been accused of stealing jokes. Again, he brought a fucking chick to Burning Man, wouldn't give her any water, and then when she quit, he fined her pay and then billed her for the water, right? And
what
then
a dick.
Right, and then yesterday, this motherfucker posted on Twitter this thing about his like roast battle up and coming, right?
Yeah.
And that picture he stole from my friend Aaron.
Really?
Yeah, that little doodle sketch. Aaron is a really good artist, and he does a bunch of like doodles. He does like a bunch of like practical art too. And this piece of fucking garbage just like so what I would do, and you know this, I never ask this of our fucking audience. If you want to go fucking just be a menace somewhere, head on over to Twitter and let that guy know that he stole that photo and he has no right to use it.
Well, it's interesting because Deaf Noodles has been rubbing a lot of people the wrong way lately. He's a big deal right now.
Right. Well, and that's why I know with a lot of like what we're doing on this channel, there's a lot of reaction stuff going on. So I figured that would just play into it. But I was so fucking livid pissed. And I spent all of it this morning talking with, like, when I woke up, I was talking with my buddy Aaron and stuff, who's Uppercut Grandma. He's in the chat. Really nice guy. If you need any art commission too, he's a good guy to hit up if that's what you need. But this motherfucker, again, he stole a bunch of jokes. That's how I know him. And then not only is he stealing jokes, but then he also fucking popped in and stole one of my friend's arts.
Deaf Noodles is a guy who I guess he was just like a reaction content creator. He would just comment on
YouTube guy, right?
YouTube drama, yeah. And then he all of a sudden got a bug up his ass, and that's a weird thing with these guys who just do reaction videos, is they get this thing at some point that they don't. I don't know if it's they feel insecure, or they feel like they're not creating their own content. They're just using other people. I don't know what it is. I'm speculating. But he got this wild hair up his ass one day that he decided he was a comedian now. And he's going to build his own comedy club. So he carved out this little hole in the wall somewhere, I believe in Los Angeles, just this little room, this little closet almost. It looks like 30, 40 people can fit in there. And he decided he was going to have roast battles. And the first roast battle that he decided to have, he thought he had all these comics lined up. He had nobody. So he had this chick there, and they did the absolute. If you thought our anniversary show roast battle a year and a half ago, no, I guess about a year ago, was bad, the one Def Noodles did made that one look like Louis J. Gomez put it on. It was so fucking bad. The crowd booed it. The whole internet made fun of it. So then on the second one, this Def Noodles invites one of Keemstar's guys, Salvo Pancakes, onto his.
Where did they come up with these fucking names?
It's YouTube. It's just,
wait. Let me get this straight. Def Noodles is having beef with Salvo Pancakes.
So yes,
I get that right?
Yes, Salvo Pancakes and Def Noodles. It's
where do blue waffles come into this?
They come much later. It's a very carby beef. There's a lot of carbs in this drama.
Is that like Wagyu?
Yeah, there's a Def Noodles.
Hey, Carby Beef is what Cardi's going to change her name to when she gains 100 pounds, right?
When she starts looking like Lizzo, she'll be Cardi Beef.
Yeah.
But Def Noodles. So people were telling us to talk about this on one of our shows, and I went and watched it yesterday, this whole beef. And I have to be honest, it seems like the Def Noodles Salvo Pancakes thing just seems like two guys who are way too high strung going after each other. But if we want to talk about this Def Noodles guy, I mean, people have been asking for a while, and since you now have a personal connection in this whole thing, I guess we can go into it.
I just thought it was in the wheelhouse of the show as of late. So I just and again, it just pissed like this guy already pissed me off by stealing jokes, and then he's going to steal art on top of it. And it's like, it's weird because as a comic, I should care more about the joke stealing, but like, I know my buddy Aaron, like, you know, he could use the money. You could have tossed him money. It's a paid fucking show and you're lifting fucking art.
Yeah, well, so this Def Noodles, sorry, I'm just getting these clips ready here. This must be the video you're talking about. Def Noodles ex-employee exposes his lies.
Is that the water thing?
Is the ex-employee the heinous water thief?
Girl that he just left without water and then billed her for it?
I guess. And then there is the Def Noodles Salvo Pancakes thing. So this Salvo Pancakes works for Keemstar. And he wanted to roast battle Def Noodles because one thing Def Noodles has proven now is that he's not good at these roast battles. I mean, he got universally panned for it. He wants to be a comedian, but he wants to take the YouTube fame shortcut to being a comedian. He doesn't want to, go to open mics and start at the bottom.
Don't we all?
Yeah, right. So he has this guy Salvo Pancakes out to LA. Won't talk to him before the roast battle. Won't see him, won't meet him, won't anything. I mean, we're talking about a comedian here who talks shit about everybody, but he wants to stay away from everyone until the roast battle happens. Well, Salvo Pancakes and Keemstar got tied in with Red Bar, and Red Bar had all of his people buy all the tickets to this second roast battle with Salvo Pancakes. Salvo Pancakes gets the crowd all worked up into a frenzy, chanting Red Bar and shit like that. Def Noodles hates this, comes out and attacks Salvo Pancakes. And believe me, I feel gross saying these names. So Def Noodles comes out, attacks Salvo Pancakes, and then cancels we're not doing a roast battle. Says we're just not doing it. This big showdown that was pimped on the internet forever. He just goes, nope, fuck it. They hurt my feelings. I'm not doing it. So the whole thing falls apart, and now I guess he's going to do a third roast battle. I don't know how he's going to prevent the same element from taking over his show again, but I mean, nearly sold out. Now, first of all, nearly sold out. We'll show you video of the room. I mean, if you can't sell this thing out,
the mood says Moist Critical did a vid on Def Noodles comedy show.
Okay, Moist. We can watch Moist.
Where do they come up with these fucking names? So Moist Critical is talking about Def Noodles fucking with Salvo Pancakes.
Yeah, I can.
Like, is it just me, or does it sound like a drunken game of Roblox?
Can we get one guy named like Ben in here?
I feel bad that my name is Corey Adam Comedy. I'm missing out. I could have had like fucking like lemming twat or some shit.
Apple core.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Alligator apple core.
Alligator apple core. Here's a video from, now this one's from, I don't have one from Moist Critical. I have to say that. I only have one from Penguin ZO.
Jesus Christ. They just keep getting worse.
Penguin did one on Deaf Noodles. It's a video titled, I've Never Seen Something This Horrible. These are really long clips, so we're probably going to have to just jump around on these.
Noodles.
But since you brought up Deaf Noodles, let's go in order here. Let's go with the Penguin guy. So we'll do Penguin guy. Well, since we kind of had to go to this Deaf Noodles thing instead, Paul Silva, who's going to win, and then we'll do Deaf Noodles.
I'm gonna go Anderson Silva, but my heart wants, like, if Jake Paul wins, I'm gonna be okay with it. But like, people forget that Anderson Silva was a boxer before he was in MMA. So this isn't like Anderson Silva's like, one, he's always been known for his body movement. Two, he did years of boxing, so it's not the same as just picking an MMA scrub. And then three, he's one of the greatest of all times.
Yeah, it's gonna be close. I think if Jake can back him up with his power, I think he'll beat him. Otherwise, if Silva can stay away from him and just pot shot, then he can probably outbox him.
You can keep him on the end of the jab. He'll do all right. Otherwise, he's in trouble.
All right, so we got noodles and pancakes and penguins and moists and all kinds of shit. So anyway, Deaf Noodles decided, I'm going to be a comedian. I'm going to build a comedy club. I'm going to have roast battles, and I'm going to bring in the best comics. So here's the setup. If you guys were wondering, it is like literally this little closet, and he's got a projection screen over a door. It's just a Menards door, like a door you buy at Home Depot that's just there in the stage. You've got some random paneling over here, I guess. I don't. And then, of course, the comedy brick wall, which I don't believe is actual bricks. I believe that's a brick laminate. So, hell of a job by Deaf Noodles here building his empire. Let's watch Penguin ZO, Moist Critical, whatever. People are saying it's the same guy. I got to brush up on my internet. And his reaction to Deaf Noodles. Then we'll get to
the good old JR being a Yeehaw Club member for 3 months.
Oh, thank you, JR. So we'll do Moist Critical on Deaf Noodles, and then we'll get to Salvo Pancakes and Deaf Noodles.
Fucking ridiculous.
And by the way, the analysis of Salvo Pancakes to Deaf Noodles was done by Bo Blacks. So,
okay,
got all kinds of characters to remember here.
But he's a controversial YouTuber. I don't really know much about him. I'm pretty unfamiliar with it. I know he does a lot of like news stuff. I usually see him on Twitter.
I love it when people start something with, I don't know much about him, and then quote all their work. That's my favorite, is when they go, I don't know much about this Deaf Noodles. I guess he does reaction videos, and he has about 295,000 subscribers, and they just go on to list like the back of a baseball card. They just list their stats.
Dunked on. People really don't like him for a variety of reasons. I only know like a few things. Like he made fun of a guy after he cried on stream about his wife's sexual assault. Like some tasteless shit that I've heard and seen on Twitter. But
That's
overall, I'm pretty unfamiliar with Deaf Noodles. But today, or yesterday, an event that he was hosting finally happened, which is this, the Super Roast Battles. It's an event he was hyping up for weeks, talking about how it's going to be the next big thing. It's going to.
All right, so there's the setup. He's got his roast battles. It's going to be the next big thing in comedy, and then he opens it up, and as you can see, there's about 40 people in a room watching a projector screen that's not pulled all the way down while he pulls something up on a computer to play on said projector
It's
screen.
just art house, bro.
I guess.
First 27 minutes, the event doesn't even start. They just like cycle through YouTube playlists of rap or popular music. So they didn't start on time. People just sit here doing fucking nothing for 26 minutes listening to bad music. And then we get into it. And it is immediately awful. Yeah.
Coming out and putting up with that bullshit.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
It's going to be a really special night today. We have some really amazing comedians. We're going to just roast the shit out of each other for your enjoyment.
So.
All right. Well, this guy's going to pause a lot, and then I'm going to pause a lot, and then shit. You know what? I'm just going to find this first roast battle, and we're going to play clips of it.
How bad is it? Over, under?
It's really bad. The first super roast battles. Here we go. This is better. I don't want to watch somebody else. Fucking. All right, here we go. Def Noodles. I mean, I'm sorry to be such a dick about this, but he basically decides he's going to play comedy.
Yeah.
He's going to get a room where he can play comedy. And Corey, you being a comedian for longer than I have, you go ahead and you help judge Def Noodles and his roast battle and stand-up comedy abilities.
Oh, all right. I'm in.
So he starts by giving engineering advice.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. They had to plug in the lights.
Maybe do a sound check and a light check before your show.
The mic, Dennis, everything is down.
You can't hear shit.
So to start, he has no lights. He has no sound. His mic isn't on. He's got his little square box of a stage here, and then he's got his 30 or 40 people in his closet that he built. So far, so good.
Where is that? Is that at a church or where the fuck is he?
I think he rented out like a room.
Dude, check out the
building.
taping on the quote unquote brick wall.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. There's tape everywhere. There's wires all over the fucking place.
I mean, he's got a decent amount of lights, right? Like, it seems like he spent a lot of money for it to, like, look at all the lights he has, right? All you need is one, like, he could have spent that light money on an actual venue.
I was going to say, the man is not lacking for lighting. You got to give him that. And by the way, the lighting is not even helping your video setup because you've decided to film it from an aerial angle. Well, look, it gets worse than that.
Hey, so I think I'm mic 1. Am I mic 1?
Shit we can find out before the show, Def. We can find out if we're mic 1 or mic 2 or mic 3. These are all things that are a 2-minute process before people show up.
Hello.
If that.
Right.
It's like 30 seconds.
It's not a very difficult
Like, hey, talk
process.
into this mic real quick.
Hello, everyone.
Yep, you're on mic 1. Here, hold on, let me see. Aaron, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, and what about...
Nope. See, now you're gone.
Okay, it turns out I'm on mic 1. Weird.
All right. Perfect. Yeah, that didn't take very long.
This is fucking awful.
Can you tell this is our first time doing this?
No, I can't.
No.
Anyway, I appreciate all of you coming out. I'm not going to
Real
destroy
nice of his
this
parole officers to show up, though, right?
Yeah.
setup. I appreciate all of you coming out and putting up with that bullshit. Thank you so much. It's going to be a really special night today. We have some really amazing comedians. We're going to just roast the shit out of each other for your enjoyment. And the Twitch chat is going to jump in. That's why I have the chat right here, because, you know, people are pretty ruthless on the internet. So I think it should be fun to see just how...
Yeah, you know what's really great at a comedy show is to have an online chat running.
Well, here's the other part, right? Is okay. If you want to go after the Ruth, like if you're going to do this as a concept, right? Just as a comic looking at it, right? You would want that chat facing the comic.
Right.
Because then the comic could read the insults and respond. Over there, the crowd can't see it, and now the comic has to turn away from the crowd to read it. It's just really terrible, like follow through on a really, like the idea is medium, I would say. I feel like you don't necessarily need that, but if you're going to have a chat reaction, when we did the COVID show at Acme, they had like live viewers that were in there and they had a big old chat screen right underneath the camera. So you'd be looking at the camera and you could see what people were saying. But that's the way to do that.
But you're the professional comedians. You don't need a fucking Twitch chat. All right. You guys are supposed to be ruthless and roasting each other. You know, Frederick the Great 47 on Twitch should not be out roasting you guys. So get rid of the fucking Twitch chat.
In his defense, though, he's like a YouTube guy, right? So his primary demographic isn't the 40 people that are in this garage.
Well, isn't that just it? Like, he's a YouTube guy playing comedy.
Uncle Podcast says his comedy club. Yeah, sorry, his comedy club.
Yeah, not his closet, his comedy club.
My bad. You know what? I overspoke. I'm completely sorry. My bad.
In people go. So with all that being said, I'm going to have some of my friends with some really funny comedians come out and do a very short set before we get started. You all had to be here. You guys ready? You ready? Steven, you ready? Okay, come on out.
That crowd noise was not good.
Oh, it's amazing. You guys ready? Just fucking like, he's like, all right, everybody, we're going to have a great time. You guys ready? hilarious.
So it's one of those deals where, you and I, everybody who does comedy starts off emceeing, all right? They start off opening. And your job as the MC, as the opener, is to get people clapping and making noise and maybe throw out some corny, hacky shit that'll get them laughing. So the pump is primed for when the next comic comes out. This guy literally had a light problem, a sound problem, told everyone about his Twitch chat on the side of a stage, and then said, all right, let's let these guys do some shit now. Great setup, Def.
He's coming out smoking a joint.
Oh,
That's some
boy.
LA shit right there.
Is that smoking weed is some LA shit? You heard it here first.
So we got Stephen Marcus Relevant, Arthur Hamilton, and Johnny Mac.
Hey, Def, no offense, but you don't bring all of the comics up at once. You said they're all going to come up and do some funny shit. Are they doing a set? Are they roast battling each other right away?
Just going to be a lot of puppets.
Yeah, Def, this is going to be bad.
What's up? Yeah, they didn't have no theme music for me, so I had to smoke something on the way out here. What's happening, man?
Well, don't you know that? If you don't have theme music, you have to smoke a joint
Oh, I'll be right back.
on the way out to the stage.
I did not know that. I'll be right back.
So do you think he booked these guys like some headliners around Los Angeles? Do these guys have headliner energy?
No, I think these are all just like his buddies who wanted to be comics. Or maybe they're, you know what they are actually? They're probably people who weren't super mean to him at open mics.
There you go.
Yeah, this is y'all have to be here. We're missing a member. Our fourth member, Niles, is auditioning for SNL right now, so we're
Allegedly.
yeah. Wishing him
Oh.
No, he's not.
Are you sure?
None
I
of
don't
you-
think you're qualified to make that assessment, Aaron. You don't know their situation. Don't tell them how to tell their truths.
None of you are auditioning for Saturday Night Live.
good luck. So
I don't know. They got
here-
an automated return letter. It's fine.
That's true.
Good things are happening.
Talk about that later too.
just to talk shit about y'all, because y'all been talking shit about us. So where the trolls at? Where the trolls at? Oh, okay, now nobody want to say nothing.
People are pointing. Everybody's pointing.
A couple of trolls.
Hold on, I'm trying to see who look like they profile picture on YouTube. Hold on, who look?
Okay, you really
Who the
yourself.
cat? I don't recognize the cat. No.
Dude, Kotan nails it. SNL is bad enough now. They might be.
That's true. You know what? They might actually be
Yeah,
doing.
I feel like we overstepped. I feel like these guys are all going to be SNL back.
This is fucking brutal.
This is terrible.
This is really bad. This isn't even comedy. You're right. These are just guys who were at open mics with him who were nice to him because these guys are nervous as shit. They're trying to do that thing that like beginning comics do where they're cool. Don't be cool.
Yeah.
You
know what I bet happened too? Like just as a comic, like insight on this, right? You know what I think happened? I think the fourth guy might actually be a real comic. And when he figured out what was going on, he was like, fuck that.
You know what? That would make a lot of sense.
Like they got 3 like open micers and they're like, oh yeah, and we're going to get fucking like, I'm not saying they got him, but just like Josh Florhog, because I know he's a comic that's pretty big working there, a buddy of mine, but like fucking, they get like a name. And then the name guy figures out like, wait, so I've got to go to this shed and reach out a prompter for no money? No, man, we're not going to pay you, but there's no theme music, so you can smoke a joint when you walk up. Like, fuck you, I'm out.
But Def Noodles has, I guarantee they go with this angle. Def Noodles has so many followers, you'll get great exposure.
Well, that's why the chat room's there, right? Because that's the whole credential part. It's like, yeah, look, because I guarantee, like, dude, I've fucking worked for people like this where they have internet followings and they can't put people in rooms. There's that one dude there. I worked at House of Comedy with Drew, whatever the fuck. He's got a stuttering problem, and he was on like America's Got Talent or something like that.
Josh Blue?
No, it's like Drew Dunn, I want to say.
Okay.
I could be messing that up though. He like stutters, like a blonde-haired kid. Nice guy, right? But nobody came to fucking see him do comedy. And if you look at like his Twitter and his like Instagram and shit, over millions of people. I mean, like he has a large following, but just because you have a large following on the internet doesn't mean people will pack seats. That's one of the things about this show that's so cool is like whenever we put on an event, people show up.
Right.
And that metric is something that a lot of people don't have. Because think about like, of all the millions of people watching his YouTube drama shit, right? How many live in LA? Probably not many, right?
Yeah.
And then on top of that, how many people are willing to come out to see him when they can just sit at home and watch him,
Yeah, and with all the options of shit to do in Los Angeles, too. Right. I mean, Jesus. A Def Noodles show should not... Do you know how far past bowling you have to be to go to a Def Noodles show?
Yeah, quite a bit.
You have to be a long way past. I mean, you'll go to the local curling place.
Oh. Wrong Aaron.
Thanks for adding me to the Steel Show group.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I added Aaron in because I'm like, pop it in. He's actually been listening for a while, so it's kind of cool.
I've seen him before. Let's continue with Deaf Noodle's boys doing comedy.
Happening in here, man. This is Arthur Hamilton.
I'm high, y'all. I'm on mushrooms right now, so.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I was like, trolls, nigga. Oh, shit. What the fuck you mean, trolls?
You see, because he's on mushrooms.
Oh, I get it.
So there might be trolls, like in Frozen.
Like in the forest where he got the mushrooms?
Yeah, and you see that so far has gotten the biggest reaction out of the audience. Audience? What's the singular of audience?
Too high for this shit.
Audience?
What's going on?
Is it audience?
I fuck with this. And Johnny Mac right here.
Yeah.
Say what's up, Johnny.
I'm hungover. I went hard yesterday.
You hungover? Well, shit.
Something like
I feel
Do
like
you guys have nothing fucking planned here? Was this just, we're going to go out on Deaf Noodles. This is going to be the biggest show ever. This is going to be fucking crazy. Look what I did. Hey, y'all, I'm high. I'm high, too. I'm really hungover. Oh, fuck, y'all. Why ain't you laughing? Why ain't you telling jokes, homie?
Like, where is everybody even from LA out here? I feel like y'all just all from YouTube. Like, how'd y'all? Is there just a YouTube freeway from YouTube to right here? What happened?
Raise your hand if you left a comment
Yeah, dude.
like this.
It's the YouTube freeway. This is fucking terrible.
Oh, this is really bad. Guys, I say this a lot about like broadcasters and comedians and stuff like that. I know you guys think that you're just going to go out there and wing it and magic's going to happen. But history has now proven that that is not the case. Write a couple of things down. Have some things ready to go.
Or if you get to a point where you can, it's because you wrote stuff down. Like,
right.
Every single comic that does just the winging it thing, that's because for years they were writing shit down.
Well, and, Patrice O'Neill always said, if you have something written down, it will give you the confidence to make shit up. Because
one of the things I always did when I first started like featuring and stuff is I would have my entire set list in my back pocket.
Yeah.
But I would never grab it. Like, I don't think I've ever grabbed it once.
Well,
or I would set it on the stool. Like sometimes it's just nice to have it there, because like then you avoid this shit.
It's security, yeah.
Subscribe today.
Did y'all watch the episode today? Dang. No.
That's fucked up.
What'd you say? In and out.
Oh, she know the schedule. Okay, all right, hell yeah.
They didn't get a chance. They've been sitting here for 5 hours.
Right.
This motherfucker has no idea how to put on a comedy show. You just put 3 dipshits on stage, and now they're just sitting there with nothing to do while you're doing God knows what. This is a disaster.
Yeah.
This is really, really bad.
And there's been some nudity too on the chat too. Forgive us about that. There's been dicks and titties and shit that we didn't.
Y'all saw that?
We are
titties?
not responsible for that.
It wasn't a JPEG. It was typed out. It was like the fucking. Y'all saw that shit? I was like,
Hey, look, it's welfare Donnell Rawlings.
You mean Donnell Rawlings?
Oh.
that unsolicited dick chats in here. That's.
The titties was nice though. I'm gonna give the titties a 10, honestly.
Oh, he's gonna give the titties a 10.
The titties are a 10.
So what's happening? This is Zach, right? We met at Joe. I'm sorry, Joe. We met outside, right? And what's your name? You a Deaf Noodle fan? What's going on? Are you? Yeah, you're like, this is my girl.
This is the fun part. You can actually go to a Deaf Noodles crowd and ask everyone basically their bio. You know that game people play in like the first day of school where they go and they tell their name, where they're from, and an interesting thing about themselves? That's how they start off Deaf Noodles comedy shows. They just go around the room. And then
Wait, does he call himself Deaf Noodles because his audience is deaf and that's why they show up?
I think he has a limp penis, I believe, is where the Deaf Noodles thing came from. I could be wrong.
Just coming with her. She was like, it's this dude, man. He wear these cat ears. I really like this dude. You got to come with me.
You know what I found?
Cat ears.
What I found is that if you're bombing, just start yelling really loud and it'll get better right away.
All right, how about this? How about you just roast these guys real quick?
How about we go to back to Deaf Noodles? I want to see Deaf Noodles perform.
Check out Gay Waldo with his mullet. Gay
Waldo, Deaf Noodles, loud black guy. Oh, more black people. Hold on. Okay, is this where Deaf Noodles starts roasting people?
Is that him?
He's in the
He
Dare.
looks like
shirt.
somebody. He looks like somebody couldn't afford to shoot an entire permanent commercial.
So here he comes back out.
Folks, this is how we're going to do it, okay? We have some amazing comics in the back. We are going to...
Allegedly.
Yeah, where?
I have
where?
not. Where are you hiding them?
Where are they?
Are they the person who couldn't plug in the lights or couldn't turn on the microphone? Where's the amazing comics?
Draw names out of this box, okay? We're going to have a few of you draw names, and then they're going to come out and they're going to battle it, okay? And then towards the end, one of them's going to go up against me. That's how we're going to do it. Okay?
Oh, so if you're the biggest, baddest swinging dick in this whole thing, you get to go up against Deaf Noodles. Oh, boy. Get ready. So they have a bunch of people.
I don't think I would want that.
No. You don't want that smoke. I'd probably
I don't want that
purposely
smoke, bro.
I'd purposely lose so I didn't have to go up against Deaf Noodles. So I guess they go through an hour. Now, an hour goes by. All these people roast battle each other. These poor fuckers had to sit through this for an hour. And then Deaf Noodles decides to come out to a cringy, douchey, like, UFC promo package that he has. Oh, that, by the way, look at that.
Damn.
He just went and hit play on it and then went backstage to wait for his intro. What a fucking douche. So
Like, you have other people there. You can't have somebody hit play.
you can't have one of the other comics hit play. You got to go forward and then go backstage and then.
Yeah, I didn't bring it. Yeah, well, we'll talk after this. Make sure the HR lady don't know. She on the phone right now. She don't see us.
You guys don't have to talk. It's okay. You've done it. There you go.
High
Do
right
the
now?
do
Who
the
is
nose
high
snort
right
laugh.
now?
Weed, man, get it? Who's high right now? Let's have some fun.
Oh, good. Hell yeah.
Shut up.
Deaf Noodles is a bully. You are not a comedian. You will never be a comedian.
Dev says they're a comedian because of that.
To that he replied, go educate yourself at the end of a barrel of a loaded shotgun. When you talk like that so freely or even joke about this, some people are incredibly fragile.
In Deaf Noodles' apology video, I'm literally yelling at the camera because he did not apologize. I'm like, he still...
I love how he plays a promo video of people accurately describing him as if it's some kind of own to his haters. It's like, Deaf Noodles is not a comedian. He's only a comedian because of nepotism. It's like, yeah, he kind of skated to the front of the line because he's got a YouTube following. Def, I don't think this is the own you think it is, dude. And also, if you're going to make a fucking promo video package for your first time doing stand-up, you'd better light that room on fire. You'd better destroy when you get up there.
You have no choice.
Right.
apologize. He's like, oh, it was a joke.
So for you to make this post like this, status Mendoza, I don't know. I don't know. You're just a bully at this point?
But you want to know what, Dennis? It's not funny. It's just not funny.
Here's a promo package of people accurately describing me as a fucking douchebag.
I mean, it is a promo pack, though, right?
I mean, at least it's accurate.
God, this is fucking unbearable.
This is bad.
And now, coming to the stage, it's the most hated man on the internet.
Is he doing his own introduction?
Yes.
That might be the douchiest
It might
thing
not
so
be,
far.
but it sounds like it.
That sounds like he's doing his own, like he's standing behind the door shouting his own introduction before he comes on stage.
I mean, that would explain why he had to go backstage, right?
Yeah, this is a fever dream of cringe. Oh, this whole thing has been bad so far, start to finish. He's been consistent.
Dude, and check this out. Just think about this. We've been fast forwarding it, right?
Yeah.
Those motherfuckers in that audience have been sitting there for at least an hour.
I feel bad for them.
Like, they probably were there early, right? Because some people show up early. So, like, let's say 15, 20 minutes. Doesn't look like there's a fucking bar, so they're all sober.
Ugh.
And then, like, imagine waiting sober 20 minutes for this shit to start.
Making grown men cry since March 10th, 1985. America's bad boy.
Who did he make cry on that date? I need proof.
Ew, he's America's best. Wait a minute, what the fuck? Did they just cut his intro off? Go back.
To the stage. It's the most hated man on the internet, making grown men cry since March 10th, 1985. America's bad boy, Dev Noodles.
That was supposed to be Deaf Noodles, and then lots of applause and yay. And why are those
They
two
edited it
still?
out so people didn't realize there was no applause.
That might be a good point. These people are exhausted. Why are these two fuckers still standing on the stage? It's supposed to be Deaf Noodles and this frump here. All right, let's watch Deaf Noodles. Now remember, this has been promoted for months, and he's built this closet, and they've waited an hour. Here comes Deaf Noodles showing the world that he's got comedy chops. The fucking mics don't work again. He's passing mics back and forth because he can't figure out which mic to fucking use. Oh, this is remarkable.
How do they not work though? Like it's fucking, I don't get this.
This is a fucking clown show, Def. Yeah, send those two idiots backstage where they belong. Have them work with wires and mics and shit. Oh, this guy is...
TOS.
There, now he's got a mic.
Back. All right, Miranda, you ready? It's you and me. I'm like the meanest guy on the internet right now. People hate me. We're roasting.
So
okay, stop for a second. Stop. Okay, do you see the time signature below on this video?
I see 59:59.
Out of what?
1 hour, 7 minutes. Oh, God, there's only 8 minutes left.
The roasting has just begun.
He just started roasting, and there's 8 minutes
There has been
left
no
of the
roast
video.
battle prior to this. It was just a bunch of people high talking, right?
Yeah. This is a fucking disaster. I mean, people have watched Louis J. Gomez do roast battles and stuff like that. There's 3 judges. There's a host. You got 2 people. They start a clock. It's like a freestyle battle. Boom, you go. He just comes up on stage. He has no working mics. He sends his 2 goons backstage. And then he goes, oh, yeah, we're just starting now. This is, I mean, even if he is a shitty comic, which I'm sure he is, the presentation could save you a little bit if you had one. I mean,
you could, there is a way to do what is going on here. Like we were talking about with Anthony and Opie, like just like self-aware, right?
Yeah.
If he was self-aware, making fun of how shitty this was the entire time, it would actually be pretty okay. Because again, I'm not like, he clearly put a lot of effort into it, right? Like whether or not it's good, which it is not. I mean, like he taped paneling to a wall, put up all those fucking lights, like the chat. He mounted that chat bot thing.
Yeah.
Like all of this stuff is pre-show work that he did.
This is embarrassing. This guy's a laughing stock now, and he's going on his 3rd. We're going to show you clips from the 2nd one in a little bit here.
How many are there?
2.
Okay.
What? Key and Peele just taking over this? Okay, I already fucking... You wearing that dare shirt because you're like, I dare you to run away from me.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ is right.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That is the correct answer.
Hey, Aaron, are you wearing that steel toe shirt because you want me to steal toes?
Oh, shit, man. How am I going to come back to that? What are you wearing that Vikings hat? What are you going on vacation to Sweden? Oh, my God. These two are literally Chip Chipperson, but in real life.
Like if Chip Chipperson was fucking roasting him. Oh,
What are you wearing that dare shirt? Because you like dare me to tell a joke or something?
Home run, Jefferson. Go to break.
Holy shit, we found a real life Chip.
Roast battles are like the new podcast. Hack as fuck.
Right. There's been one good one, so everyone decided they were going to do it.
Yeah.
Baldy wants his look back.
Oh, wait, hold on. I missed a joke there. I got to shut my fucking mouth.
Carrot Top called. He wants his look back.
Oh, from Deaf Noodles to the Luxor. He's shitting on Carrot Top. All right.
You wish you were Carrot Top, bro. Look at how much more money you spent on props, and you're still not
Cat
funny.
got your tongue?
No, you
Pussy
just...
got your tongue?
Nah. You look like you woke up in a dumpster.
Probably.
Oh.
Bitch,
Yeah, dude, our listener roast battle was better than this.
I'm waiting for something. Tony Lopez.
This is brutal.
Oh my God.
I'm looking at your teeth because I kids kids.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of like in high school when you would have to go up in front of the class and do some kind of a sketch. Like you and your group had to do something about whatever the item was that day. This is how uncomfortable all of them were.
It's fucking terrible.
That movie Ed with the horse with the big teeth?
I don't have that big of teeth. I mean, you're just like fishing for something now. You look like emo Shaggy.
Emo Shaggy.
Ugh.
That shirt's too small for you, low key.
Oh, Mr. Ed a movie?
Yeah, Mr. Ed was a TV show.
Oh my God,
that's fine.
I don't understand how you have holes on your knees, on your pants, because you don't go down, right?
Oh, I do.
Yeah?
I do. You can go down on bitches. What? Do you not know that? Again, F
Apparently
Noodles, because he's never hit a girl with a wet pussy. Okay.
There's no...
They all talk like they're from Brooklyn, but it's in L.A.
I have to tell you, there is no baby face in this program. This is a heel work. They're just two heels on stage. Neither of these two are likable.
Say that one again.
You know what I want? I want somebody in that crowd to have the balls to just leave. Also, check out the people in the crowd wearing masks.
Ew, gay.
Cousin, if you were a girl.
Thank you. I bet you cried.
Wait, no, go back. Because I have seen that joke before. That's my favorite one. Hold on a second. I'm going to go back about 10 seconds. Def kills it here, I have to admit.
Oh, with a wet pussy. Okay. Say that one again.
You're like my cousin if you were a girl.
What?
This is like his cousin. But if
burn.
But if he was a girl. You know, his cousin that they all know. They're all very familiar with, and we all know exactly who you're talking about. It's, oh my God.
Thank you. I bet you cried when you got those tattoos.
I did. Are you from Detroit?
Take a guess.
This is what I imagine the conversation would be if two people with Down syndrome met each other.
It is two people with Down syndrome.
This is just a conversation between two people with Down syndrome, and they're like, I bet you cried when you got those tattoos.
This roast was actually their Make-A-Wish.
Yeah, this sounds like it could be a conversation between Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly in Step Brothers. Well, I bet those tattoos hurt. You look like my cousin if you was a girl. Yeah, were you from Detroit? Cool.
No.
Yeah, who's laughing? That's
so bad.
like we need to put hits out on any audience member that's laughing.
The audience isn't laughing. You bite your tongue. Corey, this audience is full of innocence. You leave these people alone. They've been through enough. They sat through an hour of this shit.
And I don't give a fuck.
Neither do I, bro. Come on, we in it together, doggy.
No, you're not. You're literally against each other right now.
Huh?
Hey, you got
Don't
dimples
spray
too. That's what's up.
Yeah. You want to make out?
No.
Yeah, I knew it. That's why I asked. So you're a lesbian by choice?
Your beard is graying.
I know. I'm old. I'm 37.
You are 37? Damn, you look good for a white person. Can't even hate though.
I'm not.
You both are white people. What the fuck is going on here?
It's fucking terrible is what's going on
Did they make people pay to come to this? Please tell me this was just a walk-up kind of a thing. Like this
Tickets are on sale according to his Twitch.
Like you said, I wish this were an art house production where you just walked in for free. And even then I'd question your judgment.
White.
Yeah, you are.
I'm from Brazil.
I know, but you white.
You just met my parents.
Yeah, this place messier than your mom's pussy.
You know you probably ate it.
That at least was a
Yeah,
roast.
she came, baby.
This place messier than your mom's pussy.
Yeah, and you probably ate it. Yeah, and she came, baby. Wow, this is a hell of a roast battle. Winner takes on Big J. Okerson. I would actually fucking kill
I'll tell
to
you
see
who
that.
the winner isn't, the audience.
Yeah, the winner is anybody with ears.
I don't know how we're
Yeah,
gonna
actually, yeah, the winner is the deaf community.
because you're gonna win regardless.
Your eyes are too close together.
Damn. I wish they were even closer so I couldn't see you.
I like that one.
They are 2 seconds away from saying that's so funny I forgot to laugh. Dude, next time they might want to start with maybe roast battling Pee Wee Herman. That might be more their speed.
Yeah.
What are you writing a dissertation?
You look like the guy at the party with a backpack, but it's only filled with cocaine.
So he looks cool?
Yeah.
Man, we're in LA. Like, you're trying to make me look cooler?
But you lace it with fentanyl? Okay.
Yeah, I'm out here killing motherfuckers.
Wow, you two are so
what, are you
nervous.
Juggling now? You're trying to. What is this? This is a circus.
Fucking good one, Def.
You want to win? It's over. There's no way I can win.
No, you know what? Finally, something I agree with from these two. It's definitely over.
It's been over.
It's been over, bro. Since you brought those 3 retards on stage, it's been over.
That's the whole thing. I'm not supposed to win. You're supposed to win.
You look like a white trash fly.
What? Jesus Christ, what?
No, I'm sorry. Did you not hear? She said he looked like a white trash fly.
What is, okay, how? What? Like what?
Because he looks like a, well, you've seen
like
a
white trash flies look the same as other flies. They're just flies.
So she doesn't use word economy. Cut her fucking head off, man. Jesus.
I will. I fucking will.
You know what? Watching this for the last 15, 20 minutes, maybe I shouldn't say that.
Not any way with that.
You're giving me flashbacks of every open mic I went to my first 2 years in comedy.
I shouldn't be here.
Hey, another thing we agree with. All right. Yes. You shouldn't be here. So wait a minute. Def Noodle. Okay, I'm done with this part. I can't do this shit anymore. Def Noodles set himself up with like a patsy for his first show, and he still failed.
Yeah. Horrifically, I might add.
He went up there to, go, hey, I got myself. It's like he faced Abe Knuckleball Schwartz, ate a DDT, and got pinned. Like he got beat by the 1, 2, 3 kid, for God's sake.
It's like he came out after the commercial break and got pinned by the guy who was already in the ring with the nickname.
Oh my God, Sparkplug Bob Holly with the roll up. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, Razor Ramon has been defeated.
We've got Squirrely Dan has a bit about that on his CD where he's like, and you come back from commercial and they come out like, and now in the ring already, Scott. And you just knew whoever was coming out of that curtain was beating the fuck out of Scott.
Thank you to good old JR, John Cowsey for becoming Yeehaw Club members. Also a thank you to Some Are Saying, renewing their membership, Giggles renewing their membership. Thank you guys very much. That's going to knock $20 off our goal today. We haven't mentioned the goal yet today. 370 is where we're at. So 370 is where the goal is at. If you want to chip in a few bucks on PayPal, there's the link. Super chats and memberships count. If we knock down that $370 goal, we do 30 minutes of overtime. It also causes this show to break even. Whatever we go over, we roll over to tomorrow's show. Whatever we are under, we have to roll into the next couple shows. So if you feel like chipping in, becoming a member is a great way. PayPal, we take over 90% of. YouTube, we take 70% of. So if you feel like chipping in, please do. There's the link in the chat. 370 is the goal today. It's also pinned to the top of the page. So, I mean, I'll be honest. If I'm making the call right now, I don't want to go over the second one.
I don't either.
Somebody told us when people were like, you got to cover the Def Noodles thing. You got to cover the Def Noodles thing. One person in the chat did save me from it by saying, dude, it's a nothing burger. It's not good.
I'm more mad that he's stealing art from my friend than anything else.
Right. That's kind of what got this whole thing started.
And he's stolen jokes.
Oh, that was.
But here's the thing, after watching that, we're like, you have to use jokes to steal them. So maybe he hasn't stolen jokes.
Yeah, I don't know what jokes he stole. Like I said, the only person who could accuse him of stealing jokes is Jim Norton. I mean, he stole chip jokes. That's about it. You look like a white trash fly or something. Fucking hilarious.
Home run, Jefferson. Go to break.
Yeah, it's really bad. So Def Noodles, I guess he's going to do a third one. He's not quitting. I mean, why at this point? Why quit? I mean, what are you going to do?
They're going so well.
Yeah, what are you going to get worse? I think you'll be fine. Keep going, Def. We encourage it. All care.
How long is the second one? Now I'm peaked to like if the second one is as bad.
The second one didn't happen because there was a fight. Def Noodles invited, who did we say again? What was the guy's fucking name? Def Noodles and Salvo Pancakes. And I guess
you want to be on the stage, you can be on the stage as well. It's very...
So Salvo Pancakes is a fucking lunatic. And I guess he works for Keemstar. A bunch of Red Bar people came out and bought all the tickets. And this Salvo Pancakes shows up to do a roast battle with Def Noodles. This Bo Blacks covered it for YouTube. We'll just play a couple of minutes of this. Here's how it went down.
That's why there's a third one. Like, fuck Red Bar, man. This is Red Bar's fault, dude. Like, because his fucking ass is sitting here like, oh, I sold out this show. I got to have another one.
Well, now he's going to do it. The Red Bar's going to do it, I guess, again this time too. So we'll see how long Def Noodles has.
Why does Red Bar con his base into supporting garbage?
Alongside everybody else. So once he got inside and everyone was getting seated, he decided to go on stage for a little bit to start hyping up the audience.
Red Bar, Red Bar, Red Bar, Red Bar, Red Bar.
So Red Bar has been going after Def Noodles lately. So Salvo Pancakes, Keemstar, and Red Bar made a little triumvirate pact to fuck with Def Noodles. Def Noodles sees Salvo Pancakes go up on stage, and the crowd starts chanting Red Bar. So Def comes flying out of his little backstage Home Depot door, out of his laminate brick wall thing there. And he has, when you lose control like this, you know that the person's got to you, so you can't ever tip your hand this badly. Def Noodles does not respond well to this.
Red Bar, Red Bar, Red Bar, Red Bar.
Pushes him, borderline throws Salvo Pancakes off the stage before the event has even started. Just comes up and basically throws the guy off of there. So he's not doing well so far. I'm also, and we'll see this in a little post-show interview that he does, I wouldn't really go too hard at this Salvo Pancakes guy. He does seem a little unstable.
They all kind of seem unstable.
Yeah, he seems a little bit like, this is a great collection of people who take the internet too seriously. Like, they're not doing it for fun.
That's like what this whole demographic is. Like these internet beefs and shit. That's what this always is. It's just fucking a bunch of cowards talking behind the computer. Even, I know people hate when I go after Red Bar, but even Red Bar, dude had to move fucking to New Mexico because he couldn't go outside of his fucking house.
Well, it's just, and his new season has become that way too, where it's just they're taking the internet too seriously. And like that's why there's a cottage industry around making fun of these people. Because you get to sit on a cloud and watch these people lose their shit over nothing. And it's very, very funny.
This clip was posted by one of the attendees, Jessica Pizzle, who tweeted this out and said, "Holy shit! Def Noodles legit came out and immediately assaulted Salvo Pancake."
Okay, we got fucking LA people crying about us. He pushed him. All right? Fucking relax.
Yeah, but that's a major assault in LA.
That's true. So then Def Noodles comes back out to make a statement to the crowd, and Salvo Pancakes, this is where I kind of thought there's something off about this guy. He's just standing off to the side of the stage giving like a Mike Tyson dagger stare to Def Noodles while he's giving this speech. Now, first of all, if you challenge someone to a roast battle and they accept, like this Def Noodles Salvo Pancakes thing, you don't get to go in front of the audience before the show and explain to them why it was okay that you pushed the guy and why he's being an asshole. Like, you just do the fucking roast battle. But Def Noodles is so insecure in his ability to do comedy that he's got to go out in front of the audience and explain things in a way that he looks the best.
Cringe. Now, of course, there are many more reactions to this overall, but before we read any more, I just need to show you how Def Noodles handled Salvo Pancakes when it was actually time for him to go up on stage. Because if you thought that first clip was bad, oh boy.
Okay, look at this fucking psycho, though. Like, as terrible and cringe and awful as Def Noodles is, look at this fucking lunatic, Salvo Pancakes, just staring at Def Noodles.
How do you keep, like, showing up to do the show at that point, though? Like, the moment there's fisticuffs, like, you're not doing the show.
Right. I mean, thank God he's got his own broom closet, because no comedy club would ever have this.
So your mouse cursor's on another mask.
Oh, look, there's another mask in the crowd. Oh, God bless Los Angeles.
Salvo, for coming all the way out from Cleveland, Ohio, to be on the show. It's very special for somebody to fly across the country, pay for their stay, to come and be on a stage. Unpaid. He just really wanted to be on the stage. So, anybody at home, if you want to be on the stage, you can be on the stage as well. It's very obvious that Salvo absolutely loves me. He can't stop making videos about me. He can't stop talking about me.
He's just glaring at him the entire time.
Yeah.
Come out and support, because that's how much you support me, and I really appreciate it, bro. You're a really good guy at the end of the day. Unfortunately, because of how insane you've been so far, I can't just give you the mic. I'm being told by my friends who are experienced comics.
What a fucking bitch. Because of how insane you've been so far, I can't give you the mic.
So you don't get the mic.
You don't get to do a roast battle. The thing all of these people paid money for to watch, you're not going to let it happen.
I mean, that's one way to not lose, right?
Yeah, just don't have the match. Yeah, this guy really is a shitty wrestling heel.
Yeah, he's like a really bad wrestling heel. Like, not even like a shitty one. He's worse than a shitty one. He's like an indie, like, can't get the crowd fired up wrestling heel.
He's Bobby Brain Dead Heenan.
Yeah, like, I like it. I like it.
But, I mean, you're sitting there going, you've acted like such a psycho, I can't give you a mic. Motherfucker, you came out from backstage and threw him off your stage physically.
He's Earth Stroke.
Yeah. You can't sit there and go, you've acted like a psycho, I can't give you a mic. You assaulted the dude. What a bitch.
I mean, listen, Dave, what do you think? Should Salvo get it?
Why is the audio so bad?
Because this is filmed off of an audience member's phone.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think Salvo should put on his own show, and then he can get a mic.
What do you think? I'm doing this year's security guard. What do you think Salvo should get it? You bet.
Did you see that? So it's hard to tell because it's a phone. So Def Noodles is going to all of his people and going, should he get the microphone? And they're all being good lackeys and covering for him because he's going to get destroyed. They're going, no, he shouldn't get the mic. He goes to his fucking security guy and goes, you're my security. Do you think you should get a mic? And the guy goes, absolutely.
Yeah, give me a mic. They're there to see him, idiot. Also, how sensitive do you have to be to like try and edit out somebody during a roast battle?
Right.
Wait, I need to do this. Roast battle.
Def Noodles is a fucking pussy, man.
What a bitch.
This guy's awful.
Give me the fucking mic! You're about free speech, Dennis. Don't do this.
Don't do this.
All right, Salvo, what do you think?
So they finally gave him a mic, and Salvo Pancakes is going to start the roast battle.
Wait, go back. What's with all the people in the door? Where is that outside? There's people looking through the window?
Oh, wow.
This is such a shit show.
This is a nightmare.
On 3. Fuck Def Noodles. 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 Really? Right,
Yeah, that mic worked fine. I think his mic wasn't working.
I don't know.
Yeah, his mic is off.
Oh, you're
Listen, I'm not gonna stand up here like every.
You're right. He does have Salvo Pancake's mic either turned off or way down, and his is way louder. What an insecure little prick.
Yeah.
Hack comedian LARPer that is playing the Joe Rogan experience with the fake Joe Rogan, get on the podcast, act like they're real comedians. I'm not gonna do that. So I'm gonna monologue for about an hour about how fucking pathetic this grown man really is. Dennis Fatozo is a 40-year-old man. He lied about his age. He's a 40-year-old man that is so. He's a 40-year-old man
This is a shit show.
You guys are really attached to his age.
Yeah.
Wait, I had to deal with this the whole show. You're complaining? Now, hold up. You're complaining about a little bit of heckling? I had to deal with this the whole show.
Dennis Noodles is the only person that is able to have everybody on the internet fucking hate him. The gays hate him. The commentary pros hate him. Everybody fucking hates him.
This is fucking terrible.
Are they
Both
there
of,
to see
dude,
him? I don't understand what's going on.
both of these guys are cringe. If you're gonna
It's like
check,
everybody's a heel. Like if Red Bar got everybody in there to fucking like bury Def Noodles, and then all of a sudden like they're booing the other guy. This is fucking garbage.
This is terrible. Like I said, it's a heel program. This whole thing. I mean, you get a chance, go up there and roast the shit out of them. Don't make a fucking gay monologue. This is what I mean. These guys all take this shit so seriously. All we have to do is one guy has to come up and be funny. One guy has to come up and just go, I'm going to make jokes. I'm going to shit on people. But everyone gets in there and they get sucked into this vortex of like gay YouTuber, the internet matters shit.
Right.
It's terrible.
Well, like, did people pay to be there? Because sometimes unpaid crowds are the worst.
I think they did pay to be there. I think he sells tickets to this shit.
But not only that.
Fucking terrible.
Not only that. Dennis Noodles.
I mean, look at how many people there. It's less than like an indie wrestling taping.
Yeah.
It's maybe 30 people in there.
Dennis Noodles told everybody that he's a real comedian. And last Friday, he got on stage and didn't say one fucking joke. He didn't say one fucking joke. And he's gonna stand up here.
It is kind of whack that they surround him with Def Noodles people while he's on stage. And it's just,
I mean, that's like, but that's the move, right?
yeah, this guy has no idea how to put on a comedy show. He's fucking terrible. So they're kicking him out now.
This is not a good look for you, and you know this. Get out!
Dude, this isn't a good look for either of you. You all look like shit.
Yeah,
This is
terrible.
embarrassing. You're grown fucking men. She's either hit each other or fuck off.
And you know they're not going to hit each other. They're in LA.
Right, exactly. I mean, he gave him a little shove, and that was an assault. So now this Salvo Pancakes goes in a car and just starts ranting like a lunatic.
Fill Def Noodles' wish. Pull up or shut up, right, Dennis? I got there. I waited in that shitty closet. Heat, no drinks, assaulted twice, and I promise you, we're pressing charges on Def Noodles. I sit there.
Shut up. God, you guys out there are so gay. We're pressing charges against all of the people. And, you know, I'll only give
I can tell he hasn't been assaulted. There's no marks on him.
Right. I'll tell you this. I'll give Def Noodles credit for one thing. He's too stupid to quit. I'll give him credit for that. He's too dumb to fucking quit.
And you know, there is something to be said about just like going forward into oblivion.
Yes.
Patiently, like a good boy, wait for my turn to get on stage.
Stop shouting.
And Def Noodles does the worst thing he can do. At least some people would respect him if he let Salvo, who flew miles, paid lots of money.
I hate that shit. I hate it when the people who hate you tell you, like, act like they're giving you advice. Like, oh, some people would actually respect him. Come on, at least have some honesty and say that's what you would have wanted him to do because it would have been better for you.
Right.
You don't give a shit if anybody respects Def Noodles at the end of this. Stop.
I think he does. I think he really cares.
No, he really seems to really. He's really concerned about the accuracy of his birth certificate. I do know that.
To be there, to get on stage and at least tell the jokes. Because it is pull up or shut up. Well, I pulled up and I was shut up and assaulted twice.
Big shout out to.
All right, so that's pretty much the story of the second one.
What a little bitch.
Both of them.
Both of them.
This is
Both
the
of them,
problem
yeah,
with
both of
both of these shows he's done so far is that neither of them had any baby faces. There were no baby faces working this program. Thank you very much to
heel is a hard thing to do.
Yeah. Thank you very much to Balls Deep for $7 and Dirty Major Woody for renewing his membership. 360 away from our goal today. Thank you guys very much for contributing for the to the show. And look, to people like Ron who goes, didn't prep today, Aaron Young, I got a bunch of stuff ready. Corey brought up the Deaf Noodles thing. It was worth going into. Just relax. If you don't like it, head out for a little bit. You'll be fine. You're not going to die, all right? Scram Incorporated says Def kicked out the audience for Red Bar. The only people in the crowd were friends of the comedians. Oh, so he kicked out the Red Bar people and then brought.
That would make sense because I was like, aren't they there to fucking like have that dude's back and like grief the other dude?
So they were
that makes a lot more sense.
So they were all chanting Red Bar, and then he kicked those people out, and then brought Salvo in once he replaced the crowd with his people. Boy, this is all just a bunch of insecure, cringy, whingy, douchey guys. Like we said, there is no baby face in this program whatsoever. Oof. Well, I hope your buddy gets his credit for his drawing and everything else, but
I think that's like Aaron was like, that was his big thing. Is like, it wasn't just that he got stolen from, it's that he got stolen from and it was being used by such a fucking terrible person.
Right. You know what? I would let him use the picture. I wouldn't want credit.
Right.
Yeah. I wouldn't want any credit from from a Deaf Noodles comedy show. All right, one more thing, and then Ron Knitska can be happy, and we can go into our little news stories and everything else. Don't worry, Ron. We got a full show prep for you today, buddy. It'll be fine. $360 away from our goal today. Let's keep knocking away at that and hit that and do an extra half hour of show today. Here, I have a guy that Deaf Noodles could call out for a roast battle.
I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Or in the ring.
No, in real life.
Get the Candyman out there.
Yeah, dude.
To see Sam Hyde. Dude.
Sam Hyde, baby.
Would Deaf Noodles shit his pants before, after, during, or all three if Sam Hyde showed up?
All three.
For the roast battle.
I want Jake Paul and Sam Hyde. Like, I know that that's a like weight problem, but like, God, I want that so bad. Like, could you imagine what the promotion tour for those two would be?
For Sam Hyde and
Jake Paul.
Yeah, Sam Hyde's not there skill-wise quite yet. Well, I don't know if he ever will be, but
I don't give a shit about the skills. I care about the
just
like
the promos,
road to the fight, because that's where Jake Paul shines to me. It's the promos, and like watching him cut up fucking Anderson Silva in promos is gonna be great.
And now, does Sam Hyde has to be the Candyman, right? He has to do the Candyman gimmick.
Yeah, he can only do the Candyman.
Can only be the Candyman. All right, I got one more thing for you guys. Jake Hudson did a video. And I know people are like, oh, Christ, not Jake. It's 1 minute and 52 seconds long. Jake bought a new headset that has glowing blue lights in it, and the camera has like a blue flashlight on it. And now he has this UV light on his headset, and he does videos and just with random short takes on stuff. This video is called My Take on Twitch Getting Rid of Hosts. And he's very upset that Twitch got rid of us, and he made a video opining on that. But I want to see, I'm going to put this video up now. You guys tell me what you see first about, now Jake's in a dark room with his UV light set up. I want you to tell me what you notice first about Jake. Just give it a second to sit up there. What do you notice about old Jake Hudson, and what might be unfortunate about his new audio setup? Do you notice anything?
I mean, the lights like blur out his face, which I feel like
look a little bit lower than his face.
Like the stain on his shirt?
There is a black light stain on his shirt, and I'm just saying that if you pull that shirt down to size, that is a very specific stain that could be on that particular section of his shirt. I'm not saying that Jake beats off before his videos. I'm just saying there's about a belly-high stain on his shirt, and his UV microphone lights are picking it up in the dark. That's all I'm going to throw out there. There's a couple of dribble spots right there. There's some clumps. I don't know what else it could be. I'm just theorizing.
Is that just? It looks like it's just a design to a shitty faded shirt, though.
All right. Well, let's see what Jake's got to say about Twitch getting rid of hosts.
Pretty gross, though.
What is up, guys? How's everybody doing today? It's your boy Jake yet again, stepping into the air chair to say this. What the fuck, Twitch?
Cut, wrap. It's a masterpiece.
Done. That's done.
There you go, Jake. Great job, buddy.
You're getting rid of hosting? Seriously?
Oh, really?
You're getting rid of hosting?
So now you can't host other people's channels on Twitch? Well,
Yeah, starting in October.
Oh, that fucking sucks.
Yeah, they just announced it yesterday. I actually was going to see if you saw that, but yeah.
Is Twitch like doing this thing? Are they doing a weird Andy Kaufman like bit where they're like showing they can kill their own creation?
No, I mean, maybe, I guess. I don't know. I would think so. Just me, my own personal thoughts on it. I think that maybe hosting costs them bit rates. And so if they take away hosting, it's a way for them to save money on the service, because when they host the streaming bits and stuff, it's like redirecting. So it probably uses a bunch more bandwidth. So if they get rid of that, you can have that. And they're also talking about getting rid of raids too.
Oh, so it's like some bean counter shit.
I think. I don't know for sure. I'm not really in it enough to know, but like the only thing I can think, because otherwise, like, what the fuck do you care?
But raids help people grow. They help channels grow.
I think that they're trying to make sure that the people that are there. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, I don't think they care about growth anymore, because Amazon's never really cared about Twitch. It was just like supplemental income.
Well, but the users, what I meant for the users, like they care about growing their channel and having more people and everything else.
Yeah, but they took a huge hit with that TOS thing, plus all the shadow bans and stuff. I mean, there's a lot of people like yourself who used to be on Twitch that are over here now.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, anyway, I just wanted to play the clip with the stain and everything else. I really don't feel like watching a minute and 52 seconds of Jake Hudson. So don't worry.
I feel like you already encompassed the whole video.
Yeah, I think that was pretty much it. 360
Who wins in a roast battle, that pancake guy or noodle guy or Jake?
Yeah, or Jake Hudson. They're all pretty much delivering Jake material as it is. 360 away from our goal today. Super chats, memberships, and PayPal. If you feel like chipping in, please do. Remember our VIP program. If you want to become a VIP, $250 in 1 7-day period gets you all 3 of our t-shirts, the steel toe hoodie, 2 tickets to every live event we do, entered into a $100 drawing at the end of every single month. And when new merch comes out, it gets sent right to your door. That's $250 in a 7-day period, the Steel Toe VIP program. You can also gift VIPs if you'd like as well. Okay, moving on into some news. Ron, you're going to be very happy. I've got some great stuff for you today. Let's make sure we hit that goal today and move everything along nicely. And we're going to have ourselves a wonderful program. Let's start in Las Vegas, where I think we have maybe the most ethically clean victimless car crash of all time.
Wait, what?
A woman in North Las Vegas who was speeding, high on cocaine, crashed into another person who was driving high on meth in North Las Vegas.
So it's just a self-correcting problem.
I was just going to say, I don't see any victim here. I see nothing but a community getting cleaned up. I see.
You know who I see as the victim? The auto insurance industry.
That's true. Yeah, everybody who holds policies for those companies is probably... Well, do you think the person high on coke and the person high on meth might also be, dare I say, driving without insurance coverage?
No, I'm not. Well, the meth person for sure, but cocaine's a rich person drug.
Oh, that's true. So
I bet the person with meth had no insurance, but I bet the person with cocaine did.
So the rich person killed the poor person.
Yeah.
All right. A speeding
More
woman...
class warfare in this growing divide.
A speeding woman is accused of driving under the influence of cocaine and alcohol when she crashed into another car, killing its driver, who was under the influence of methamphetamine. Summer Butler, 37, faces charges of DUI resulting in death, reckless driving, and being in possession of a controlled substance in connection with the fatal crash that happened back in January. North Vegas police reported a 2-car crash near Cheyenne Avenue and Civic Center Drive. Police said a car was making a U-turn in a center lane, causing the front of another car, which Butler was driving, to collide with it. The driver and the passenger in the first car were both ejected from the vehicle. Butler's car traveled about 150 feet before it stopped in some landscaping. All 3 people involved were...
What kind of landscaping do you have in Vegas?
Pretty much rocks, I think. I think palm trees and rocks. That's about it. The driver and the passenger in the first car were both ejected. They were all taken to the hospital. There, police said Butler was acting erratic and had to be sedated by the medical staff. Well, that's good. Put a few more drugs in her system. Balance her out.
Yeah, why not?
While a trauma paramedic was attending to Butler's injuries, a small baggie containing a white substance fell out of the left side of her bra. Keep it classy, Las Vegas. Police confirmed the substance was cocaine. Nearly 2 weeks after the crash, blood tests confirmed Butler had cocaine and cannabinoids in her system.
Cannabinoids!
The blood draw also found Butler had an alcohol level of 0.102.
That's pretty respectable.
That's pretty fucked up. I mean, you got a little cocaine in you, a little weed, a little booze. That's a lot of different action fighting each other. Jesus. The victim who died in the crash had a blood alcohol level of, oh my God, more than 3 times the legal limit, and also had a substantial amount of methamphetamine in their system. Yeah, boy, you talk about, I mean, today's show is basically, it's all heal programs.
Yeah, there's not a baby face to be fucking found.
Not a baby face to be found so far today. It's just salvo pancakes and deaf noodles being lunatics. It's a woman high on meth getting killed by a woman who's high on coke and booze, and whew, that's got to be a hell of a ride. The weed, the coke,
real family-oriented show today.
Yeah, just a real get your kids, put them in front of the screen. They'll have a lot to learn. Jeep says the auto insurance rate is ridiculous in Vegas because of people like this. I can't imagine.
Oh, it's crazy. I remember when I lived in Vegas, the insurance, like the car that I had was it was a 92 Nissan 240SX.
Quit bragging.
And well, it got to the chop shop, so I ain't bragging. Got stolen the second week I lived there. But so when I switched over the insurance, it went from like $89 a month to like $280. Like just being in Vegas. And then it got stolen 2 weeks later. And then like 2 years after that, I got a call from the cops. They busted a chop shop and somebody was keeping VIN numbers in a sandwich bag like Dexter trophies.
I mean, that's the first thing you get rid of, isn't it?
Yeah, no, like that dude's probably in jail forever now because of that. Like if you bust a dude at a chop shop, you've got plausible deniability. But if you catch him with a sandwich bag full of Vinnies, like, nah.
God damn. Well, I mean, people on coke crashing into people on meth, people on meth being high on or having 3 times the legal limit in their system. Can't imagine why Las Vegas has those sky high rates. It's I feel like this is not an isolated incident, as it were. But hey, one of them died. One of them.
No, I think it's isolated. I think it'll never happen again.
Never again. One of them died. One of them's going to prison. I think everyone else who's not involved directly in this crash is the winner. Got a guy in Idaho. I love this one. This might be my favorite story of the day.
Okay.
You know, when a newspaper or a media organization or a website puts an op-ed out there, it's usually an op-ed that's within the bounds of what they'd consider good taste. You know, they don't just put any crazy out there to write whatever the fuck and throw it out there. Unless you're KLIX News Radio 96.1 FM in Idaho, then you let any fucking psychopath write whatever they want. KLIXnewsradio.com in Idaho posted an op-ed that went viral from a writer named Bill Cawley. Now, this isn't like, a host on their airwaves. This isn't like a guy who does a show. This is just some guy who was...
It's a random op-ed?
Wait, hold on. Now Bill Cawley is on their station. This was listed as an op-ed. I guess Bill Cawley is one of their guys. Oh, shit, this might make it even better. He's got they got radio bios and shit like that.
Yeah. Usually the worst bios ever.
I've been revitalized since coming to Idaho. That's weird. When I was a little boy, my parents gave me a puzzle with all 50 states, and I even knew no capitals. I didn't need directions to get here. Radio bios are fun. In my spare time, I point the car randomly and then drive off and take pictures of what I see. Okay, so this guy's kind of got some serial killer vibes. The Mountain West is a visual smorgasbord. At home, I'm doing 3 main things, and reading is one of my pastimes. I'm always cramped because I own well over 1,000 books. For relaxation, I like Washington Nationals baseball.
Wait.
Yeah.
Why does that mean you're cramped?
I don't know. This guy's
What a fucking
weirdo.
idiot. I already hate it. Like, hey, I've got a bunch of stuff, so I'm always cramped.
Yeah. This is Bill Cawley, by the way. There's the picture of him. He's a bigger fella.
God.
Yeah. Bill's
Looks like the dude that got paralyzed in Office Space. It's a jump to conclusions, Matt.
I don't know what time he's on. I don't know what time you can hear. Bill. Oh, he's on right now. You guys want to listen to some Bill Cawley?
Yes. Yes.
Before I play any Bill Cawley, he wrote an article titled "Another Argument for Taking the Keys Away from Women in Idaho."
Damn.
And they just posted it. They just put it up there like, fucking Bill's going to tell you why bitches shouldn't be driving. It starts, and by the way, the difference between a man like Bill Cawley writing his op-ed and getting his idea out there and a female blogger like on Huffington Post, Bill Cawley just gets right into the meat and potatoes. This whole thing's like it's 6 paragraphs. So it's nice and short versus you get a HuffPo op-ed and it's like 30 paragraphs and it starts with, how their coffee was this morning and a bunch of happy horse shit. People in the chat saying, I'll hear him out. So Bill Cawley, another argument for taking the keys away from women in Idaho. I saw the beautiful blue Super Sport in Jerome and wanted some pictures. It sat parked away from any other open parking spaces, and I figured I could get some good angles. Then suddenly, the box-labeled Jeep pulled in right next to the classic car. The Jeep driver had multiple empty spaces close to the door at the shop. First, if men drive Jeeps, they drive Wranglers. Oh boy, this guy's already. So this guy wanted to take pictures of, I guess, a sports car. And then some lady pulled up in a Jeep. And it's amazing how little it takes, like how short beneath the surface people's shit is, like how little it takes for this to come out of this guy.
Oh, some people are just like a fraction. It's like that Michael Douglas movie, The Falling Down or whatever?
Yeah.
Like everybody is just a fucking cunt hair away from snapping.
Right. And all this guy needed was a woman pulling up in a Jeep that wasn't a Wrangler and cut off his pictures of somebody else's car. And then it was, I got to get home. I got to write a piece about how women shouldn't be driving. This is fucking insanity. So he writes, first, if men drive Jeeps, they drive Wranglers. The Dayglow thing in the picture looks like something my daughter peddled on the sidewalk when she was 3. 2, why the need to park so close to such a classic? Do you have a mission to ding the doors and chip the paint? There's a reason the driver of the valuable car parked at a distance. A few days ago, I was at an Oasis and saw a 67 Mustang ragtop. Again, I wanted pictures, but just as I got close, the same thing happened. Karen raced into an empty spot next to the classic and far away from the store. And then this article starts picking up. Is it malice or are women oblivious to everyone else?
Ooh, shots fired.
Fucking Bill's getting after it. Today I went shopping after work in a couple of stores. I saw what I wanted, and suddenly a woman pushed a cart in my way, and she snatched a flower pot from a shelf. She put it into her cart. She removed it and held it aloft to see the price on the bottom. Then she put it back into the cart. Then she started staring at other pots. I was right behind her, and it was like I was invisible. First of all, Bill, we've all seen pictures of you. You're not invisible. Second of all, do you think that old Bill here pays any kind of alimony or child support currently?
No.
See, I'm thinking Bill might have had to pay some money.
No, I think he was court ordered to, but I don't think he paid it.
At another store, a woman stopped.
He's in Idaho.
At another store, a woman stopped in the middle of an aisle and started fondling bric-a-brac that looked like dead leaves. I stood and waited and waited. Why don't you forget the potpourri and go home and do something useful, like bake me a loaf of bread? Bill's had it. Like you said, that falling down moment for Bill was That woman parking next to that Mustang, man.
Why don't you go back there and get the breakfast sandwiches out of the fucking cooler? It's 10:32.
Or have a male and then he says, or have a male relative escort you outside the house. He can explain there are other people in the stores and at the shops. Fuck. So now Bill's going, what? We're going radical Islam here? Is that what we're doing? You got to have male chauffeurs?
At least, right?
And by the way,
ironically, I bet he also hates the Muslims too.
Yeah, and by the way, that's the end of Bill's rant. That was it. He just wanted to say that women suck. They park too close to classic cars. They cut him off at Bed Bath & Beyond and Home Goods, and he's fucking had it, and they should be baking him bread. Now, first of all, I think Bill should be cutting down on the carbs. That's just my personal opinion. But
yeah.
He wants the women baking the bread and going
Cutting
out
up
with
on
the male
sit-ups.
Yeah. Well, while you're reading your books. Well, let's listen to Magic.
Yeah, I know. I can tell he's not cramped from working out.
Yeah. Let's listen to Magic Valley This Morning with Bill Colley. Are we excited to listen to this AM radio talk show?
Oh, boy, howdy.
By the way, I just want to ask. He wrote this and posted it publicly, and I had to leave radio for what I did? Just saying. It appears that you have an ad blocker enabled. Well, then fuck me. Let me remove it. I'm sorry, Bill. All right, here we go. Now we can listen to some Bill Colley live. No, we got an ad first. Shit, we got a 15-second ad. Well, I mean, you got to run advertisements if you got a killer like Bill Colley working for you. I mean, this guy, old hot take Bill. All right, let's hear this misogynist go to work. I'm excited.
jhomes.com.
Ah, fuck.
One fixer-upper. Frozen.
There's one thing I bet you guys don't miss about radio. 5 minutes of commercials, then we can listen to Bill. 360 away from our goal today. We don't have to play 6 minutes of commercials every 15 minutes, but we do ask that you chip in a little bit from time to time. 360 away from that goal. There's the PayPal link in the chat. Super chats, memberships, and PayPals all count towards that goal. We are an hour and a half into today's show and just $40 into our goal. Let's see if we can go on a little run here. I think, 3-4 little chip-ins here, and we'll knock this down into a redeemable spot for next hour. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Of course, Cheeto and the team at Stoney's Bar have a great place ready for you to come drink at. Whether it's their amazing Bloody Marys, great vantage points to watch the games on Sundays, or going out to the patio here for the rest of the summer and fall, or enjoying the patio within the patio inside at Stoney's Garage. It's great. It's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Check out Stoney's today, or make it there this weekend. Have a few drinks, watch the game with a Bloody Mary, order yourself a pizza, and have a great time at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Thank you very much to Jeep ZJ with $10. Thank you very much for that super chat. 355 away from our goal this morning. There's the link in the chat and also pinned to the top of the page. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. All right, let's see if we got Bill Colley back.
If you're old enough, you remember the phrase keeps coming back like a bad penny. I think with inflation, it might be a bad dime now.
Hey!
I think, in fact, I heard someone say that on television yesterday. They were referring to the reappearance of Rodham Clinton.
Oh, you get that? Rotten? Not Rodham, Rotten Clinton.
Of state. One-time U.S. Senator and often failed candidate for the presidency. 6:35, Bill Colley with you on Magic Valley this morning on News Radio 96.1 FM. 1310 KLIX and News Radio 1310.com.
So Bill
we're at 62.
Bill's not a big fan of the girls.
With Columbia Broadcasting System, sometimes people call it Communist Broadcast System, but we try to be a little nice on this program once in a while.
Broadcast System?
We try to be a little nice on this program. Yeah, Bill, it's oozing out of you. Bill's all about niceness. We should get Bill on as a guest sometime and just go, hey, Bill, girls, go.
There was a seditious conspiracy against the government of the United States, and that's a crime.
Led by Donald Trump.
Led by Donald Trump, encoured by Donald Trump.
I want to hear Bill's thoughts on Hillary, then we'll move on.
Many days on airplanes, flying from place to place, encouraging people to have a real democracy. And one of the hallmarks of a real democracy
is you're in charge.
peaceful transfer of power. Was I happy when I beat Donald Trump by nearly 3 million votes but lost the Electoral College? No, I was not happy. Did I even for a nanosecond think I'm going to claim victory and try to get the Democrats to refuse to certify the election? No.
No.
But you did. You did exactly that. You did that. Oh my God. Do you remember that? She went on the road.
Jon Stewart used to host the program. What Trevor Noah does today on Comedy Central. It's a newscast, but it's a comedy show designed to look like a newscast. And they were showing Hillary Clinton cackling away, and then they cut to a picture of a little man standing up in her head who was looking out through her eyes, and he was saying into a microphone, "Laugh here."
All right, so Bill's just trying to do a kind of a boilerplate conservative show. I thought I remember her saying, like, she had options and stuff. I thought she, like...
Dude, she had that whole fucking faithless elector shit. She told people, like, to basically, like the thing that's so funny about the, like, Trump shit, right, is if you go back 4 years ago and look at Hillary's behavior, like, she laid the template for a lot of what he did, and nobody talks about that. Because they were talking about faithless electors. That's where everybody learned about faithless electors.
Didn't she, I thought she, like, wanted to sue Jill Stein or something, too, like, to get one of
she wanted to sue Jill Stein for the third-party shit, and then, but the main thing was, like, she was trying to urge the electors not to vote with what the state elected as faithless electors.
Right, I remember her bringing up some shit that the people could do to fuck up the election. I seem to remember
and
that.
she still tours and fucking writes books and shit about it. Like, she still says about, like, we're not allowed... This is the age-old trope, right? If you want to know what's going on in the world, just look at what you're not allowed to talk about. That's all. I'm not going to say anything because there's stuff we can't say on YouTube, right?
Sure.
But just look at what you're not allowed to say. You can say the 2016 election was stolen from Hillary. Everybody's allowed to say that.
Right. Well, that brings us to our next point. Peter Doocy had it out with Corinne Jean-Pierre again. Yesterday.
You know what I want to do? I want to get tickets for me and you, right?
Yeah.
And pop into one of these, like, press corps meetings, and every time Doocy asks a question, as she responds, you and I just throw towels.
It's like, it's over. Throw the damn towel. Throw the towel. So this is Peter Doocy, because the Biden administration now has been going after Trump really, really hard. And I'll tell you this, I think they better be careful of that shit, because Ron DeSantis is just sprinting toward the finish line right now. He released a campaign ad yesterday that's for his run as governor, but you could argue just as much that it's a precursor to a presidential run. And they're going to focus on this Trump guy so much that they're going to miss the real boogeyman that's coming up behind him. But they've been pounding this election thing big time, that, hey, you shouldn't be questioning elections. We got to have free and fair elections. They can't be questioned. They can't be trifled with, anything else. Well, Peter Doocy found out that old Corinne Jean-Pierre had some choice words about the validity of the 2016 election and decided to bring them up with Corinne at the White House press briefing.
The new attention on the MAGA Republicans. You tweeted in 2016 Trump stole an election.
I was waiting, Peter, when you were going to ask me that question.
Well, great. Here we go.
Well, yeah, I was wondering when you were going to ask me that question. Well, here we go. I'm asking it now.
Here we go.
By the way, anytime anyone's about to be confronted with something they know comes from their past that kind of fucked them up, they'll do that kind of move. Like, if you're in the public, if you're in the media, you'd be like, oh yeah, I thought you were going to bring this thing up. Well, yeah, of course I'm going to bring this thing up. It makes you look like a fucking hypocrite. Don't just dismiss it. I'm about to bring up a hypocrisy you made, and I'm going to give you the courtesy of telling us why it's different when you do it.
You tweeted Trump stole an election. You tweeted Brian Kemp stole an election. If denying election results is extreme now, why was
So
it then?
let's be really clear. That comparison that you made is just ridiculous. I have been.
How? You said that questioning the 2020 election is bad. You get banned from everything for it. But you accused the 2016 election of being illegitimate and stolen. You accused Brian Kemp in Georgia, I believe, of winning a rigged election. But that's okay. You know, I would respect her if she came out and said, well, you see, those were Democrats that lost, and I was fighting for my side. attacking 2020 election denial is actually really good for our polling and really good for our side. So we only really focus on that one. That'd be nice. I'd like to hear that.
I mean, if any of them could actually just be honest with that shit, right? But
Yeah.
it's again, it's just so funny because all the shit that the Dems were doing in 2016, they've now made it basically illegal or crazy extreme activities.
Yeah.
Like again, you go on like here on YouTube, even on Twitch, like a lot of the streaming platforms, you're not even allowed to talk about shit.
Yeah. But right.
Like there's a lot, like there's a long list of shit you're not allowed to say.
Well,
which is
you're asking.
weird. Sorry,
You're asking me a question. Let me answer it.
And you said it was ridiculous.
I was talking specifically at that time of what was happening with voting rights and what was in danger of voting rights. That's what I was speaking to at the time.
So when she says the election was stolen, when she says the election was rigged, there's a legitimate reason and a legitimate answer to it. But you see, when anyone else questions one, when they won and the other side lost, then it's problematic. Then it's anti-democracy and it's all that. It's all just too much.
It's garbage.
I don't like the way this movie's written either. It's always so predictable.
I know, like they could at least get some better like redraft writers, right?
Yeah, this is not an exciting movie to watch because you kind of see where all the twists and turns are coming and everything else. And, you know, now
It's just weird to watch people talk about, you know, one election and then watch them be completely hypocritical. It's not even, I shouldn't even say it's weird. It's to be expected at this point.
It is. Well, that's what makes it such a shitty movie.
Yeah.
Is that you're just like, oh, okay, well, all right. We all knew what the right thing to write there was, and you just said the thing we thought you were going to, so thanks. Yeah, it makes you guys are now becoming very uninteresting because we kind of know exactly what the patter is at this point. He's also, it said yesterday that Biden lost Manchin on the school debt relief thing. So it looks like
that thing was never getting past the Supreme Court anyways.
Yeah, it looks like they're not going to get that one passed. The student debt relief thing looks like well, I mean, shit's been dead before and it's been brought back. They could always bribe Joe Manchin for something nice for West Virginia and then he could vote for it. But he said that it's impossible. It's not fair. It's going to jack up what he's talking about is going to jack up the price of that bill well over $1 trillion. And he just can't in good conscience vote for it. I mean, he voted for that dog shit climate change, inflation, whatever the fuck they're calling it now, bill, because he probably got paid off well enough in West Virginia. But this $1 trillion bill is a $1 trillion bill too far for Joe Manchin. Thank you very much to Zach. Zach with $20 on PayPal. Thank you for getting us jump started here a little bit, buddy. He says, Wednesdays with Adrian are my favorite. Nubut Kufin. Thank you very much. 335 away from our goal today. Let's really jump into that. 335 away from our goal and almost at the halfway point here. Let's see if before 8 o'clock we can't get that goal under 300 in the next 14 minutes. If you feel like chipping in, please do. If you've renewed your membership this month, make sure you put that announcement in there so we get to count you. So you're getting counted. Let's continue on here. So yeah, she said other elections were stolen, but she didn't. But it's bad when you say this other one is, and it's just like I said, kind of predictable at this point. Let's meet ourselves a new friend. His name is Robert Mondragon.
Mondragon, huh?
I don't know if you guys have ever met Robin Mondragon, but he looks like a decent enough fella. He looks like a good guy.
Would you say he's good people?
I mean, take a look at him for yourself. There he is right there on the screen. That's Robert Mondragon.
He looks like he's cosplaying the Halloween costumes from the first Karate Kid movie.
Well, at any rate, he's got a style that's unique to himself. That's for sure. He also, if I'm looking into that picture correctly, he did a tongue splitting procedure. It looks like Robert Mondragon has one of those forked tongue things. Ugh. Well, anyway, Robert Mondragon is accused of doing something rather irregular, surprisingly.
Looks like Gabatino got face tattoos.
Yes, got a little bit of Gabatino to him. A Florida man has been charged with leaving dead animals on 3 separate occasions at a memorial site for the Parkland school massacre.
Wait, can I guess? Is it him? Like, how did they ever solve this caper?
Yeah. When they found
Wait, so somebody's leaving dead animals around, and we got this fucking moon unit over here with his fucking skull tattoos.
as soon as they arrested Robert Mondragon, they called and they went, "Yeah, Chief. Yeah, you can stop gathering evidence."
Yeah, we got it. Wait, we need to fingerprint the suit. We don't need to do anything.
I'm pretty sure we got this one. Yeah, no, we gave him a McMuffin and an orange juice, and he's copping to everything. Yeah.
He actually started copying before we bought a breakfast. We just bought a breakfast because he was so cooperative.
We told him there might be breakfast in it for him, and he said, "Make it McDonald's. You got yourself a goddamn deal."
Yeah.
So that's Robert Mondragon. I mean, not the criminal mastermind we all thought it was going to be. It turned out to be Robert Mondragon. The 29-year-old. Ooh, that is a shot out 29. Ooh.
Yeah, that's. It actually kind of looks like Granny now that I look at it.
You put that much shit on your face, though, it's going to age you. He's being held without bail on 3 felony charges of defacing a monument for his alleged actions outside Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School and for violating probation on an earlier conviction for battery and indecent exposure.
Wait. Okay. Like, that's... Like, fuck this dude. I get that. Right? But, like, leaving dead animals on a statue is defacing it?
Well, yeah, right? That's not even that big of a deal. It's only the second largest amount of dead things that's ever been found at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas School.
Property.
I was going to say, it's only the second largest amount of dead things found at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas School.
What was the first?
Oh, that would be the shooting. Also indecent exposure, so I guess he did it with his dick out, which, style points, I suppose. Broward County Sheriff's investigators said on the night of July 20th, Mondragon put a dead, cut-open duck on the bench that is part of the memorial garden outside of the school commemorating the victims of the 2018 massacre. The next night, after they cleaned the dead duck off the thing, Mondragon left a dead raccoon on the bench, and then the next night, he left a dead opossum.
So they had to pick him up because they were getting bigger. Eventually, that would have been a person.
Right there, it was heading in a certain direction that they couldn't.
He was making like a weird necromancy Russian doll.
Well, maybe it was his way of honoring the victims. He probably looked at how many flowers there were, and he's like, "Well, these are just going to get lost in the shuffle."
Well, what's going to be more memorable, flowers or a dead opossum?
I need something that's going to stand out. I mean, I need something that really pops when people go by it. After he was identified as a suspect, a deputy pulled him over and found blood and feathers in his car. He allegedly told the deputy he had been keeping a dead bird in his car because he liked the smell.
Jesus. That one, not your best alibi, right? Like,
No.
if they think you're a psycho and you're like, "No, man, I'm not a psycho. I just like dead birds in my car for the smell."
Yeah. Look, I know that you've been finding dead animals at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and that's not good. But I know that you finding a dead bird in my car is really convenient, but I just want to let you know it's only an air freshener. Sir, why do you have a dead cut open bird as an air freshener? I don't know, smells like, doesn't this smell like lilacs in here a little bit to you? By the way, ignore the maggots. They just get here when the car gets hot.
Dead bird lilacs.
Yeah. So Robert Mondragon arrested for defacing the massacre memorial. An investigation revealed that Mondragon had an obsession with school shootings and has facial tattoos that resemble Tate Langdon's in American Horror Story, which is a TV series based on the Columbine massacre. Further concerning evidence revealed that 2 weeks before the end of the school year last year, Mondragon walked the path the MSD school shooter took from the high school to Walmart on February 14th, 2018. State records show that in 2018...
We're just not allowed to memorialize anything anymore.
Yeah, I guess we can't even just follow in the footsteps of our heroes, I suppose.
God.
State records show that in 2018, authorities seized guns from Mondragon under the state's so-called red flag law. The law... by the way, this is the one thing that's going to make gun people like pro-red flag laws. So they're going to be like, wait a minute.
If you're violating red flag laws in Florida...
Yeah. If you go, "Hey, we caught this guy and we took his guns away." "Oh, that's fucking great, man. That's going to make us gun owners look better. How'd you do it?" "Well, we used those red flag laws." Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Got it.
He had a shotgun filled to the brim with bird bones. Kept calling it bird shot.
I mean, it was very impractical, but still scary to see nonetheless. I mean, jarring.
That he loves the smell.
Yeah. I mean, he filled one of them with wood smoker pellets. We didn't really know if it was going to work at all, but he just seemed too dangerous to let him keep it.
Yeah, we wanted to wait and see how it tasted, but he was kind of crazy.
That law, adopted after the Stoneman Douglas shootings, allows law enforcement to seek a judge's permission to seize firearms from people who can be shown to be a danger to themselves or others. I got to say, this might be the first time law enforcement actually ever stepped in on a crazy fuck with guns. Usually they don't catch guys like this until after they've murdered 40 people.
So here's the question, right? Do you think that they just did it because of the face tattoos?
Maybe not, but I wouldn't blame them.
Is this one of the cases of like profiling working? Because people hate to talk about that.
Dude, profiling works a lot of the time. In fact,
a lot of the time.
I just had Pat Dixon on from New York City Crime Report as our interview guest yesterday. That video's up if you want to check it out. But Pat, we were talking about like how New York has fallen apart and like how they stopped doing stop and frisk. And he goes, people thought that stop and frisk was this terrible thing. He said, but if you followed the statistics, they were stopping and frisking the right amount of each part of the population based on how many crimes had been committed. He goes, and then he reminded me, Bloomberg was even asked about it at one point while he was mayor. They said, oh, isn't this racist towards black people? And Bloomberg, being an autistic billionaire like he is, goes, well, actually, if you look at the statistics of crimes committed by race, we're probably stopping and frisking a few too many white people. It's like, woo! That guy really swung for the fences on that one. Attaboy there.
Is that the same guy from Idaho?
Yeah, actually, Michael Bloomberg hosts a radio show in Idaho at this point. He's let himself go by quite a bit. So Robert Mondragon, people are saying, oh, yeah, he was known to authorities will be something they say about this guy. Nope, they've got him now. They took his guns away. They arrested him. They took his guns away. They charged him.
Stop him from like smearing dead animals everywhere, though.
Look, when's the last time you saw a guy smear dead animals, though, and shoot 12 people in a mall? I mean, I think they took care of the emergency part up front. Now we got to kind of tinker and fine tune with the leaving dead animals in public spaces thing. This guy just strikes me as a slow learner. That's all. All right, guys, 335 away from our goal today, and I wanted to get under 300 by 8 o'clock. It doesn't look like we're going to do that. There's the PayPal link in the chat. 335 away and halfway through the show. Super chats, memberships, and PayPal all counts. If you feel like chipping in, memberships are a great way to do it. PayPal's a great way to do it. However you'd like to, please support the show. Roachbait says, they were dead when I found them. There you go. That's an excuse he could have used. There were a lot of excuses he could have used other than, I like the way the dead bird smells.
I like the smell is maybe the worst excuse ever, right?
Right. They were dead when I found them might be one that, look, it may sound a little absurd.
Like in my head, it's like an old cop who's just about to clock out, like it's done for the day. And he's like, look, man, just give me something. What are the fucking birds for? And the guy goes, I like the smell. And he's like, fuck. All right. Hey, honey, I'll be late. I got to book this dude.
Yeah, I got to do some paperwork. Fucking
guy.
Now
I got to do some fucking paperwork because this asshole doesn't know, like, fucking, hey, buddy, what's happening here?
Yeah. The cop's like, oh, man, look, let's just wrap this up in a neat little bow. Where'd you find the bird? Well, I didn't find him. I raised him from a small little baby bird. And then when he got big enough, I slit his stomach open and I kept it in here as an air freshener. God fucking damn it.
No, I raised that air freshener from a chick.
Guys, I'm going to be into the office pretty soon. I found the guy who's been leaving the dead animals at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. Bill, aren't you supposed to be going home? Sure fucking am.
Yeah, sure as fuck am. Thanks for that, Tracy.
And wait till you get a load of this motherfucker.
What are some worse answers? Like I keep them there for the smell might be the worst answer you could give a cop, right?
Yeah, other than I'm
off the hand is like I use them for condoms is the only one that comes up as worse in my head.
Yeah, like I'm shoving arsenic in their bellies and cooking it to make chemical weapons. I mean, maybe that.
I feel like that's more reasonable than keeping them there for the smell.
Oh, so you're like a chemist genius. Okay, all right, interesting. All right, I just like the way they smell. Oh fuck.
Yeah, they sure do got some pretty beaks.
Yeah, this is gonna take a while. Guys, I got a guy with tattoos of skulls all over his face, and he's telling me he likes the smell of dead bird guts. Well, lock up when you leave, Bill.
We left the station open for you. Keys are on the counter. Lock up when you leave. See you tomorrow, Bill.
Look, man, I feel bad for you. You can have the rest of my Subway sandwich that's in the fridge. I left it in there. Sorry about that, Bill. Glad you collared the guy, though. And wash your hands before you touch anything. All right? Thanks. Oh, poor Bill. He's always the one getting stuck with the fucking psychos at the end of his shift. Moving on, you could argue that this person has a similar level of mental illness as Robert Mondragon. Apparently, Jennifer Lawrence, the actress, is having some dream issues. She's having she's having some problems. She came out yesterday and said that she's spoken to her therapist about recurring nightmares she's been having. Jennifer Lawrence did an interview with Vogue, and I know I like to say sometimes that 2016 broke some people and that some people get involved in politics who shouldn't because their brains just can't handle it. I feel like this might...
What is the statute of limitations on that, though? Like, at what point do we get to start ridiculing those? Because, again, I do think that you're right about that. I think 2016 did break some people. But at some point now, we're in 2022. Like, fucking 6 years, man.
If they don't get out of the politics loop, they can't heal. They can't start to recover. It's like picking at a scab, you know? It's never going to heal if you don't stop picking it. So... Jennifer Lawrence stayed big into politics, and now, according to her interview with Vogue, she's having nightmares about Tucker Carlson. She's having Tucker Carlson dreams. How much?
Are they nightmares because she's sexually having a fantasy about him?
I was just going to say, how many of these are Tucker Carlson fuck dreams?
I think they're all fuck dreams, and that's why she's mad.
You do not want to have Tucker Carlson.
I think she
fuck
wants
dreams.
to go fly fishing with the master, huh?
Vogue noted that the 2016 election had created a rift in Lawrence's family. You know what? And I bet you none of it had to do with the fact that Jennifer Lawrence was probably obnoxiously outspoken about the election.
When asked if it was her worst sex dream, she just replied, "Well, it was louder with Crowder."
You got to stop having fuck dreams about all these right-wing commentators. I mean, you're going to get to the Ben Shapiro sex dreams, and then you're really not going to be able to sleep at night.
It hurt so bad, my pussy was so dry.
Yes. Now, the Gavin McInnes ones, those tend to be exciting. Gavin's a weirdo, but do you get to Ben
those
Shapiro?
Are fakes. Deep fakes.
Vogue noted that the 2016 election had created a rift in Jennifer Lawrence's family. I just worked so hard in the last 5 years to forgive my dad and my family and try to understand. It's different, the information they are getting. It's different. Their life is different. That condescending bullshit can stop, too. Like, your dad watches Fox and Tucker, but you watch MSNBC, so you're so much more better informed. You're both uninformed in different ways. One of them is giving you only the stuff they want you to hear. The other one is giving you the stuff they want to hear. Both of you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Stop with this shit. They're like, oh, I've spent the last 5 years forgiving my dad. For what? Not voting the way you wanted him to? Get over it. Again, some people just should not be following politics. It's bad for their brain, and it annoys the rest of us. And then you have finger-popping dreams about Tucker Carlson. What the fuck? What are you benefiting from all this?
Who has finger popping dreams too? That's gross.
Well, I made up the finger popping part. I could be wrong.
I don't think you did.
I'll leave myself open to the possibility that I was wrong on this one. They could be just full on, maybe she's given up the back door to Tucker. I don't know. I'm not her therapist. When asked whether she still engages in political exchanges with her family members who live in Kentucky, Lawrence said, quote, "I broached the subject in the sense that I unleashed text messages." Wow, I can't imagine why your family might be a little fed up with you. They get fucking liberal text messages from their Hollywood daughter.
Can we just stop with the phraseology, I unleash text messages? Telling your dad to fuck off twice is not unleashing text messages.
But even so, like, if you unleash text messages at people and you acknowledge they're unleashing, then you're a fucking psycho because you're being overbearing, you're being psychotic, and you just don't give a shit.
I just feel like it's close to the like fucking under fire bullshit, right? Unleash some text. Oh, he unleashed some tweets. Shut the fuck up. You're behind a computer. Shut up.
You unleashed not a goddamn thing. Thank you.
You unleashed something? That Mondragon guy with the dead fucking animals. That's a guy that unleashed something and then cooked those dogs.
Mondragon was unleashing shit.
Yes, kill them.
Thank you very much to Rupert for $9.99. Says, damn, I wish Jennifer Lawrence dreamed about me. Tucker's a lucky dude. She's not an unattractive girl, that's for sure.
Maybe 20 years ago.
That's true. She has been around a while now, hasn't she?
Have you seen pictures of her now? Like, I mean,
American Hustle, that was like 15 years ago now, wasn't it?
Right. And like current pictures of her, like she definitely like the 2016 shit also hit her workout regimen. I'll just say that.
Well, she had a kid too. And having the kid will maybe might do some things to you. So she says that she unleashes text messages to her family. She says, quote, just boom, 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 boom. Then they don't respond. And then I'll feel bad and send a picture of the baby. Wow, so you're remarkably emotionally manipulative to your family, but you have to forgive them for 2016? Like, I send them a bunch of liberal claptrap bullshit. They don't respond, so then I go, ooh, I really want their attention back, so I'll send them a picture of their grandkid.
It's totally like entrapment. Like, hey, if you don't argue with me about these crazy liberal things I have, fucking you're coming at me.
Yeah.
Like I just see her like fucking like I'm with her, just like spam texting her family.
Yeah.
And then when they don't respond, she's like, you know what? Fuck you. I'm having sex dreams of Tucker.
Yes. And then your dad's like, is there any way to implant those into me? Because I'd like to have sex dreams.
Can I get you to explain those dreams in intimate detail?
Could you tell me if Tucker's a gentle lover? Because I have some theories.
Whenever he says Jennifer, can you have him just say Robert?
I'm kind of jealous of my daughter. Why? Because of her career? No, she fucks Tucker Carlson when she goes to bed. Oh, man, I'm sorry about that. Roachbait says it's kind of cute in a creepy way. Yeah.
It is kind of cute in a creepy way.
Yeah, I mean...
It just means subconsciously he was always on her mind.
Right. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, is there any more a telltale sign that you should stop reading and watching and consuming so much politics? Like, if I had a dream that Tyson Fury was bending me over a park bench, I'd be like, we need to chill out on the boxing videos for a while.
Oh, you wouldn't. You would go buy anal beads. Shut up.
Look, I'd have to make a decision. Let's just put it that way.
No, you wouldn't. You've already made the decision. You would have to go make a purchase. That's all you would have to do.
If it's Andy Ruiz, though, you have to stop.
That's true.
Yeah,
no fatties.
If it's Andy Ruiz, you do have to stop. Andy Ruiz, by the way, over the weekend, barely sneaking by with a decision victory over Luis.
I thought he lost that fight. Is that weird?
Well, he scored 3 knockdowns. That helped him a bunch. So
yeah, the knockdowns are probably what won him for sure. It was a very, very close fight, though.
I
always feel sad for what's that, Ortega or whatever his name is, Ortiz.
Yeah,
like because that guy is like. That dude has been an eyelash away from beating a lot of top-level competition.
Been an eyelash away from being a world champion for like 4 or 5 years now.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, like that last Wilder fight, like he had him dead to rights till Wilder sent him into the Ghostlands.
Yeah, I mean, Ruiz won 113-112. So if you take away the 3 knockdowns, Ortiz actually won the fight 7 rounds to 5, but those 10-8 rounds buried him.
Yeah.
So poor.
I suppose they were 10-8s if the knock. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Oh, like. How many knockdowns were in each round?
There were 2
in the one and then 1 in the other.
There were 2 in one round, 1 in the other. So there was a 10-7 and a 10-8.
Yeah. So if that 10-8 is absolutely what won him it.
Yeah. So most of the judges had it 7 rounds to 5 for Ortiz, but he had those knockdowns, so he lost the fight. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and the Ty Gagne fight was awesome too. It's a good weekend for fights.
Was it a good fight? I saw that Cyril Gane won it, but it was.
I mean, Ty had him shot. Like I'm shocked that Gane, like he had him rocked and he was closing in, couldn't finish him off, and then Gane came back. It was a very, very good fight.
Good. I'm glad it was a good fight at least. Thank you very much to D-Luke for $10 on PayPal. That's incredibly helpful. We're 3:15 away from that goal today. We're halfway through the show. Let's see if we can get there, guys. There's the PayPal link in the chat. Super Chats, memberships, and PayPal. Let's do a great show, hit the goal, do 30 minutes of overtime, and continue on this little run we've been on. Thanks, everybody. So anyway, Jennifer Lawrence says, while she had intended to... Wow. The actress became pregnant in her early 20s. Where's this coming from? While she had intended to terminate the pregnancy, she ended up miscarrying. So God killed her kid before she could. I had a miscarriage. What did I say? I didn't.
That's a little mean.
Sorry. Well, I'm just trying to get into her subconscious so she'll have fuck dreams about me like I'm Tucker Carlson.
Ooh, all right.
I had a miscarriage alone in Montreal, she said. Well, it's another kind of...
Wait, hold on. Say that again.
I had a miscarriage alone in Montreal.
So she said miscarriages with people in other places.
I don't know. She was alone in Montreal. She had a miscarriage. It was the second Montreal screw job.
Montreal goo job.
Another authority figure ringing the bell before it was time. Sorry. It's just Bret Hart and Vince McMahon jokes when it comes to miscarriages in Montreal. It's actually what they called when Sugar Ray Leonard lost to Roberto Duran. They called it the miscarriage in Montreal. Aaron, I think that was in Quebec. Well, fuck me. Later, after getting...
Word is on the street, they named it... They named it Cody. Ah, shit. I forgot his name.
Later, after getting married, she became pregnant again and wanted to have a child, but suffered another miscarriage and had to have a dilation and curettage procedure. I don't know how to pronounce women things. I don't pay attention to them. Lawrence had a child earlier this year, said, I remember a million times thinking about it while I was pregnant, thinking about the things that were happening to my body. What does this have to do with Tucker? She was distraught that President Donald Trump was elected president in 2016. It breaks my heart because America had the choice between a woman and a dangerous, dangerous jar of mayonnaise. See, I can always tell the way people talk whether or not they should just back off their politics. If you say Cheeto, orange, or mayonnaise, you just got to back off. You're going to be happier as a person, and you're not influencing anyone else to vote a certain way anyway. It'll be fine if you just don't get involved. But CC is a dangerous jar of mayonnaise.
I just want to go back to the era of like actors and athletes just shutting the fuck up and doing their jobs.
Right. So this doesn't say anything about the Tucker sex streams, though. It's just the first.
Do we need to write fan fiction about him?
Yeah,
now?
I want to know more about the Tucker Carlson sex streams. I don't care how much of a political hang-up you have and your daddy issues because he wouldn't vote for the girlie you wanted him to vote for. I want to know about you fucking Tucker when you go to bed.
You're watching Fox Nudes.
Do you think Tucker has talked about it? I want to do a quick YouTube search and see if Tucker talked about it on his show last night. How great would that be? Tucker Carlson, Jennifer Lawrence. Please tell me he talked about it. Filters, upload date. Jennifer Lawrence is dreaming of Tucker. Oh my God, he talked about it. Thank God for Tucker Carlson. Here we go. Tucker is dreaming.
When you decide to work in television, you lose control of a lot of things, foremost the way other people perceive you. So can it really be your fault? Are you really responsible if major Hollywood starlets dream about you? Maybe it's the sexy glasses.
What a fucking dick.
Oh, God, I love him sometimes. Fuck, he's so funny.
Shit. You know what he gave her?
Schlong COVID?
Schlong COVID. Nice.
Who knows? We can only speculate. Trace Gallagher has the details for us, though, tonight.
Fuck Tucker. Not only did Tucker report on the Jennifer Lawrence having dreams about Tucker Carlson, he made one of his staff members do the report. Oh.
That's amazing.
This guy's great. See, like, this is where O'Reilly and Hannity fall behind a Tucker. They would have just commented on it. Tucker went to somebody's office at Fox News and goes, hey, I need you for the big show tonight. Ooh, I get to work on Tucker's show. What do you need me to do? Jennifer Lawrence is having dreams about fucking me. I need you to go ahead and dig up whatever dirt you can and give us a report. Like, can't you just talk about that? I think it means more if it's coming from someone else.
Yeah, it means a lot more coming from you. Wait, is it a chick?
Yeah.
It means more from a woman. We need to get the women's perspective on this.
It's the only time Tucker's ever said that.
Yep.
Actually, I'm going fly fishing over lunch, so I don't have time. So if you could...
You need me, I'll be in Central Park. Being the thing that dreams are made of.
I hope that around the Fox News offices today, Tucker has put like shiny Christmas light type things around his office, and it says sex symbol Tucker Carlson.
He's got a bumper sticker on his car that just says Dream Machine.
Fucking Brian Kilmeade walks by Tucker's office. He goes, "Are you fucking kidding me?" They're like, "Sorry, guys. He's really playing up the gimmick."
Or like a shirt that says J-Lo is my hoe.
It's Tucker walks in, like every time he walks in the room, a secretary's job is to play "Hello, ladies" and play Val Venus's theme music.
Only speculate. Trace Gallagher has the details for us though tonight.
Yeah, and just so you get the total...
Oh, Trace Gallagher's a dude. That's too bad. I thought Trace was a girl's name.
Yeah, and just so you get the total dichotomy of this, Tucker, it's important to note that while Jennifer Lawrence sees you in her head at night, you know, the nightmares when she sleeps, she's likely not watching you now. But her parents are probably watching you because they're fans. And
how the fuck are you going to have dreams about Tucker Carlson and you don't even watch him? Come on, you're lying, Jennifer. You watch Tucker all the time.
All the time.
And you start feeling a little funny.
Every time you have a dream that's based around somebody in real life, you have interacted with that person recently, or at least thought about them, right? She may not watch him, but maybe she was like sitting down. You know what it sounds like to me?
Go ahead.
She probably has fantasies of being hate fucked.
Yeah.
And who does she hate the most?
Tucker Carlson.
There you go.
You know what?
Big old daddy Tuck.
I think it might be. Yeah, I think you can't. They say you can't cuck the Tuck, but the Tuck can cuck you. Yeah. Apparently.
And as Jennifer notes,
you are a cuck to the Tuck.
Wouldn't it be funny if they, like, for some reason they run into each other, and Tucker looks at Jennifer and goes, "I hear you're kind of into me," and she goes, "In your dreams," and he's like, "Apparently in yours."
No, or she just screams, and as he walks away, he's like, "I'll be seeing you tonight."
Just Tucker, and then puts on his glasses.
Are probably watching you because they're fans. And as Jennifer notes in the October issue of Vogue, the 2016 election has caused tension among her Kentucky family. Quoting here, "I just worked so hard in the last 5 years to forgive my dad and my family and try to understand. It's different. The information they're getting is different. Their life is different. I'm sorry, I'm just unleashing, but I can't F with people who aren't political anymore." Now, as for her...
I hate
Tucker,
that shit.
Right.
Like, seriously, okay, you don't agree with your parents' viewpoint. Who the fuck cares?
Right.
Like, when did we as a society get to the point where it's like, oh, if you think differently than me, I can't interact with you fucking at all? And don't say Trump, because it was happening before that. It's just fucking nuts.
Yeah. And then the whole thing, I can't fuck with people who aren't political. What? So you can't fuck around with anyone who's any kind of fun? Like, if you met...
But not only that, like, so what? Half the country voted for Trump, half of it voted for Biden, right? Like the last few elections have been pretty split like by our nation, right? Like, everybody concedes to that, right? Like, no matter who you think won what, we'll say that, like, the Dems and the Republicans have a pretty decent split of the country right now. They're very close elections, right?
We're about a half and half country.
So you can't interact with anybody that isn't political, and then you also can't interact with somebody that is on the other half of, so you like 75% of the country at least you just can't interact with. Well, then why the fuck are you doing movies? Because I guarantee you, like, that's... I fucking hate people like this. Like the public figures that are like, I can't just do this and that. Oh, that's weird, because I'm sure you didn't give a fuck about everybody that voted for Trump that paid a fucking ticket to go see fucking Hunger Games.
Yeah. Plus, Bill Cawley in Idaho probably doesn't think she should be driving.
She probably shouldn't be.
Tucker Carlson to nightmares, they likely stem from a 2017 segment where you joked that she had Trump derangement syndrome, and where several media outlets said that she blamed Trump for a series of 2017 hurricanes. Now, remember this.
Wait, she blamed Trump for some hurricanes?
Yeah, you don't remember that?
I don't remember Jennifer Lawrence. I remember the mayonnaise stuff, and I remember just going...
Oh, yeah, she blamed... I can't remember the hurricane name, the big one that hit, like, Florida.
Oh, not...
2 years into his presidency, she blamed him. Something about global warming and shit, but she blamed him for it.
Oh, global warming was his fault, too.
Yeah.
Okay.
She was taken, she says, grossly out of context. Grossly? Really? I mean, shortly after she said Trump would be the end of the world and that Trump was a jar of mayonnaise, she went on to say in a 2016 interview with a British television station that the election was, quote, startling. And quoting here, "You know, you're watching these hurricanes now, and it's really hard not to feel Mother Nature's rage and wrath. And it kind of makes one ask, rage or wrath at whom exactly? In 2017, it would likely have been Trump.
I love how this Trace Gallagher's like, I'm going to play this as a straight newsman. And Tucker's like, does this guy know I'm totally doing this just to fuck with her? Like the power of a man who's number one in his field is that he can go, while everyone else, think about this, MSNBC, CNN, even guys like Hannity are sitting there going, we're going to work as hard as we fucking can. We're going to take this show as seriously as possible. We're going to kick the shit out of Tucker Carlson. We're going to catch him in the ratings. And then Tucker's like, you hear this actress has dreams about me? Let's put Trace Gallagher on to talk about it in front of me for 2 minutes. Like, let's just talk about how attractive I am and how upsetting I am to Hollywood starlets that they can't stop dreaming about me when they drift off to sleep. Trace Gallagher has more on this story.
And the deplorables, but today it would be Trump and the semi-fascists where the rage and wrath is directed. It's just a guess. But it's a good.
See, do you ever watch, like, if you're Jennifer Lawrence, I feel like you should be forced to watch this stuff and go, I know you think you're making a difference, but this is actually what the world thinks of you when you talk like this. They just laugh at you. They take 2.5 minutes on a news station to just sarcastically read your quotes. Just don't worry about politics. It's not for you anyway. You're taking care of.
The other part is like, so you claim that you hate these people, but how much material are you giving them? Like you now between like, let's say how many minutes did Tucker spend on his show? Let's say 15, 20?
This segment is 2 minutes and 20 seconds long. So anywhere from, I'd say 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, let's say 5 to 10. Okay. Now, do you think that Tucker's the only one covering this at Fox?
I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. The Jennifer Lawrence stuff, probably not.
I don't think so. I think that there's probably like the morning show and just like Gutfeld probably mentioned it. You know what I mean? So you basically are giving content to these people you hate,
right?
Just by being a fucking psychopath.
Yeah,
good one. Amazing. So it's just, she says she has nightmares about us. That's what they're calling it now. Nightmares. Yeah. All right, we're flattered. I think it's the sexy glasses.
I think it's the sexy glasses. He can't let it go.
In either case, Trace Gallagher, we appreciate your hard-hitting reporting on that.
Tucker goes home. His wife's like, oh, are you going to fuck me tonight, Tucker? And he's like, yeah, but I got to save some for Jennifer's dreams.
No, he comes in and he just goes, put on the wig.
Let me call you Katniss.
I'm going to pull down my pants and you're going to play some Hunger Games.
King Kong Dong with a $2 super chat says, I'd finger pop Jennifer Aniston before Jennifer Lawrence. Well, that's, everyone has their preferences. You're a brave man. $315 away from our goal today. We do need to get moving on that. We're about an hour and a half away from having to pass around that offering plate and try to hit that goal. And right now, that goal is sitting at 315. So I always say if we get the goal under 200 by the time we have to pass around those last 5 minutes, we're usually in good shape. So let's see if we can go on a run here. If you haven't chipped in this month and you feel like chipping in, today would be a great day to do so. If you've renewed your membership this month and you haven't put the announcement in the chat, that helps as well. Becoming a member, throwing in some super chats, PayPal contributions, it all helps to keep this show going. 315 away from that goal. The link is right there in the chat. Well, it's happening in California. They are now telling consumers to limit their power consumption. 525,000 customers are told to prepare for rolling blackouts, potential rotating outages, and electric vehicle owners are being told to wait until after 9 p.m. to charge their cars. So we
Good thing everybody switched over to electric, huh?
Yeah, good thing that they were telling everybody when gas prices went up, hey, make sure just buy an electric car, you'll be fine. Oh, by the way, make sure that thing's fully charged when you go to work because you ain't charging it again until you're coming back home. Sorry. They also
there was 50,000 customers that were without power as of like 11:21 last night.
Yep, they said the rolling blackouts have started. All that shit has started now in California. You've also got they passed that rule where they're going to phase out sales of gas-powered vehicles by like 2026 or 2030, and now they can't even charge the electric cars they have. Oh shit. I almost hope that they're doing this on purpose to see if they can to see how far they can knock it down. Like if they're doing a thing where they're like, I bet you we can destroy this entire state and build it back up.
I mean, it's kind of just what they're doing, right? Like, fuck them. They don't care. Like, it doesn't. Like, it's all about just the fucking agenda of it, right? Like, look at fucking Europe. All they had to do, like Germany, all they had to do was leave their nuclear power plants on. Wait for it. The cleanest form of energy we have.
Yeah.
Weird.
It's funny now because all of this is bringing back, at least they're having some conversations about nuclear now. And
Germany announced they're bringing them back, and so did France.
Okay, so they are bringing them back.
Uh-huh.
And at least here in America, we've a couple people have started talking about it. I mean, it's right there. It's ready to go. You want to get rid of your oil and your gas and all of that stuff. I mean, the amount of area a nuclear power plant can cover versus any other kind of power plant is it's astonishing how much electricity those can provide. So right now in California, I guess they're going through a heat wave and people are running their air conditioning and it's putting serious strain on the electric company. And they're bracing for a new historic all-time high for the grid, forcing them to cut power supplies. So what are they, just eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and they just have to pick places to shut off the power?
I mean, I'm sure they're doing it by, like, population, right? You know what I mean? Like, they're like, oh, hey, these people, you know, because, like, they're not going to go eeny, meeny, miny, mo and hit LA or San Diego or San Francisco, right? Like, that's not going to happen.
So they're going to have to hit smaller areas.
Right. So they're going to hit like, you know, Sacramento and like Chico and like weird places that still have a populace where it would cut down on the demand. But like, there's no fucking way they do anything to cut power in LA, right? Like they will cut power to the entire rest of the state because Hollywood is like one of their big cash cows.
Yep, here you go. The ones they're hitting the hardest are the northern and southern suburbs of San Jose, Livermore, Danville, and suburbs of San Francisco. So yeah, they're taking power away from the suburbs so they can funnel it into the city.
And the suburbs that like aren't that populated, which is weird because that means that they're not going to get that much usage back out of it, right?
500.
Because if there's not that many people populace-wise, like how, you know what I mean? Like, because if let's say you shut off LA, which they're not going to do ever,
right?
But let's say you do that, like how much power do you save by that? A lot.
525,000 customers can prepare for rotating outages throughout California. God damn, when it's 111 degrees in Sacramento today.
113 in Sacramento yesterday. My buddy Nate lives just outside of there in Chico, and fucking he sent me a picture of it on his fucking car thermostat thing.
As the state faces the hottest day in this prolonged record-breaking heat wave, grid conditions are expected to worsen. If needed, ISO could order utilities to begin rotating power outages to maintain the stability of the electric grid. Boy, it's almost like you guys could use a nuclear power plant or two. It seems like your demand for energy is really high. You could just provide more. You could
just get more cars that run on gas, not electricity.
Yeah, produce a few more. Yeah, I mean, tens of millions of people probably in that state are charging electric cars, and many of them at the same fucking time. If you work similar work schedules. I mean, they're not giving the grid any kind of break, plus 100-degree heat and air conditioning on. Jesus. I mean, you guys, you know, you're a hot state full of hippies. I mean, you plan for some shit, would you? I mean, just plan for it. But they'll use this as a way to say that, like, coal and gas can't be the ways of the future because it's insufficient to address the needs that we have now. And then they'll find a way to throw climate change in there, and that'll be a reason why they need to go to all that. I mean, it's all like, again, it's kind of like you and I were saying, it's no fun to talk about this stuff anymore because you just see the plays coming.
Yeah.
You're just like, oh, here's what they're going to talk about climate change next. They're going to talk about how they need more solar and wind because of this. It is funny to watch all of their ideas fail, and then they're trying to convince their followers that, well, the only way we solve this is by just doing more of our shit. Like, it only is failing because we've only done it halfway. That was their thing with Obamacare. Well, the thing with Obamacare is it didn't go far enough, you guys.
Well, that's always the fucking argument on that side of the aisle, right? Like, socialism just hasn't been done the right way, right? Like, that's always the fucking argument.
You never hear that from the right. You never hear them go, guys, fascism just hasn't been done properly.
Right.
They never. The right always goes, no, there's a level to the right we don't want to go because that's evil and terrible and fucking awful and people die. But on the left, you go to their furthest left and they're like, no. We just haven't found the right recipe yet. You know, we didn't add enough cayenne pepper last time to the chili, so it's spoiled. But fucking California. It's always California. Herman the Great says, Aaron, check PayPal. All right, Herman the Great, I will. Holy fucking shit. Herman the Great just became a VIP. Now, Herman, you said, hey,
Herman's great, dude.
Herman, that's awesome. That's great. But if you're a VIP and you're going to claim the stuff on the VIP, 220 of that is going to go to the goal. So thank you very much for the 315, but I got to award you with the VIP. You got to take that. But I mean, you can decide you're not taking the VIP, but I would feel shitty if you just threw 315 at this show and didn't get the VIP. So you're getting the VIP. We're at 205 or 105, I'm sorry, away from our goal. The VIP counts as it counts as 150. So we're at about 145 away from our
Sitting
goal.
pretty, thanks to Herman the Great.
Herman the Great, thank you very much, buddy. That absolutely knocked it out of the park for us. Thank you so much for becoming a VIP, Herman. And if you're already,
I didn't know Herman watched here. That's cool as shit.
Herman has contributed to this show a few times. Thank you very much, Herman. That's very generous of you. He says, I'll take the VIP, Aaron. I don't know what it means, but I'll take it. Herman, you're going to get all the steel toe shirts, the steel toe hoodie. You're entered in a $100 drawing every month. You get new merch when it comes out completely free of charge, and you get 2 tickets to every live event we do. So, Herman, you're a VIP. I need you to get your information to April or get it to me, whoever you can get it to. We just need privately your name, your address, and your shirt size so we can get you all of that stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Herman the Great as a VIP. There you are, Herman the Great. What a fucking guy. Remarkably generous, him becoming a VIP. It puts our goal at 145 for today. Thank you very much, Herman the Great. All right, guys. Well, we got an hour and a half to hit a pretty small goal there, so I think you guys have got it. We can back off that a little bit, and you guys can knock out the rest. Somebody sent me this this next commercial here. I really don't know if I want to play it. It might be too disgusting.
What? Now I want to see it.
I know you'll want to see it.
How bad is it?
It's an ad for 4X women's underwear. And
are they thongs?
They're not. They're more. I would classify them more as parachutes than thongs. I would call them maybe. You know the tarps you see at the homeless encampments. I would go more that realm. This got sent to me by a listener, a female listener. So you're little traitors to your own gender, and said, "Here you go, Aaron. I thought you'd like this." And if I had to watch it, then you have to fucking watch it. Here we go. If any of you are in the market for underwear, may I make a suggestion?
Finally got the free undies on Facebook, and I love them. They make my butt look good.
No, they don't! That is a goddamn lie, and you know it. You know, this is what we talk about with the lack of shame and everything. Whenever I get 3 seconds into commercials like this, I try to maintain my sense of humor, but I just get fucking mad. And I'm like, God damn it, fat shaming was a good thing. We are a country that is at record-breaking levels of fatness, and the only thing that seems to stop people is making them hate themselves enough so they'll change. And now if you just let these people rub their giant parachute underpants on their face and talk about how sexy they look in them, it's time for some harassment. Well, look, I'm getting a little carried away.
Yeah, you're getting super mad about this.
I get really worked up at fat people.
Why is that?
What
do you like legitimately? What do you care if somebody's fat?
It's fear that I'll get fat. That's a big one.
But I like that answer because that's a very honest answer.
Yes, I don't want to look like that. I'm terrified of it. I just got back from a vacation and a trip to the Minnesota State Fair in back-to-back weekends. and I'm up to 220, so I'm starting to panic a little bit. And now now the kids are back in school. I can get back into the gym a little, but and I see stuff like I hate the lying. I think that's what I hate about it the most. So I hate that I worry that I'm going to get fat. But number two, I just have a weird autistic hang up with lies that we all know are lies, but that we're nodding and accepting because we don't want to rock the boat. I just really hate that for some reason. Like when we go on to, and then rubbing it in our faces. So we're willing to let you lie. We're willing to go along with the lie to an extent. But then you make commercials where you rub the lie in our face and it's like, oh, come on. It's like letting a kid win in basketball and then him taunting you afterwards. It's like, come on, dude. I let you win. I was being nice. And now you're going to rub it in my face and tell everybody? Fucking asshole. So there. I will completely own that my hang-ups with shit like this are 100% my own.
I like that, though. I mean, here's the thing. You get to have them if you own it. That's all.
Right. But in openness, it still fills me with...
But I think Grinch Girl nails it, too, and so do you. Like, justifying obesity doesn't help anybody.
That's my biggest thing, too, is like this country really does. I guess you could say on the peripheral, it has an impact on me, like everybody, all of us, like health insurance and stuff like that. But it is a problem. Like you go look around in this country, you go walk anywhere and you're just like, even the amount of really morbidly obese, like Lizzo looking people we have in this country has actually skewed our concept of like what a thin person is. Like now you'll see.
But let me play devil's advocate for that, right? Like, isn't that going to make getting a thin chick more in people's leagues?
Yes, because they'll have less to pick from.
Well, no, but like if skinny is being like not kind of demonized, right? Like when what's her name lost weight, everybody lost their fucking minds over it.
Oh, Rebel Wilson.
Yeah.
Oh no, Adele. A lot of them. Adele, Rebel Wilson.
Yeah, Adele, Missy Elliott. Fucking when Lizzo was talking about losing weight, people were like going nuts at her.
She's so weak. She let her fans shame her out of losing weight.
Yeah.
That's remarkable. But yeah, you're right. I mean, if you start making, there was that Maria Kang, that workout lady who had 3 kids and then got in phenomenal shape and then did those advertising posters and they said, "What's your excuse?" And people gave her shit for that. So you're right. I mean, the more we kind of demonize thin, the more those of us who like thin might have an easier go of it. That's an interesting way to look at it. Now let's harpoon some fucking whales.
I'm fat. Like I'm fatter than I've ever been, but it's strictly out of laziness. Like my body snaps back pretty quickly when I actually start working out again. But then I just fucking don't. But you don't see me like fucking, praise my lovely fucking fat body, right?
That's what I mean. Like if someone came up to you and said, "Dude, you're getting fat," you go, "Yeah, I know." You wouldn't go, "Hey, stop shaming me."
Right. Like even in this show, people like there have been so many fat comments today in the chat. I've just looked at them and I'm like, that's fair.
I got to be honest. I haven't been in the chat much today because I've had the Deaf Noodles thing and this and the Tucker thing.
I honestly haven't. What I started doing is I just put the chat on the other monitor. So then when I'm watching the show, it's not even there.
There you go.
But as I look right now, Kyle Hathaway tells me to tell you to check PayPal.
I did. I was going to thank Kyle when we got done with this commercial, but thank you, Kyle. We have hit our goal for today. Kyle with $145 on PayPal. You guys are getting remarkably, irresponsibly generous over there. I appreciate it very much. The goal has been knocked out today. Half hour of overtime. Well, let's just get through these stories. Fuck around, quit ringing a tin can then. What do you say?
Undies are so incredibly soft. I know they're going to be super comfortable and soft up against my skin.
Whatever happened to the days where like you just knew there was a Lane Bryant and a Torrid and you just went there if you needed it? I thought we were all in an agreement that you guys didn't get to advertise your stuff in public because it made the rest of us sick.
Let's do the like devil's advocate to that, okay?
Okay. I'm going to puke
in a capitalist society, would you say that fat people are an expanding market?
Yeah, I understand. Yes, capitalism. But what about my vomit?
Well, I mean, there's probably a market there too.
That's true. They'll get to sell more sick
You guys want to, hey, if you just donate enough to PayPal, Aaron will mail you out packages of his own vomit.
This fucking capitalism gets you coming and going.
Sputo Morning Show, baby. You too could have a boot filled. There's our new fucking merch, right? There's steel toe boots filled with puke. And then we can add a little notepad that explains what caused you to puke. Like this was a fucking fat panties commercial. This one was fucking fucking overweight girl twerking.
And then you call him a fat panties commercial, and that makes me even sicker. This is not working out well for me.
That's what you're doing. You're watching a fat panties commercial.
Whoever sent this to me is definitely on my shit list now, and I'm being facetious. Relax. Don't write me and tell me how...
You mean your puke list?
Thank you to Katie for sending this to me. Jesus. I just wrote her back, ew, LOL.
When I mentioned the stretch about these undies, seriously, look.
Why? Because you're going to the buffet and you need them to fit no matter what size you are? How about a little self-control? So you don't need stretchy underpants. This is an irrational hatred I have. I admit it 100%. If this was a hang-up I had about black people, I'd be kicked off the internet by now.
They do not come any stretchier than this.
You shouldn't be able to use your underwear as a slingshot. Stop. This isn't the point of underwear.
Best part about that stretch, though, is they go right back to normal. That means comfort.
No, they don't go back to normal. They go back to fat. There's no normal here.
They snap back in place, so you don't have to keep readjusting them all day. When you put them on, wherever you leave them is where they're gonna hold. When I say they fit me perfectly, I mean they fit me.
Stop! Why am I why do you guys send me this stuff? I feel compelled to use it. You know, I'm very big on customer service, and why do you do this to me? Oh my God, they're only 30 seconds in. I thought we were almost done.
Negative.
It's a 2.5-minute underwear commercial. Can we stop showing her fat, gigantic,
perfectly
gelatinous
They do
cube
not
of a
cut
body?
into me. They hug me in all the right places. Cheap Boss undies
They
are
hug her in
seamless.
all the right places, Aaron.
Yeah, I got that. I understood. They hug her in everything you wear hugs you in all the right places.
What do you think her pussy tastes like?
Oh God! Worcestershire sauce mixed with sourdough bread. Gun to my head. Gun to my head.
All right.
Seamless. Come here. Really, look at these.
No, because I'll probably start being able to smell them. Get that.
Hey, look, it's a blooper reel. There's a blooper reel at the end, dude.
Right.
They got bloopers.
As if she falls down and all the pictures fall off the wall.
Or she shits herself and they're pooper.
She shits herself in her giant parachute panties. She goes to stretch them, they rip off, and her pussy's hanging out. It's like, oh no! I'm just kidding. You can't see her pussy.
Look at this. No seam. That means it's not going to be bumpy or itchy or uncomfortable.
No seam.
On
You
her
know what?
pussy. It's not going to be bumpy on her pussy.
No, you know what that means? No seam. That's so the seam won't rub against my fat. These are all warnings that you should be losing weight.
Look at her little camel toe, buddy. Does that do it for you?
Ugh, there's donuts on it too, of course. Don't eat the dog with the donuts. Have some
Your skin.
self-control.
Let's put Cheap Boss undies to the test. Cheap Boss accommodates so many body types. They don't roll
stop
or move,
bouncing.
no matter what size you get.
Stop.
Just where you left them. Cheap Boss undies make me.
Of course, they're just where you left them. You're stretching them to critical mass. They can't move if they wanted to. This is like if I pushed a child against the wall with a bookshelf. I went, oh, look, the kid behaves himself. He doesn't move.
What is with her weird ass hickey tattoo on her arm?
That's actually
what is that? Is that a burn?
It's a plate of spaghetti. Actually,
Are you sure it's not like the medical device where she puts in the diabetes insulin?
That could be, yeah, you know what? That could be the marker where she puts the diabetes medicine. You're right.
Me feel confident. I love going into my drawer and being able to pick out cute patterns and colors and start my day off with that. In my Cheap Boss undies, I'm wearing a size 2X. If that's not your size, do not worry. They carry 8 sizes, from 4X down to XS.
I can't. I just I'm not even halfway through. I can't. I got it. I tap out at one. I made it to 113.
But they have extra small to 4X.
No, yeah. That's no. I heard that, Corey. I 100% understand that they have giant.
Thinking about that bouncing? Think about that bouncing. Picture the bouncing.
Look, I'm going to be having Jennifer Lawrence's Tucker Carlson dreams, but about Cheap Boss undies. Oh, God.
Yeah, I mean, they're... Hold on, we're getting the sound effect. There you go. There's Aaron watching that commercial.
Ugh. No, that's not true.
That's your penis coming to attention.
I do not get a boner. I do not get a boner from those commercials. I assure you. No, I don't. Aaron,
this is live footage from this is live audio from the Sealto studio.
That is not. If you're insinuating that I get an erection from these commercials, that is slander.
That's you getting wood, bro.
That is 100% slander, and I do not appreciate it.
Sorry, that was the wrong. This is actually
no. That's not. No, that's a lot. That's a fast erection. No. No.
Yeah, you don't have staying power.
Thank you. Insults coming and going. Thank you very much to Sly Rye for a $10 super chat. He says, I'm no Herman, but I enjoy the show, so here you go. Keep the great content coming. Thank you, buddy.
Sliced Bread says, penis has left the chat.
Oh. See, you can't get me with this. Pradham says, maybe you're just insecure. Did I not just admit that? I did just admit that, in fairness to me. I did admit that these hang-ups are internal, but it's still, I don't want to see it. A.S. Lang, becoming a member for 2 months, says, great interview with Pat Dixon. Thanks. I'm going to be on New York City Crime Report pretty soon here as well, too. So hopefully I don't embarrass this whole company and fuck us over and cost us a whole bunch of subscribers. I was on Who Are These Podcasts this weekend. It was a lot of fun being on with Carl, talking about the Female Dating Strategy podcast, Stuttering John, and Opie. It was a lot of fun. Corey, I was on the show with Danny Polachuk from the Boys Cast. That was a lot of fun. So I told him I was a big fan, but I did not tell him that I'd love to use this opportunity to use him as a gateway to get Ryan Long. I felt like that was a very professional move of me. But thank you, A.S. Lang. Pat was a lot of fun to talk to. If you guys get a chance to watch that after the show today, please do. All right. Cole Train says that's the #1 streamed commercial in the hood.
I don't get it. What's he implying?
Well, you see, she's a fat white lady.
Oh, I gotta go.
Well, that's Corey. You can come back now. It's
no, I can't. My image can't take any more hits.
No, Corey, it's fine because Sam Tripoli told me it's okay. You can come back because Sam Tripoli is.
Never trust an Iranian. We've talked about this.
Let me just open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. It's almost 9 o'clock. We're just getting into the 7 o'clock hour here, which is just pretty normal if you're new to Steel Toe. We did the Deaf Noodles thing. Question, would you save the Deaf Noodles thing that we did today? Uh-oh, did Corey take off while I was opening up the stories? I think he did. Well, then I'll take this opportunity to talk about Raleigh's Rednecks and Longnecks. Raleigh's Rednecks and Longnecks in Sauk Rapids. Delicious pizza, amazing wings, great live bands on the weekends, inside and outdoors. Raleigh's Rednecks and Longnecks, just a great place to go hang out and drink and dance and play some pool and play some darts and everything else. Raleigh's Rednecks and Longnecks in Sauk Rapids. And also Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids. Old Capitol Tavern, great old-fashioned, awesome custom cocktails, amazing menu. The mahi tacos are great. I got the menu right here. I kind of get in a rut. When I go to Old Cap for lunch or dinner, I start ordering the same thing because I like it so much. I will say that the 4-alarm Pig's Ass Masterpiece is very good. I've had the Brisket Cowboy. One of the things I'd love to have at Old Capitol is the bacon-wrapped meatloaf hoagie. It's such a popular item that whenever I go there, they're like, whether it's lunch or it's dinner, whatever they made for that day, because it's all just delicious, fresh ingredients, they've run out of. So that bacon-wrapped meatloaf hoagie is a must-have from Old Capitol Tavern. And the blackened bison burger is very good as well. Can't go wrong with their Cuban. Their duck wontons are very good. The Old Capitol nachos are the freshest nachos you're ever going to have. And the pork belly poutine is very good. April says we could share one for lunch. See, now I know April's going up to Litchfield to get the hunting area ready while the show's on this morning. And I will say that whenever April is like gone, it doesn't happen very often, but whenever April's gone, I kind of use that as a time to shamelessly go get myself Casey's Pizza.
New breakfast pizza too, right?
That's what I hear, a beer cheese breakfast pizza.
I kind of like, Ryan the Garbage Man sent it to me, and I'm kind of like scared of it, but I'd still try it because Casey's Pizza is the shit.
They've been experimenting lately. They've got one pizza with some kind of white sauce and jalapenos on it.
I'd try. Honestly, they've earned enough brand loyalty out of me. That's, Casey's is one of the few pizzas out there where if I'm going for a slice and I'm a pepperoni guy, if they don't have the pepperoni, I'll grab whatever else they have because it's all good.
They're one of the few places where I actually like their sausage pizza better.
Right. Like their sausage pizza. Like I just don't understand. Like Casey's Pizza is way better than it has any fucking right to be.
Yeah. April says, I'm not in Litchfield. I'm working. Okay, well then, maybe Old Cap. Well, I don't know if I'm feeling Old Capitol today. I'm feeling. You know what I'm feeling? We went golfing yesterday. That's very fun. But I'm feeling tennis today. I'm feeling either getting back into the gym and boxing or playing tennis today. One of the two.
When's the last time you boxed?
It's been 1, 2. It'll be 3 weeks tomorrow.
Damn.
Because Thursday night is sparring night, and then the Thursday. So 2 Thursdays ago was we were in Las Vegas, couldn't go.
Yep.
And then last Thursday we were just so worn out from the trip, and then we had the kids all
back into the grind and all that shit.
Then we had the kids all week, so there was just no time. I'll be back tomorrow because we're back in the kids' school schedule. So with them being at school, you just don't see them as much. So there's more time to go to the gym and stuff. But today it's either tennis.
Happy Parents' Day, buddy.
Yeah, right. So it's either tennis today or the gym. Can't do golf again. Golf gets too expensive if you do it more than once a week. But hey, I went yesterday. I did not lie about any scores. I took a penalty. I only had one penalty stroke to take, but I took my penalty strokes when I had them. 49. I broke 50.
What was par, like 36?
Yeah, it was par 35, and then the back 9 is 37. But on the front 9, I hit a 49. I broke 50, and I'm
hoping. Here's the real question. How many balls did you shank to the left or the right?
You know, it's amazing. I shanked a few to the left because I have this thing. The thing I was working on yesterday is not turning my hips when I'm swinging, keeping those hips straight because that's going to keep
them on the line.
It's going to keep the ball straight.
You used to play baseball, right?
Yeah. So
it's like the batter box. Get your head right there. And then the trick that my grandpa gave me when I was 15, I probably shouldn't say this because I'll get him in trouble, is if you're on the course and you got a cigar, right?
Yeah.
Put the cigar in your mouth and point the cigar at the ball, and it'll keep your head down. Don't even worry about looking at the ball. Just keep the cigar pointing directly at the ball.
That's really good.
Yeah, and then what happens is as long as you're like dressing the ball right? Like you put imagine it's a batter box and you want your toes right up against that line so you're square to it, right?
Yeah.
And then you just have the cigar point directly at the ball, follow through with your swing, and don't even worry about keeping your eye on the ball. Literally focus on the cigar and pointing it at the ball, and it will do the rest.
That's a really good idea. The thing I'm telling
you, my grandpa, like he was a scratch to like 1 under golfer most of my life. And I am not that good of a golfer, but I can teach people how to play golf. Like those who can't teach type shit,
yeah.
Right? Like I know how to do it. I was in fucking golf club on the golf team in high school too.
Yeah.
And like me and my grandpa, he used to, when his back went out, he used to take me all over for scramble tournaments, and we would end up playing my drive, and then he would do everything else because he's a really good golfer.
Oh, nice.
I'd be like in the woods and shit off a 9-iron.
Yeah, I hit like a 56. It was a really bad round the last time out before we left for Las Vegas, and I was turning my hips on everything, so everything was hooking really bad to the left. Yeah. So yesterday, I always got a thing I'm going to work on. Yesterday, the thing I was going to work on was keeping the hips straight, pointed at the flag, and so the ball would go straight. And I was doing that really, really well. The one thing that I had a good round, but the one thing I would screw up when I did screw up was my ass would come up, and I'd kind of get the middle part of the ball or the top part of the ball on some of my tee shots. But other than that, it was really good. My chipping got better. Oh my God, I could chip yesterday. I wasn't crushing the ball over the fucking green every time and getting frustrated. I think I only 3-putted 1 time, which was fantastic. What do you play? What's the pick it up rule for you? Like, what's the pick it up distance where you can just go, okay, I made this putt, and this next stroke is good.
The age-old phrase for that, right?
What is it?
What's a gimme, Aaron?
I've always, what I've been told about a gimme is 2 feet in any direction of the hole.
Nope.
What
Do
is
you know
it?
what a gimme is?
What?
It's an agreement between 2 losers.
Oh, I like that. I know that's supposed to be an insult and shaming me, but I feel good about that.
No, but that's what it is. Like, if you're going for gimmies, you're probably not good enough for it to matter anyways, is the moral of that.
Okay. Michael B says 3-footers. Here's what I heard, and I thought this was way too long. Someone told me a putter length is a gimme.
I mean, it depends on who you're playing with,
Okay.
Like, I would say typically, a foot or less, maybe.
I've heard people say, here's
the 6 inches, I guess. Like, it's not like, I don't know. See, like with my group of friends and my grandpa and stuff, we're cutthroat as fuck. You fucking put it in because you'll miss those gimmies a lot of the time.
Yeah, that's why I pick them up.
Right. That's why we don't let you. That's why gimmies are an agreement between two losers. Because if they were good enough, like if you're a good enough player, you don't need the gimme. You just tap it in.
So what I did was I was so close. I had to par and bogey the last 2 holes that are par 3s in order to save breaking 50. My tee shot was short on the first hole, or on the first of those last 2 holes. But I chipped it like nuts right to the fucking cup, and it was probably maybe a foot away. And I told April before I even walked up to the green, I go, that's a par. I'm picking that up. I am not risking my fucking score here by choking on that fucking gimme putt. So I picked it up. Next hole, I had to 2-putt to save 50. I was on in 2. The next one was really close, and I could my dignity would not allow me to pick it up. I go, you know what? Last one here to break 50. I got to put it in, and I tapped it in. I would have chucked my putter on the roof of the fucking clubhouse if I would have missed it. I would have been so goddamn mad.
When I was 15, I used to caddy at Oak Ridge Country Club in Hopkins.
Yeah.
And there was this guy, I'll never fucking forget this. So I was caddying for these like 2 rich guys, and the one dude was always a prick, and they were playing for like, I think they were playing like $50 or $100 skins, right? Like, I mean, it was a decent amount of change. And we're coming up the guy, like there's a bump and run thing with like a 3-iron where you basically like outside of the fringe, you just use your 3-iron like a putter and it bumps it and then runs, right? It's called a bump and run. Yeah. So this guy misses it, just totally fucking shanks it. Gets so pissed that there's a low-hanging branch, and he's just like, motherfucker, and he throws the fucking, he swings at the branch, right? But he misses the branch entirely, and it comes back and hits him in the shin and busts his leg all the fuck open.
Oh, shit.
So then I as his caddy, I'm like, well, you know, do you want to go back? He's like, no, I'm down $400. I'm not fucking going back. So he went into the other guy's fucking golf cart, grabbed his towel and some electric tape and made a makeshift bandage and finished out the round.
Wow, that's ballsy.
Yeah.
Here's what
it was so funny. The branch was just so low, and he just was swinging at the branch and just completely missed it, and boom, right into his own fucking shin.
I had to make a pretty, for my skill level, a pretty heroic shot to save 50 yesterday, to break 50. My tee shot went way to the left and onto the cart path by the groundskeeper shed. And
Nice.
I had to take the wedge off the cart path, knocked it stiff about 10 feet away from the hole. I was so happy with that shot. Here's what I found on gimme putts from connectgolf.com. This seems a little far. 2.5 feet is a gimme putt.
Dude, they're like any putt's a gimme if you're playing with losers.
And PGA, this is from the PGA Tour. This is PGA.com. Do you take a stroke on a gimme? Now, obviously you do, right? People who don't count gimmies as a stroke are fucking criminals.
Yeah, that's an idiot. Like, of course.
That's like saying you made the putt. No, you missed the putt. You take another stroke. But
the gimme is you're taking the gimme for the shot you're about to take.
Right, exactly. So this is from the PGA. I'm surprised to see this from the Professional Golf Association. A gimme is okay, but only when it's in match play. I would think the PGA would say no gimmies at all.
I don't know. I feel like when you're a professional golfer, like fucking 3 or 4 inch putt when they could just get you off the green onto the next hole seems worth it.
It does say here, no gimmies in stroke play, of course. This is the actual rule, and hats off to those who follow it to the letter of the law. I think,
dude, fuck yeah.
I think 2.5 is a little big.
No gimmies ever, and after 8 strokes, you pick up your ball. Those are always the rules I was raised by.
Who was it? I can't remember who said this. I can't find their comment anymore, but I thought it was really funny. Somebody said 3-foot gimmies. Why putt at all then? I think that was even more. Who said that? Affordable Sign Guy says if there's a lot of break on the green, a 1-footer can be a challenge. A putter length, that's insane. Why putt at all then? Well, I feel like the putter length would be within that 2.5 feet.
I feel like a putter length is fine. I mean, I don't know. Like, again, my grandpa was hardcore about that shit, dude. He takes golf way too seriously. Yeah. Not as much in his old age, but like when I was a kid, especially. Like, he was the kind of guy where, you know, he's like that fucking Greatest Generation I Like Ike guy where when you're 15 minutes early, you're 20 minutes late bullshit.
Yeah.
And like, I remember like as a kid, he would wake me up at like 5:30 in the morning when we had to leave the house at like 6:30, and I'm like, I don't need an hour to get ready, Pops.
I love how Even More goes a putter length. Why putt at all then? Because you haven't seen me chip, motherfucker. I just use the green as my target. if I hit it on
that's how it should be early on. I mean, early on, like you should be like I'll tell you this as a just a pro tip that my grandpa taught me when I was a kid, and it has always paid dividends for me. When you're first starting out, learn to hit a 3-wood off the fairway.
Yep.
If you can do that, it's one of the harder shots in golf. But if you can go to a fucking driving range, don't tee up, just practice hitting it off the fucking green. Because if you can hit your 3-wood, like most people can hit a 5-wood because of the loft, but if you can hit your driver or your 3-wood off the fairway, you can recover from almost anything you're going to fuck up.
That's 100% true, because my tee shots yesterday were straight, but they were short. And I was hitting my 3 hybrid off the fairway. I was just killing it yesterday. And that was what saved
and
me.
that's awesome.
Big time. Also got better at chipping yesterday because I learned something that, and very experienced golfers will laugh at me for this. If I stand on top of the ball with my wedge, I have a lot more control over distance.
Yeah, duh.
I've been kind of standing back from it a little too far, and I think that's where I've been. I've been getting too much arm into it.
You know the back foot, front foot thing, right?
No, of course not. I fucking suck.
So the closer the ball is to your front foot, the more accuracy you're going to have. The closer it is to the back foot, the more power you're going to have.
That's interesting, because when I hit my hybrid 3 off the fairway like we were talking, and I've started to tell April this only because it works for me, I've got 2 problems. One is the turning the hips. The other is the being out on the front foot and lifting my ass up. What I've actually done is I've kind of just pretended there was a person on my front shoulder pushing me backwards as I come forward with my swing. And it's helped a lot to keep it straighter and give me good distance. So it almost, like it looks like I'm just standing straight, but it feels like I'm almost shooting a fadeaway shot in a weird way.
You should get one of those collapsible wedges. They have those wedges that are for practice swings. And if you
fuck up,
right,
it folds. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't swing right if you fuck it up.
Affordable Sun Guy says the higher the iron, the farther back. I know that, but with the wedge, I've been standing too far back from it. I've been hitting too hard. Even More says, don't get me wrong, I'm not great at golf either. I've just never heard of a gimme being anything more than 1 foot. Well, like Corey said, it's an agreement between 2 losers.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best way to put it.
And that's not mine. That's like a famous golf pro. I think it was like Chi-Chi Rodriguez said. No, Chi-Chi's the 1 iron. Oh, dude, that's one of my favorite golf quotes ever is, what do you do in a lightning storm on the golf course? You run out into the middle of the fairway with a 1 iron because not even God can hit a 1 iron.
Somebody says, always putt those 1 foot 6 inches and longer putts, because in a tournament, odds are you're going to be with someone that's going to make you putt them all.
Yeah, that's the real reason why you putt them all, is because eventually you're going to be playing with a cocksucker that'll make you do that. And if all you do is take your gimmies, you're not getting the reps and the practice on the short track. It's the same thing with, I know you hate disc golf, but I like disc golf a lot because it's cheaper. But it's the same thing with disc golf. It's as you get closer, your friends will be like, no, it's fine, but you want to take every single one of those because eventually you'll play somebody where it's not fine.
Yeah. Somebody was asking, Aaron, were you kicking your ball into the fairway? No. There was only 1 hole where it was there's a dried out small ravine in this hole, so you can actually play it from where the water was now. And it was kind of at the downslope of that. And it was like an impossible fucking place to hit it. So I just kicked it back about 8 inches.
You didn't kick it, Aaron. You used your foot wedge.
That's right. I used my foot wedge, which everyone knows you get one.
If you really get fucked, you use your hand iron.
You got to use the hand iron. It was really bad. So yeah, there was one of those. But no, I don't kick it in the fairway. I'm pretty good with that hybrid 3 now. So I hit it from anywhere. All right. Well, anyway, little golf detour there. April, the main point I was trying to make is that if you're going to be home, we can figure out something for breakfast/lunch. But I think Old Capitol will have to wait until maybe Friday. We can do Old Capitol or something like that. I like playing disc golf, but I've never heard of a gimme, says Neat Trump. Oh, yeah, it's just basically, like I said, it's just, you putt it close and you're so frustrated, but it's close. So you're like, yeah, fuck it. I made that. I made this next putt here. Pick it up. It's good. Well, we got some information about schools from our friends at Good Morning America. Speaking of the kids going back to school, I saw that some schools in California are still going to make kids wear masks this year. That just seems fucking criminal.
I don't want to spoil whatever this topic is, but man, some of the data coming back, fuck.
Oh, it's really... No, this isn't what that story's about, so we can mention that. Yeah.
Okay, so yesterday we did a story on Twitch Talk about it was the math, right? And the math aptitude between, I'm gonna fuck up the age variance. It was like 8 and 12-year-olds or whatever, went down like something like 70% over COVID.
Yeah.
Like just the kids not being in school when they came back, and they're doing, because they have all these like placement tests or whatever, standardized tests, I think they're called. And those standardized testing scores are the lowest they've ever been since they started since COVID.
Yeah, I heard that like the test scores are like, some of them are at their lowest point in like 40 years.
Well, so like for standard, the thing that they were talking about yesterday, so for standard, so I graduated in 99, right? And they started doing the standardized testing in 2000, so I just missed them barely, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the standardized testing they've been doing since this system, they've been doing since the year 2000, and these are the lowest scores they've seen almost across the board, across the country since they started in 2000.
That's what it was. The test score, the standardized testing scores went down for the first time ever. That's what it was.
Like not just down, they're lower than any point they've ever measured.
Yeah. So you got those nightmare stories, and then you got the kids like they're speaking later. Their speech has been stunted because of the masks, because so much of speech, I guess, is visual. And then now, Good Morning America. Remember when there was that, before I tell you what they were talking about, remember that James O'Keefe and Project Veritas got that guy on tape from CNN saying, hey, by the way, we're done with COVID now, but we're really going to start making everything about climate change. Like the media is just going to be hammering climate change. Like, so if you watch, like, if you prefer CNN over this channel or this network or that network, you're really not picking anything different, because they're all taking the same marching orders, and they're all saying this is what we're doing next. So climate change, you've noticed people have been talking about a lot more lately. It's because the COVID scare was over. Now it's time to scare the shit out of people with climate change. And this is one of those topics that kind of makes me feel bad for like lefties, because this is like their 8th swing, their 8th hack at climate change. And once again, none of us want to fucking hear about it, because all of your ideas for it is just conveniently shit you've always wanted to do for 40 years anyway. And none of it has to do with anything.
Yeah, it's like you're just wringing your hands like, finally, we get to do it.
Right. There's a difference between don't let a good crisis go to waste, which is what they always say. But I think their position is more, we get really excited for a crisis. Like, that's the difference between an opportunist and a psychopath. Like, if you're an opportunist, you go, oh, this shitty thing happened, that's too bad. Well, let's see if we can make it work. But then the psychopath goes, oh, I really hope a shitty thing happens so I can do the stuff I want to do. That's the difference. So now with climate change, they're going after that again, but it's wind and solar. It's never nuclear. It's never shit that's going to make people's lives better or make their energy cheaper or more plentiful. It's always just dumb, stupid bullshit they want to do. That it doesn't matter if it works or not. Buddies of theirs will make a lot of money off of it, and the world will get to look exactly the way they want it to look. Ye fucking haw. Well, Good Morning America yesterday argued that it's actually too hot for kids to go back to school, and we might have to start thinking about changing the school schedule because of climate change. That's right.
I was muted. Oh, so,
As kids return,
you know what? I'm sure that's all just coincidental.
Oh yeah, it being talked about this year more than any other year, and this being the thing after COVID regulations have gone away from schools. Yeah, it's just a coincidence. They just discovered now that climate change is making the schools hotter and it's unbearable. So they're just pounding this drum now. It's a total coincidence. This is from Good Morning America. As kids return to school across the country, fall-like temperatures haven't returned to schools. Wow, it's almost like summer, or September is still a summer month, and it's still, people forget about that. Just because you did the simple act of going to school doesn't mean it's not summer anymore. Most of September is a summer month. Even here in Minnesota, it's still in the high 70s to low 80s in Minnesota in September. It doesn't start getting into the 50s and 60s for highs here till October, well into October. Instead, students from more than 100 Philadelphia schools were sent home early on the second and third day of school because of the district's extreme heat protocol and the 90-degree temperatures both inside and outside the buildings. Why don't your fucking schools have air conditioning?
Heat protocol.
It's a major problem, especially when roughly 100 Philly schools have no air conditioning. How the fuck is this possible? Not even wall units? Not even window units? Nothing? About 40% of the schools in the United States are thought to have air conditioning. What? Okay.
That's weird.
Then the problem here is not climate change. The problem here is the fact that you guys, you keep passing referendums to get the kids iPads and shit like that. Nobody thinks to get them some fucking air conditioning? Jesus, you guys. Chanowski said there's no official database or mandate for air conditioning in schools, and climate change is turning hot classrooms into a public health issue. Climate change.
Buddy.
Here we go. Climate change is just going to get worse, and our schools are going to suffer, he added. Fuck me. I mean, you say it a month ago, and here, like clockwork, here it is. Oh, there's a problem? Yeah, it's probably climate change. Well, it's just...
It just goes back to our age-old fucking phrase now. There is no quiet part.
Right, there is no quiet part, and we see you coming.
Yeah.
Like,
you're not fooling anybody. We see you. We fucking see you.
It's kind of like that friend that wants to take some of your stuff home with them. So they're like, hey, do you ever use that anymore? And you just kind of roll your eyes and go,
I do. What are you doing?
Yeah, you just kind of roll your eyes and go, oh, here we go. No, why?
No, I don't. And you can't either.
Right, but they're doing that thing where they want you to offer it to them. So when it comes to like the media and all this stuff, they're like, boy, sure is hot out here. And you go, yup, sure is. Boy, it's a shame the kids have to go to school in all this heat. Yup, sucks to be them. That's no fun.
Sure does suck.
Yeah. Wow, what do you think's causing it to be this hot? Well, no idea. You know, it is still summertime and it's still September, so it can still be hot out. You don't think climate change has anything to do? Oh, for fuck's sake, why didn't you just open with that? You wanted to make me say it, you shit. Yeah, Brandon says I'm way too woke. I wish I could go back to sleep. It does feel that way sometimes. Where you're like, God, I wish I didn't know how they do this. I wish I didn't know how the sausage was made. I really do. The Mood with a $5.
Those hot dog videos where you see him like killing a raccoon and then putting the raccoon in the batter. You can't ever unsee that.
Ah, you can't ever unsee it. The Mood with $5 says, done with work. Here is $5 to celebrate me being happy that today is done. Well, thank you, buddy. You guys are $15 into tomorrow's goal already. Thank you to both Kyle and thank you to Herman. Is it Herman the Great?
Yeah, Herman the Great, dude.
Herman
you ever
the
watched his videos?
No, don't call me out like that. Jesus. No, sorry.
Oh, dude, Herman the Great's great.
Well, you know what? Since the guy became a fucking VIP and along with Kyle carried
most of his videos get like 7,000 to like 8,000 views too.
Well,
like
since he helped carry the goal today. What's his channel name? I just typed in Herman the Great.
It's just called Herman the Great. One word though.
Oh, how about Herman the Worm? We could play that. That's a fun song.
No, it's just Herman the Great.
Herman the Great. There we go. 2.74 thousand subscribers. All right. Oh, I've seen Herman the Great before.
Yeah, I know you've seen this guy before.
Dude, where's my car? You're so vain, you probably think this stream is about you and then just openly calls it clickbait. That's funny.
Yeah. Dude, he's got like, there's one, which one is it that was like, hold on here. I'll go over to it. The giant robot thing, but there's one that didn't get a lot of hits, but it's like, yeah, Herman Goes to the Water.
Can I please watch, this is 2.5 minutes. Can we please watch Herman Reviews the Olive Pit?
Yes, dude. I'm telling you, watch them all. They're fucking hilarious.
All right, guys, this is
like
Herman
an
the Great.
anxiety monster that's hilarious.
This is Herman the Great, who became a VIP today on our channel.
Herman back here, and I'm at this awesome place, and it's called the Olive Pit. And here's why they call it the Olive Pit. They have every single olive known to
fucking olives.
Well, I bought these. These rather. The cream cheese stuffed olives.
All right, that sounds legitimately good. A cream cheese stuffed olive. This is the most autistic store I've ever seen. It's just a shitload of olives. Jesus.
Looking forward to trying them. I also bought a shake and a blood orange olive oil shake from here as well.
A blood orange and olive oil shake?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm going to also be trying for all of you here on this channel, so hopefully you guys enjoy that. I hope you guys enjoyed my wedding vlog that I did. You guys can check it out here in the card above.
It's like if Jake could keep a train of thought.
Stay tuned
Right.
for more.
I love it.
Yeah, like Herman the Great has the ability to actually continue a broadcast.
Yeah.
But you can tell he's just
And he's got
racked-
videos where he gets mad and when he goes nuts, it's pretty funny.
Yeah, you can tell he's kind of riddled with anxiety a little bit too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. A lot of his streams are just him on the couch, being anxious about things. But it's a really good watch. And the thing that I think he really nails, where Jake and Cowpoke could really take a page from him, most of his videos are super short.
Yeah, this one's 2.5 minutes long. Here, on the road to the rodeo, 4.5 minutes long. Welcome to my channel.
That's a long one for him. Yeah.
Yeah. Giant robot at my brother's wedding.
Just weird shit, dude. It's a fun. I'm telling you, it's very rare that I see somebody in here that I already knew of and was following already. But he's a very, very fun follow, and he doesn't, as you can see, he doesn't over post all that much.
No.
And his things are so short that you can just oh, there's a new Herman video. Let's check it out.
Here's Herman Goes Back to the Future. I want to see this.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? It's Herman the Great, and we are going back to the future. Let's go! Let's go!
And he's just running.
Yeah, he's gonna get to 88 miles per hour.
What the fuck? Oh, he's in a phone booth.
Oh my gosh. Get to the Avery Theater right now. We're going to go see Back to the Future Part 2.
Holy shit, is that a small town dick ass theater? Oh my God.
I love these. Man. They're all pretty good.
Look at this fucking movie theater. That's like a converted elementary school gym.
Like a community center.
Yeah.
It's a lot bigger than I thought it would be.
A lot bigger than I thought it would be.
I haven't seen it in years. And it was I think the year that I was born. That's when it was made. That's
1924 flashes on the screen, the year I was born.
It's a little strange for me, but hey. Guess how old I am in the comment section below.
98 years old, it says. Guess how old I am in the comment section below. I'm going to say 32. I'm going to say Herman's 3 years younger than I am.
I'm going to say he's 37.
Okay.
So, first of all, shut up, Timothy.
Somebody fires up their vehicle.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to start this by saying that was my first time in the Avery Theater.
I'm telling you, though, if Cowpoke and Jake were good at what they were trying to do, they would be Herman the Great.
They would be Herman the Great.
I felt like I was actually in a real theater. It was really, really awesome. The movie was just the same for me. I mean, it was the same as I've always seen it, but it was kind of cool to see on the big screen. I never saw the big screen before, so I will definitely be back to this Avery Theater. And by the way, I own this place right here. This is all my places I go. I go Wildwood down there.
Herman Now Senta. What? Herman Now Senta?
I go to Paystreak down there. I go to there.
I think it's supposed to say Herman
I've been everywhere
Town or something. I don't know.
Everybody, I have a message for all of you guys. I don't care what Timothy thinks. Stop spreading lies, Timothy. I was not born in 1924.
Stop spreading lies, Timothy. I was not born in 1924.
And then it's just done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I like most about Herman the Great. What I like most is that he became a VIP today. But
yes,
what I like most about his channel is they're just really quick hitters that are really fun. And again, to me, it's maybe not. I don't want to disparage Jake or anything. Maybe not Jake, but I think Cowpoke could be on that level if he would just shorten his fucking videos.
Yeah, just shorten it up. Don't feel like you have to go on a fucking tangent about anything or everything.
Well, like with the Herman videos, and again, there's a bunch of them. There's I'm trying to see which one I closed it, but there's a few that I remember just really liking. I'll figure them out and send them. I'll put them on the Toe Boys so people can check them out. But
I 100% just subscribe to Herman the Great.
Yeah, no, and it's going to be a great follow because the thing that's great about it, especially if he's in your subscription on YouTube's, right? You'll just be doing something and you'll be like, oh, holy shit, there's a new Herman video. And then you pop it in and it just like it's 2 minutes and they're just delightful. They're fun.
Delightful's the perfect word, and his voice is delightful, and the whole.
And like those are like the one. Let me find. I'm gonna see if I can find the quick one real quick because like where he really shines is when he gets super anxious on his couch.
Well, you go ahead and check it out. I'll do these last two things, and then we'll cruise from there. Midland Armory in downtown Foley. MidlandArmory.com. No matter where you live, why don't you order something from Midland Armory, whether it's a lower receiver, magazines, optics, parts and gear, suppressors, NFA, whatever you're looking for. You can also order firearms right there online at Midland Armory. They'll ship it to an FFL dealer near you where you can pick it up. That's Midland Armory in Foley or MidlandArmory.com. Now, when you order, use the promo code SteelToe and they'll give you a nice discount. So no matter what kind of firearm you're looking for or what kind of accessories you're looking for, Midland Armory has you covered. Just head to their website, give them a look over, see what they've got for you. Or if you have any questions, pick up the phone and call Derek and Tracy or email them from MidlandArmory.com and go check them out. That's Midland Armory in Foley, MidlandArmory.com. And degenerate gambling when it comes to football. It's that time of year again. I'm very excited. You should be as well. You got to use BetUS.com if you're going to do some betting this year. It's time to dust off the old BetUS.com account. There's the link in the chat. And get back into sports betting. Of course, bet responsibly, but use BetUS.com and use the promo code SteelToe when you sign up. But more importantly, use the promo code SteelToe when you make your first deposit, and you'll get a 125% sign-up bonus. That's BetUS.com, promo code SteelToe, all one word. The link is in the chat. There you see the landing page. That's where it'll take you. Bet on the go, fast payouts, live betting, up to the second prop bet updates. It's really easy to use. It's BetUS.com, where the game begins. Use the promo code SteelToe at BetUS.com. One more time, there's the BetUS link. Somebody does say, does Midland Armory ship overseas? That's something you'd have to call and ask them. So there you go. BetUS.com. Yes, Corey?
Just do the welcome to my channel. I think that'll be the funniest one. It's 50 seconds.
All right.
And then what's really funny about that, and we don't have to watch it, he does a 2-minute video almost immediately after called Restarting My Channel, which I just think is the funniest thing ever.
Right, because you don't need to tell anyone.
Yeah, it's like a 50-second like here's my channel, and then it's like the first video on the thing. It was like from a few months ago because he's only been on for. I feel like he had something beforehand, but he's only been on for like I want to say 3 months.
Yeah,
And
it looks like about 4 months he's been on.
Oh, 4 months, yeah. And like, so the first video is like, welcome to my channel. And then the second one is just restarting my channel. Fucking hilarious. But that first one, the first like 15 seconds are pretty funny to me.
All right, here's Herman the Great. Welcome to my channel.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Herman the Great channel. I am Herman the Great. What are you gonna get on this channel? Well, you're gonna get me. Me finally not getting in my way. Me finally allowing myself to be my true self. You're gonna get vlogs. You're gonna get maybe some karaoke stuff.
Yes!
Maybe a live stream or two if I feel like doing live streams. But you're gonna get me, Herman. So everybody, do me a favor. If you like me, or you like what you see thus far, hit that subscribe button and that notification bell. Everyone, welcome to the Herman the Great channel. Welcome to the Herm fam.
How many times did he tell you you were getting him? No, like it's so fucking funny. You're getting me, and then you're getting me, and then finally you're getting me.
Dude, he's just wholesome and delightful.
Yeah. Oh no, he's an absolute fucking delight.
He's just so like you can't leave a bad review on Herman the Worm's channel. Or Herman the Great. I was thinking of that kid song, the song my kids fucking listen to, Herman the Worm. Herman the Great. Here's restarting my channel.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Herman the Great back here, and I'm restarting this channel. So this video will be kind of a restart.
Like the same day, too. That's the funniest thing.
Yeah, didn't you just say welcome to my channel?
It's like the next video, and they were done on the same day.
Herman's rebranding
of the channel / channel intro. For those who don't know, I am Herman the Great, And I decided to restart this channel and kind of just start over yet again for the third time, I think, in 2 years.
Attaboy.
A little odd, I know, I get it, I understand it, don't worry, I know the comment section is being blown up with, hey, you shouldn't have done it, or you shouldn't have started over, but that's okay. I deserve any criticisms. This will be a very short-ish type video.
Herman is a much more self-aware version of any cowpote or Dave.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're looking at like a Jake or a cowpote, but you have a guy that's self-aware and just, I don't like, I can't explain it more than just delightful. There's something about Herman that I just enjoy. I just like the guy.
The word wholesome comes to mind.
Yeah.
Herman's a wholesome dude. Not only that, like, there's also a base level of likability that, no offense, cowpote and Jake just don't possess.
Right. Well, I think that that's because, like, both of them are kind of narcissistic, right? And I feel like it's always felt to me like Herman was doing his channel more as like an exercise in self-therapy.
Yeah, like,
you know, like if people want to watch, he's super excited about that, and of course he likes to have viewers. But like it always felt to me like he was doing it because he wanted to do it for him, not because, you know. Whereas like with Jake and cowpote, you know, I mean, like how many times has Jake said somebody's the best at what they do, right?
And then turned around and motherfucked them too. I mean,
too soon, Aaron. Too soon.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about Herman is like he's just naturally likable, and he's just doing this for him. Whereas like cowpote and Jake are like they're chasing something. Like there's an honesty in Herman that the other guys don't possess.
I just feel like Herman's a guy that does his videos, and I don't know this for sure or not, but I feel like he doesn't even look at the views. I really don't. No. I feel like Herman doesn't give a shit about the views. He's doing videos that he likes for him. Maybe he shares it with his friends or whatever. Because like even today, dude popped in, became a VIP,
yeah,
and then didn't even promote his channel.
Right. Didn't even say, hey, by the way, I'm Herman the Great. Go check out my channel. Like, we're doing that now.
None of it.
Because he's too nice of a guy not to do that for him.
Yeah.
Here, we'll watch him restart his channel.
I'm not really going to get into why I decided to start over yet again. I just decided to do it. Spur of the moment. So this is Herman the Great, everybody. And so I'm, like I said, I'm restarting. I'm going to put up a few videos, old videos on this channel, including the Man of God review with my roommate Timothy, and other videos that I was able to salvage from the other channel. So I hope you guys are having a wonderful time watching this. This channel, I may live stream in the future on this channel.
My whole thing is that he did it twice in the same day when he started his channel.
So this is just him rapping at us about what his channel's going to be.
Just rapping at us. But again, like they're all very short. And then he's got some longer videos, but they're usually based around a subject where you can follow it on a, like, you know, if Cowpote's a great example of that. If Cowpote would just go super short when he had nothing else to say, it'd be way better on the channel.
Did you see a couple of things I wanted to bring up from the wrestling world? Gordy just mentioned this in the chat. Did you see that WWE camera guy? I don't want to give it away if you haven't seen it. The shot of the crowd that a WWE camera guy captured. According to Gordy, he's fired now. Let me see if I can find this. I better than. Okay, there we go. There's the shirt. Yeah, this is a YouTube short. This is WWE Clash at the Castle, and they were doing crowd shots, and oh boy, did one of these cameramen put the wrong guy on camera. Here it is. So Tyson Fury was there with I think Drew McIntyre.
Okay.
That guy, you'll see it in a second. That guy got put on fucking television.
Oh.
A cameraman put that fucking guy on TV.
Where's the lie, though?
Fair, but how, like, was he fired before that shot stopped?
Well, I mean, maybe, but the other thing is he fired or is the director fired? Because when you're doing camera work, right?
They have to select your camera.
You're not even paying attention to it. You literally have a headphones on and you're just panning around, and the producer or director is telling you where to film.
Right, and then the director goes, go to camera this, go to camera that, go to camera. So you're just getting shots. Oh boy, is that not good though. Why the fuck do Europeans like American Pie so much? It's very strange to me. But
yeah, I don't know.
Oh, by the
So
way,
it's like with the cowboy shit, right? Like everybody likes cowboys and Indians when they're not from here.
yeah, might have surprised you that Tyson Fury showed up at a WWE event. Corey, any idea why Tyson Fury showed up at that WWE event?
Probably promoting his next fight.
No, because it was in Europe. Because he can't go to the United States.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, I thought that's... Yeah, obviously he wouldn't be showing up in America.
Yeah, he can't do that. So there's somebody just said that cameraman has been fired by WWE. That wouldn't surprise me in the least. There was also a wrestling thing that happened. I still haven't watched this. Apparently, and I know that AEW is starting to get into like the Vince Russo work shoot shit, which is like the MJF stuff and all of that.
Yeah.
Did CM Punk really get in a fight with two other wrestlers at a public event for AEW, or was that a work thing?
No, I saw a headline of it, but I didn't have an opportunity to read about it. I don't know, but I definitely saw there was some. I don't know if it's a work or not, but they definitely are pressing that as a story.
Yeah. Oh, Standalone K-Corn says, also, not a great choice of song for the Benoit shirt either. Yeah, I guess Bye Bye Miss American Pie is not the best song to be singing.
Oh, better than Miss Canadian Pie, right?
Yeah, I suppose, yeah, singing that song while you're wearing a better father than Chris Benoit shirt, a little iffy. I want to, I haven't seen the CM Punk thing yet. So I'll save my judgment, but I heard from people, oh, you got to check it out. Wow, it was amazing. And he just got in a fight with the guy. Anytime, like I'm an old school wrestling fan. I've been raised to believe if you see it on camera, then it's a work. That,
Yeah. 100%.
CM Punk fight. CM Punk's legit backstage fight. Full details of the backstage fight. Here, let's check it out. This is Cultaholic Wrestling. That's a 13-minute video. Anything quick? Like, was it not on camera?
He said it was backstage. I haven't seen the camera. I just saw the articles on it.
Okay, so it was backstage. He got then
CM Punk went off on Hangman Adam Page and the EVPs during a media scrum.
Because we have irresponsible people who call themselves EVPs and couldn't fucking manage a target, and they spread lies.
Executive Vice Producer? I don't know what an EVP is.
E or B? I wonder if it's something about the storytelling, guys.
EVP.
It's EVP. Yeah, Executive Vice Producer then or something like that. Probably.
Yeah, something like that.
And bullshit. An empty-headed, fucking dumb fuck like Hangman Adam Page to go out on national television and fucking go into business for himself.
After Punk was done, he went to his locker room where he was reportedly confronted by Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks about his comments. And it sounds like all hell broke loose after that. They got into an altercation. CM Punk started it by throwing a punch at the Young Bucks.
Oh boy.
And then CM Punk's coach Ace Steel threw a chair at Nick Jackson's face.
Jesus.
It was complete chaos, and all the drama backstage in AEW is really getting out of hand.
Yeah, it seems like that company like a year and a half ago was like the toast of wrestling, and now it's falling apart. Like guys are leaving again. And
Well, but this is what happens when you let the wrestlers run the promotion, right? Like this was always going to be a risk for AEW, right? Because like every time you have the talent overly like fucking doing, the product is really good early on and then it fizzles. That's what NWO was. Like you had a bunch of guys that were just like, cool, we're going to write all our own shit. Like,
yeah.
And then eventually it just tapers out. And then, cause everybody in wrestling is a fragile ego, right? Like they're all narcissists. And so if they're not getting more what they think, and especially with a guy like CM Punk, like he left WWE and then he couldn't quite make MMA work. Like that guy's just kind of a D-bag anyways.
He's a dick. He's a massive asshole. I mean, I always thought that like when WWE fans would chant his name, I'm like, I get it. You like him as a wrestler. But he really, like, every time you hear him in an interview, you're like, you smarmy little dick. You know, fuck you. I kind of liked it when he and Kevin Nash did that kind of worked shoot promo. And I always thought Kevin Nash got the better of him when he goes, it was something like, well, fuck it. We can play a clip of it. Kevin Nash, CM Punk. But yeah, Punk's always been a dick.
here's the metric that you know he's a dick, right? Like, he was putting butts in seats for the UFC, right? The UFC kept Greg Hardy on the roster throughout like 5 or 6 losses. If you were bringing people to the arena, right? The UFC doesn't really give a shit if you're winning or not, and they cut him outright.
Yeah. So CM Punk cut this big promo on Kevin Nash, and during the whole CM Punk's a fucking rebel thing. I won't play the video because I don't want to get popped by Vince, or I guess Triple H now, not Vince.
Vince.
Here's Kevin Nash actually said
a poor choice of words. Get popped by Vince.
Yeah, you're right. The paycheck's good from what I hear.
Too soon.
So Kevin Nash responds to CM Punk, and I thought he made a great point about wrestling in general.
This is the first time you and I have spoke. And let me tell you something. You need to watch your mouth.
By the way, I've always liked the kind of cool demeanor with which Kevin Nash has always cut his promos.
He just has a way of like not quite yelling, but still like authority. Like he does have like one of the best promo voices out there.
Yeah.
I need to watch.
You know what it reminds me of, actually? It kind of reminds me of Jake the Snake.
Watch the show. I do and say whatever I want to whomever I please.
Obviously, your world just changed.
A lot of delay.
Yeah,
I'd like to see the text message on my telephone.
You want to see the text message my little sister Shalene sent me last night? Here it is. OMG, Kevin Nash, WTF, thought he was dead, LOL.
I just want to cut to Nash's parts.
All Triple H has done is shook things up around here.
No. I'm the guy that shook things up around here.
All you are is a little indie-rific, little wannabe.
Indie-rific.
You've been here 5 years. You've been in 2 main events. Really? Where do you have the belt? 3 times in 20 days?
Yeah, that really hurts, coming from somebody who knows so much about being a main eventer. The guy that said the legendary Eddie Guerrero was a vanilla midget. What do you know about main event talent? Huh? It's too...
Well, if you want to go to 1996, when I changed the business with Scott Hall and made sure that everybody, including guys like you, got guaranteed money. Yeah, thank you. That's what you should be saying. Shut your mouth and say thank you, Mr. Nash.
I loved that part. Say thank you, Mr. Nash. And then he said one thing about him hitting the weights or something I thought was really good.
Because as far as I'm concerned, if this is where the business is right now, with some guy that looks like a short order cook from a Pikeville Waffle House is a champion, take a shower, hit the weights, get a clue.
That was my favorite part. Take a shower, hit the weights, get a clue. But CM Punk always has been a fucking asshole.
Oh, he's the biggest dick ever, dude.
Yeah. Actually, Kevin Nash has a podcast now. I've been watching clips of it. It's pretty good.
Is it?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I know a lot of wrestlers have podcasts now, but it's interesting to hear all of their stories from their perspective.
I love the ones where it's somebody that's big. Like that Stone Cold Austin podcast is great. Like, especially when he gets like The Undertaker or Mick Foley on there because they were friends,
Yeah, Bruce Pritchard.
Like, that's what
is
like
good.
When you get people who are friends and they went through that era together, it's awesome.
Yeah, Bruce Pritchard has a good one. Eric Bischoff has a good one. Obviously,
I really like Bischoff's one. Pritchard's is really good. I think Pritchard's is one of the better wrestling ones out there.
Yeah.
It's something to wrestle with, right?
Something to wrestle with, yeah. But Kevin Nash's is really good. It's called it's not called Clickbait, although I thought that would have been an awesome name for it. But it is KLIQ. It's click this or something like that. I thought clickbait would have been better, but oh well. And he just tells a shitload of stories. It's with that guy who used to do those shoot interviews with him all the time, Sean something. It's pretty good. Yeah, it is called Click This. Okay. But
that's because they were the Click, right?
Yeah. So CM Punk, but to get back to the story, CM Punk punches like 3 stars in the fucking face backstage after shitting on the company. And by the way, not the first time he's done this. Like CM Punk goes and shits on every company he's ever worked for. He gets on the microphone and shits on them and how terrible they are and nobody knows how to run anything. Punk's one of those, forgive to use the word punk, but he's one of these assholes who always thinks he can run it better. Everybody else is so fucking stupid except for him. And I don't know. I think he's kind of he's
fucked himself out of what could have been a really good career, because he had so much heat and he was doing so good that first run before he just burnt out.
Yeah. And he now he's gone here, and he said the EVP, the executive vice president, which I think is Tony Khan, said the executive vice president couldn't manage a target. It's like, motherfucker, they got a lot of young guys in the back. They've also got veterans like Daniel Bryan and shit. They can get rid of you.
Well, not only that, but like, look at pre-COVID, right? You had 5 pretty decent wrestling promotions going. Now, like, Ring of Honor isn't really there. Like, New Japan doesn't really do anything here. I don't know if
nothing. Yeah.
Was that like NWA? I don't know if they're still doing theirs.
Right.
Power or whatever. But like, you had, 3 or 4 indie outlets that are just gone. So like, AEW is not like hurt up for talent.
And this has been the thing with a lot of wrestling promotions ever. Is that they get to this point where they're just on the cusp of being able to compete. So they go out and get big names. And without fail, it never ceases to amaze me that when they go out and get those big names, the ratings don't move. The needle doesn't move. Yep. Like, they went out and got CM Punk, and I'm sorry, nothing's changed. Like, the
last name they got that moved the ratings was probably Sting.
Yeah, and Sting's just such a fucking trooper, Like, Sting's just such a good company guy. He's the absolute opposite of CM Punk. And here we go. Somebody just sent me this. Sunday night moved to Monday morning. CM Punk spoke at the post-match press conference and took a flamethrower to the AEW locker room, laying into fellow wrestlers, specifically Hangman Page, the company's executive vice presidents, who are Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks, as well as Colt Cabana, who's supposed to be like his good buddy. So there you go. There's your problem.
He's going after Colt Cabana. Colt Cabana is the only reason he's there.
Right. So the reason you were just saying, Tony Khan lets the wrestlers run the business, which is not necessarily the best idea.
It's good short term, but it doesn't work out long term typically.
I think Cody Rhodes said, look, the lack of structure at AEW made me go back to Vince. And honestly, Cody Rhodes belongs there. He belongs where his dad was and everything else. And, the focus of the press conference should have been the stunning return of MJF, but that major plot line became nearly non-existent as Punk went entirely off script in his critiques. Once Punk exited the press room, he exchanged words in a locker room with Omega and the Bucks, which led to a physical altercation. They will include suspensions for every person involved. The list of those receiving suspensions includes Omega, Matt and Nick Jackson, Pat Buck, Christopher Daniels, Michael Nakazawa, Brandon Cutler. Multiple sources have shared that Punk and Ace Steel will either be among those suspended or will no longer be with the company by the end of Wednesday. Punk met with Khan on Tuesday, so the two had an opportunity to discuss how that exit could be handled. So Punk might be gone, like gone from AEW. Holy shit.
Then what? Then what does he do? He's going to have to go to the fucking Caribbean and wrestle Marty Scurll.
Is he going to have to suck Triple H's dick and make nice? That would be great. If I'm Triple H, and, he's kind of like Vince, where if it's good for business, he'll bring somebody back. But I think it would be great if they just go, you need a job? Yeah, come work for us. We're going to book you to get the fucking shit beat out of you by everyone. We're going to make you cut promos where you apologize to me in the ring, on the air. Just humiliate the fucking guy. What a dick. And it's funny. A year ago, CM Punk was sucking AEW's dick in a promo going, it's great to be in a place where I can be me and I feel good again. It's like,
yeah, dude. Well, it's like one of those, what's that old saying? Like, give him enough rope to hang himself.
Right. And it's just like until the guy doesn't get his way, then he fucking hates you. When he doesn't get his way, now all of a sudden you all suck. He's the 40-year-old guy doing the entry-level job that never gets promoted, but he always complains the bosses are morons that don't know what they're doing. Yeah, that's accurate. That's accurate. And also, I believe he's over 40 at this point. Scumbag Josh says, LOL, he's not been friends with Colt in almost 10 years. Yeah, that's what someone else said. They had a huge falling out, and they almost sued each other over it.
I had read somewhere that Cabana helped get him that job. Maybe he was just like putting his personal feelings aside for business, but
maybe
not. Maybe whatever I read was wrong.
Good old JR says
did you know Paul White is in AEW now?
Yeah, he's an agent there.
That's crazy.
I think that's pretty cool. He just seems like a decent enough dude. But
did you ever see a sitcom?
Oh, well, I mean, seems like a decent enough dude doesn't always translate into a hell of a TV show. I will admit that. So, AEW's got a lot of agents. I think Billy Gunn just left AEW for WWE because Triple H was back in charge, and he was like, "It's the fucking Wild West over there. It's unbelievable the kind of shit people get away with. I mean, it does. Why does every company that competes with WWE all turn into WCW?
Because that's what you can do, right? You can either go with the formulaic WWE or you can go WCW. That's like the only, or you can partner with New Japan. That's the only other option.
Yeah, I guess that's about it. CM Punk's their champion right now? Fuck. Uh-oh. Oh, wow, they got way too...
I was looking at their roster. He's their champ.
They got way too many champions, too. That always sucks. They have a world champion, a TNT champion, an AEW All-Atlantic champion. They've got 2 women's champions.
Well, they have people carrying the championships from other stuff on their roster, too, like Ring of Honor, because they're doing all the cross-promoting shit.
Yeah, Impact, I think they work together. Ugh. Oh, William Regal is there? Fun.
Yeah, that's pretty hilarious, right?
Broadcast team, Jim Ross, Justin Roberts, Tony Schiavone, Taz, referee, coaches. Here we go. They got Arn Anderson, Billy Gunn. Oh, Billy Gunn is still there. I'm sorry. Arn Anderson, Billy Gunn, Jerry Lynn, Pat Buck, and Vicky Guerrero.
They have Paul White listed in the actual talent roster.
So I did miss him. So he is in the talent roster.
Yeah. He's 1-0 with singles record, so he is wrestling.
Fucking Stinger's 10-0 in AEW in it for his career. He is. I love that.
And I will give him mad credit. When they first signed him, those first couple matches, I was like, they're going soft on him and it's not that fun. But dude is still doing it. I mean, it's still Sting.
Yeah. Well, and not only that, he's jumping through tables and shit. And he's
that's what I'm saying. I feel like when he first came back, he was just kind of working himself, getting his body conditioned or whatever they call it, right? Because when you get the calluses and shit, there's a term for that, breaking in or some shit like that. I forget what the wrestling term is, but
he's 63.
Once he got back to getting in the flow of it, he's going through tables he's fucking 20 again. It's crazy.
God damn. He's out of his mind. He's like Terry Funk at this point. Let's go ahead. Let's move on from it. Sorry to those of you who don't like pro wrestling. I just be
right back. Shit.
I knew there was some drama going on, so I wanted to cover that real quick. Let's go into our next story. Holy shit, we've only got 45 minutes left in today's show. LabGlass says they have over 100 wrestlers on their roster with 3 hours of TV time. Yeah, that can't maintain itself. No. That's that can't keep going. But yeah, I think, fuck it. The CM Punk thing didn't move the needle ratings wise. Just get rid of him if he's going to be a fucking asshole everywhere he goes. I think we all have to admit by now, Triple H was right. Vince McMahon was right. Let the guy fucking go. Who cares? Dorchester County teacher, I believe this is in South Carolina. I don't know why this seems to happen at least once a quarter. It seems like every school year, there's 4 or 5 of these incidents. They all make the news. They all go viral, but yet nobody learns their lesson, and one teacher attempts it every year. Let's go to the chat here real quick. If you've been a longtime listener of this show, we cover when this shit happens. Let's see if you know what school lesson I'm talking about. Throw it up there in the chat. A teacher always tries to do this assignment every goddamn year, and it's usually a history class. It bites them in the ass every time, and then some other asshole thinks they're finally going to be the one to do it right. Before we hit play on this Dorchester story, Sam, pretty close. Sam's guess is pretty close. You guys all have it kind of right. But what specifically? I'm looking for one specific thing. Not slave auction, but it does have to do with slavery. They always do this one.
Oh, my God.
William Walsh says, what you did for summer. No, that one tends to be pretty non-controversial. Because somebody's going to get this. It's one that we've covered before. Yep, there you go, Silver Wolf. Another teacher, one day into the goddamn school year, decided they were going to do a cotton picking assignment.
How do they not learn their lesson?
Right? It's every goddamn time with these people. All right, here we go.
It's like when there was like that circulation of videos where they were doing like mock slavery like 3 times.
Yeah.
Like the first time is insane, right? But like the second, third, fourth, fifth, all the times after that, like what the fuck is wrong with you?
I mean, this happens. I mean, how many of these do we cover every school year? 4?
At least 4.
Yeah. And
but I would say this seems a little early, right? Seems a little early for cotton picking season.
Yes. I mean, that's the most offensive thing about this is the lack of agricultural knowledge. This is Oak Brook Middle School in Dorchester County, South Carolina.
A Dorchester School District 2 mom is looking for answers after she says her son's teacher used a derogatory word to describe another teacher and made her son partake in a cotton picking exercise.
You've been back for a fucking day. You've been back for a day. You already hate one of the other teachers, and you're making the kids pick cotton. We can't keep you.
As Michael
Sounds like
Higgin
they're tenured to me.
reports some other claims, she's getting no answers from the district.
LaShonda Wiggins' son goes to Oak Brook Middle School in DD2, and she says something his teacher allegedly said a couple of weeks ago has her upset.
A couple of weeks ago, do some states go to school early?
Oh, yeah. Actually, most schools go to most schools will in the South anyways. I just found this out this year, actually, because in Texas this happens. But most schools go back like the second week of August. And the reason why for the coastal cities is hurricane days.
Oh,
so like the way that we have snow days, they have hurricane days. But like if the hurricanes knock out shit, sometimes it can be up to like a week before the kids are back in school.
Oh, okay.
So they start them earlier here because I never knew that, and I was like, why do they do that? And somebody like here I was at an open mic, I'm like, why are they in school already? And they were super smarmy with me, and they're like, because Houston gets hurricanes, idiot. I'm like, and
yeah, fuck me, sorry.
Yeah, sorry for not knowing the ins and outs of your weird culture.
His teacher had made some comments. He said that she has a friend next door, a teacher next door. He's a black teacher. She refers to him as the monkey next door.
Oof.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think we call the black people monkeys. I don't think that's something that really gets you ahead in the business, as it were. We don't, especially, the black teacher, we don't.
Get you ahead in the monkey business?
Ooh, that is some monkey business.
But it wasn't just the wording. Her son says immediately after those comments, the teacher had the class do a cotton picking activity.
Hey, we got a monkey next door. Who wants to pick some cotton? It's like, well, are you just on a roll with your fuck ups today? Like you just keep them going? Like after that, she painted her face black and went, I's gonna pick some cotton with you, kids.
You're not leaving a lot of room open for when you have to go fucking do the N-word, right?
Right, yeah. I mean,
that's what's coming next. It has to be.
All the kids are holding it with one finger in the air going, and now. It's coming right now. You're going for the trifecta, lady.
From what the assistant principal explained to me is that she was going to just bring the cotton in, give it to the kids and say, her words were, here's how you pick cotton. He wanted.
Okay, but like objectively, like what's wrong with that?
I think you might be a little more sensitive to that if you're black. I think it might be, it might dredge up some history lessons. Well, hey.
It's just one of the most relevant agricultural products of the South.
I mean, maybe it was amplified by the fact that she referred to the black man next to her classroom as the monkey next door. I don't know. Maybe it was a timing issue. I'm not really
correlation is not causation, Aaron.
That's true. Well, after the assignment, she just sang the entire class "Mammy," so there is that.
That's pretty damning.
It's to know,
that's the one that finally turns me. All right,
that's the straw that broke the camel's back. Then she had them sing old slave hymns. It got weird. And then after school, she made
the words to Jimmy Crack Corn. Yeah.
After school, she made them all run through the bramble bush to their buses instead of taking the normal way. It was odd. Then she chased them with bloodhounds. I thought that was
I don't get the bramble bush reference. The bloodhound one I get.
You had to run through like spiky bushes if you were escaping slavery and all of that.
Oh, is that a thing?
Yeah, there's all kinds of weird spiky shit you had to run through in the woods to get
So
away.
basically, they just like nature's caltraps.
Yeah, exactly.
Or why do we have to go back to that?
Wiggins says the principal acknowledged what happened, but she has been provided no other answers as to any kind of repercussions.
I mean, I send my kids to school, to learn. They're supposed to be.
They were learning agriculture.
To learn.
I mean, they were definitely learning how not to identify a coworker. That's a lesson that they might need to learn someday. I don't know. Look,
I'm learning agriculture.
I'm not saying the teacher should be able to stick around, but your kids did learn something at least. By the way,
Here's the heel turn. The teacher's also black.
Oh, see, now that would make it much more interesting. It's funny that this whole thing comes out and she's saying all this stuff, and then the school goes, "Yeah, we can't tell you anything about the discipline." It's like, just be honest. She's a union teacher. They'll fight for her, and she ain't going anywhere. That's the truth.
Somebody nails it. They just walk in, put Blake Shelton's old red on, and get a bloodhound. Like, all right, we're gonna do some role playing.
All right, kids.
Ain't nobody in 8 years of teaching got past old red.
She's like, all right, kids. The president says we need to get 30 minutes of exercise every day. Quick, run for that tree.
Yeah.
Treated equally amongst.
Now we're gonna get our own
peers and
switches.
people that's responsible for teaching them. So when he came home and told me that, I was still extremely upset.
Well, I reached out to the district about the incident, and they provided me with this statement. Quote, Dorchester School District 2 takes every allegation seriously. We are currently investigating an alleged incident at Oak Brook Middle School. We do not comment on personnel matters, end quote.
In other words, we're not going to be able to do anything about this because of the teachers union. Don't get mad at us, please.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to like it. As far as the switch goes, he needs money really badly. You could probably get Adrian Peterson to go in and do a demonstration.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Why don't you tell everyone about what's coming up on Twitch Talk today? I will go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll come back and do overtime. Thank you guys very much. Thank you, Herman the Great, and thank you, Kyle, for making overtime possible today, and everyone who chipped in their memberships and $10 and everything else. But those two really launching it over the top. Corey, you go ahead and tell them about Twitch Talk today. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. So, today we're doing a bunch of different stuff, some UFC previews, and then there's also this shit where Russian troops are being honey-trapped by Ukrainians on fake profiles, so they're basically catfishing the Ukrainians. I thought that was pretty funny. So we'll probably mess around with that. I'm sure some other people will come up. And then right after the show here at 10:30, we're going to be going live on a bunch of platforms. So we'll be on YouTube, we'll be on Trovo, we'll be on D Live, we'll be on Twitch, we'll be on Rumble. We're doing them all. Same time. Simulcasting to the stars. But that UFC fight I'm super getting excited for because I love me some Nate Diaz and I want to see if he gets smashed or not. So Michael B's got to sleep. Good night, Michael B. Goodbye. Yeah, that like fucking Diaz Chimaev fight this weekend is going to be fucking bananas. And then we have the NFL. We'll probably talk the NFL a little bit too. We got the Packers, Vikings. We got all kinds of shit going on.
All right.
We also have he's back.
I'm back. God damn it. I had something I wanted to.
I was telling them this story that you would probably enjoy. Is that I found for the show today is there are Russian troops being honey trapped by Ukrainians on dating sites right now.
Oh, that's funny.
Isn't that hilarious?
I love that one. I saw something. I will say this. Fucking Daily Mail has to stop biting on every bullshit Ukrainian PR story they see.
Oh, right.
Because they bite on everything and they're like, isn't this badass what these Ukrainians are doing? I'm like, first of all, that thing is a fucking stalemate where the Ukrainians and the Russians are walking into fucking meat grinders. I mean, the Russians have taken that territory, they're holding it, and the lines have not budged for months now.
Well, that's exactly what happened. The Russians took this territory, and they're basically just marching Ukrainian soldiers into a meat grinder. We did this thing last week that was crazy, is that, so DW, which is the German news outlet, right?
Yeah.
And France, like, they were covering this as if these like rebels were winning. It's so weird. Like every time anything happens, they act like, oh, they're fighting back, this and that. But then if you look at that map that I have and other stuff, it's like, it's not moving at all. It's been the same grinder it's been for 3 fucking months.
Yeah, the lines haven't moved. There's a counterattack here, a counterattack there, and it just stays the way it is. They're going to have to come to some kind of peace resolution where, and unfortunately for Ukraine, they're probably going to have to give up some territory to Russia.
I don't even think that that's happening now. Like, I think it's going to be wintertime now, and they're just going to starve them out. Because, again, even though Russia hasn't taken all of Ukraine, guess what they've made? Sure, nobody's planting food.
Well, they got the wheat field areas.
Right, but but you think people were there farming during all of this?
Yeah, no, not in the occupied fighting areas.
But even in the unoccupied areas, like, look at how many people are fleeing Ukraine and look at where all the shell is. I'm just saying, like, even the places that aren't occupied by Russia, those people weren't sitting there doing farming. That's not what they were doing.
Yeah, and I'm guessing a lot of the farmers probably also went into the military too.
Yeah, or left because people were like being able to just go. Like, if you lived in Ukraine and they're like, hey, you could go to America right now, I'd be like, see you.
There was this bullshit story that Daily Mail picked up, and it's like, come on, guys, at least cover the news. Don't just be, so clearly one-sided. But they did this story. I think you probably saw it too. Ukrainian farmer shoots down Russian jet with a shotgun. It's like,
yep.
No, he didn't. All right? He's fucking lying to you.
That didn't happen.
That did not happen. I don't care how close a military-grade jet is flying. You could shoot it from like 6-10 feet away while it's moving, and you could shoot it with a fucking shotgun, and nothing's going to happen to it. Nothing. So, stop already.
You can walk up to it, I'm pretty sure, with a shotgun and put it to where it's touching.
Yeah, and it would still, like, you damage it a little, but you're not going to shoot it down.
Right.
Ryan the Garbage Man says, Russia's waiting for the ground to freeze so they can roll the bulk of their tanks in. I don't know anything about that. I don't
know about that. They're waiting for winter because once winter hits, everybody has to come to Russia's table because they've basically neutralized a lot of the food for the world.
I don't know. I don't know about that, man. I mean, does Russia really fight that well in the wintertime historically?
No, but they don't. That's the thing. This is the beauty of their strategy. They found the only strategy that doesn't even involve them winning.
Right. I'm saying historically, Russia, that's when they start turning the tables on people, is when it's fucking wintertime. Like, crushed Napoleon's army in the winter, crushed Hitler in the winter. It's just... Yeah. What did they say? General Winter is undefeated, or whatever that saying is in Russia?
Oh, yeah. No, this entire skirmish has been built to be this winter. Because, again, those people they're not planting wheat. Like, there's going to be food shortages.
There's something I wanted to play today. I wanted to make sure we got this in because I'm watching the people who are really obsessed with politics, like really watch this Trump Mar-a-Lago thing. And they're like, we're going to get him. We're finally. I watched this ad yesterday and I went, you guys can go ahead and get Trump all you want. It's going to take you a long time. You're going to waste a lot of capital doing it. And maybe you get him in the end. Okay, cool. Great. He's not the guy you need to be fucking worried about.
Well, the problem is like they're fucking delivering Ron DeSantis. That's what they're doing. Because so first off, I don't think they're going to get Trump for anything. I think they're going to indict him. And I think under oath, he's just going to blame his lawyers, like advising him for stuff.
Right. Yeah.
That's what he does. He literally, like, every time Trump's in trouble, he never does anything directly, so he can just have a middleman fall on the grenade.
Yeah.
And some lawyer is going to go to jail.
Uh-oh.
Trump just runs again. And that's the best case scenario for the Dems, and they don't even realize it. Because by doing all this shit, like you keep saying, like we're saying, you're ushering in a Ron DeSantis, like Reagan-esque ass kicking.
Yeah. Why don't you Oh, there you are. Okay, your video cut out and your audio cut out for just a second. I was going to have you log out and log back in, but you're back now.
My internet connection is unstable. Dude, Spectrum Internet can suck my dick.
I've been hearing that. I was on Who Are These Podcasts, and I talked to Pat Dixon yesterday, and both of them had Spectrum in New York. And
yeah, there's something going on with Spectrum, and it's not just regional to Texas, but they are garbage. Like Twitch Talk has had just like dropped connections and then like had to restart quite a bit.
I had to update OBS 2 days ago because it just decided to fucking crash on us right in the middle of a show, evening show. We were up at like 250 people for an evening show, which is like our record. We broke it last night, thank goodness. But we were up at like 250, and even the audience was like, "Hey man, the evening show numbers are really taking off, this and that." And then just as they're saying that, the fucking thing takes a shit. And I'm like, oh no, we got it back. It only got to like 160 something, but still. And then last night we covered Kumia ripping the shit out of Stuttering John. So there were a lot of people in there for that, which was kind of fun. But yeah, the internet has been a little fucky. It forced me to update OBS, which I feel like was kind of a goal.
Maybe I'll have to update my OBS then.
I don't mind the display, this new display they have. Well, anyway, Ron DeSantis released this ad yesterday, and you are out of your fucking mind if you think Ron DeSantis is just doing this campaign ad for his governor's race this year. I think this had overtones of, Gavin Newsom, we coming for you, that kind of thing. Let's take a look. This is a 1-minute ad released by Ron DeSantis yesterday. I watched this on our way to golf, and I told April after I played it, I said, this guy's got a presidential seat just being kept warm for him at this point.
Dude, he's gonna win Reagan style. It's Carter into Reagan. It's literally the cycle.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Governor Ron DeSantis.
Today we deliver for the people of Florida yet again.
You saved our jobs.
And kept us going.
They tried to shut us down, but you saved our business.
$1,000 bonuses.
You had our backs.
And honored our service.
You led by facts, not fear.
And you let us decide.
You let me go to school. You gave me a voice.
First of all, the letting people
school
work,
one is hard hitting.
That school one hits hard. It's like you let a little kid going, you let me go to school.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's like one of those moments where you go, there, fuckface, run against that.
Yeah.
I fucking dare you to run against this little kid going, because again, a lot of campaign ads are full of like lies and half-truths. I think this one works so well because it's all true.
Yeah.
You can't refute any of it.
Well, and the best part, my favorite thing about him is his parents are Cuban immigrants, so they can't even go after him as the prototypical patriarchy white dude, this and that.
They'll try, but it's not going to.
But it's gonna look real stupid when they ask him about immigrant stuff, and he knows way more about it than anybody else. Because his parents are fucking immigrants.
Or when he criticizes their socialist policies, he's like, "What do you know about socialism, Governor DeSantis?" He'd be like, "My parents escaped Cuba."
Yeah.
My parents.
We're actually trying to get more Cubans in here if you want to let them in, but you guys only want the Mexicans in here.
Yeah, and pretty soon you'll stop letting the Mexicans in because it turns out every 15 years they all start turning Republican.
Well, they always are. South America is one of the biggest hubs for Catholicism. Catholicism is huge in South America.
It's very conservative.
And guess what? Guess how Catholics tend to vote.
Not for gays and trans people.
Correct.
Anyway, we're halfway through the ad, but the business owner going, you kept us open, and then the little kid going, you let me go to school. It's like, yeah, here you go, fucker. Run against that.
Fear.
And you let us decide.
You let me go to school. You gave me a voice.
You put us first.
And didn't let them keep us apart.
You let us learn.
You let us compete.
All of us.
It's a kid in a wheelchair playing golf, for fuck's sake. How are you going to beat him when he's got a kid in a wheelchair playing golf with cerebral palsy or whatever? Charlie Crist is fucked.
You protected our right to worship together in person.
And you raised our pay.
You protected our waters and kept Florida beautiful.
When they attacked you, you didn't cave.
You stood strong for Florida.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor.
Gracias, Gobernador DeSantis.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor DeSantis.
That's my favorite right there.
Oh, you guys.
It's the guy not speaking English thanking him.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Raiden Mar-a-Lago seems like a great idea. That's what you guys should be focusing on. It's no problem.
That's the thing is, as they focus more on Trump, you're saying, he just slides underneath.
This guy is just fucking them right in the ass. And he's taking their talking points and making them his. He's like, you gave schools more money. It's like, wait a minute, he's a Republican. He's not supposed to be giving the schools more money. Hey, you let my children go to school. You let me see my old
angle.
Yeah, you let me see my old grandparents, so I didn't have to. They didn't die while I was, locked down somewhere. And then the guy speaking Spanish and thanking him. It's like that ad should have ended with Governor DeSantis grabbing his dick and going, "What now? Now what do you want to do?" Yeah, and am I wrong? That was not just an "I'm running for governor of Florida" ad.
I mean, it's a dry run for a political ad for sure.
That's a good one though. Like that.
But that is I think that it's also able to be applied to being a president, right? Clearly. But I honestly don't even think that was the intention of it. I think the intention was just hammer home all these things. Because if you're DeSantis, and let's say you're even on the like right side of the aisle, like that's the best Republican politician working right now.
Yeah.
And Florida being more conservative, like then on top of that, you have like the CDC, you have all these people coming out admitting that they lied openly about this medical advice.
Right.
Yeah. And then you have the biggest part, and this is where, I don't have any data. I'm not the reporter on that, but I'd be interested to see what the standardized testing in Florida was versus other places.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see.
Because like all the metrics and all the information you see are all national averages, but because they don't want to show those state averages, because it'd be interesting to see states like Texas and Florida where the schools weren't really closed, if those kids are doing better.
Here you go. I just searched it when you asked that. July 7th, 2022. Florida test scores far exceeded state expectations.
Yeah.
The Florida Department of Education released a new report saying the state's standardized testing scores had reportedly exceeded their expectations for this last school year. It marks the first full school grade data released since 2019 due to the lack of testing in the 2019-2020 school year and the opt-in nature of grades the following year. The Education Department said it applauds the hard work of Florida students, parents, teachers, and school leaders as their collective efforts to support student achievement and improve school grade levels while defying conventional wisdom and established a foundation for closing further achievement gaps. So
it's almost like letting kids go to school helps them do better in school.
Yeah, actually, so the amount of students receiving A grades went down, but by like 140 kids out of thousands. Their B's went down by 102. Their C's went up by 76. And they did have 16 more F's than they did last year, but that's not very much. But they said that they were pretty happy with the results, and it far exceeded their expectations. So letting the kids stay in school a little longer ended up helping them out. Weird.
Who knew?
Look, man, none of the shit about him came true, like the whole Death Santis stuff and all that. Like he had the same what do you call it? Death rate, like the rate of death as the places that were locking down and doing everything else. So, and also like people voted with their feet. Like people moved there in record numbers. I don't know if you saw this or not, but fucking Gavin Newsom's in-laws moved to Florida during the pandemic and started giving money to Ron DeSantis.
That's amazing.
They're Ron DeSantis donors.
So are they did they gain seats? Because I know Texas, they're saying gained some seats.
Well, that would have been what, the 2020 census? It might have been too early for them to pick up seats.
No, they're saying they expect them to. I mean, like, yeah, the census isn't out yet, but like they're expecting. The thing that I was reading was Florida and Texas are gaining, and California's losing.
Oh, I was wrong. Florida gains 2 congressional seats.
Okay.
That's 2010. Sorry, that was the last one. The last one, they gained 2 congressional seats. Florida will gain 1 seat in Congress. That's from April of last year. Okay. Will Texas gain seats? They will. Now, this is last year also, so this is this next round here. Texas will gain 2 seats in Congress.
There you go.
And California's going to lose some, so that kind of shifts that red-blue dynamic.
New York is losing too. People are leaving New York and California.
California losing congressional seat for the first time. They're going to lose at least 1 seat.
They're saying the things that I've been seeing say closer to 2 or 3 though.
Okay. This one.
So that one is just like the one is like them begrudgingly having to report it, you know.
New York will lose a congressional seat starting in the 2022 midterm elections. Yeah, because I think AOC has to run against somebody now, and because they're combining the 2 seats or something.
Yeah,
like
it's the 2 incumbents are running against each other.
Yeah, wow, that's pretty interesting. DeSantis and his governor race better not be very close. I'm thinking that they're going to start fucking with polling this year, like worse than they ever have before, because There's always been a big
give a fuck about polling though.
Yeah, there's always been that big gap between what the polls say and then like when you go out and talk to people, you're like, I'm not seeing any of this being reflected. I think they almost released those polls to gaslight people and discourage them from voting. And be like, yeah, see, your guy's not going to win. So what's the fucking point, right? You know?
The first poll one I just entered says DeSantis 50%, Charlie Crist 47%.
And I don't think it's going to be that close. It's not going to be that close at all in a couple of months here. I think DeSantis will win that by high single digits. But I don't know. We'll see. I know this, that if the Republicans win in 2022, it's because they stole it. All of a sudden, you're going to get to talk about stealing elections again.
I'm just excited for that.
Yeah, I'm excited for us to be able to talk about that again, and not. I mean, you still won't be able to say it about 2020, but 2016.
The weird one is like you're not like it was YouTube or Twitch. One of them, it was like you're not allowed to speak about the 2020, and then there was like some arbitrary election in Germany.
I think that was Twitch.
It was really weird.
And,
like,
yeah,
what?
To assume that Americans even know what the fuck is going on in Germany.
Yeah, but like it was like it would look to be World War II era, maybe, but like.
Oh, the old 33 election?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's like, but it's just funny. You're just not allowed to talk about elections. And that's like, like I said, I had a history teacher that taught us that, where it's, you always got to look at what they're not letting you talk about, because that's where the stuff is happening.
Yeah, there's a thing in comedy too.
Right now, we're not allowed to talk about an election being rigged or not. That should tell you what's going on.
There's an old saying too. I can't remember who said it, but it was like, if you want to know who's in power, look at who you can't make fun of.
Yeah, same exact idea, right?
I got some breaking news here, and it's of fucking course. Once again, I've been following the guy for a while, so I want to keep up on this. We played clips of Bam Margera. This video actually did pretty well for us. Of Bam Margera talking to Steve-O about his recovery and everything else and all that. And oh yeah, Bam, I'm gonna do it my own way, and I don't like Jeff Tremaine and Spike Jones and Johnny Knoxville telling me what to do. Fuck those guys, the whole deal. Steve-O trying to be really nice about it. Like, dude, you're doing your journey wrong. Like, you got to make sure you're doing it right. And, like, those guys gave you plenty of chances, whatever. But Bam knows what he's doing, so fuck you guys. Bam's on top of shit. This is from TMZ a couple of hours ago. Bam Margera spotted at bar right after leaving rehab, cuts communication with parents.
Cool.
How many times are you going to send a guy to rehab before it's just,
till he dies. That's the answer. Till he dies.
Till he dies, which he may not be far from at this point. Yeah. He bounced early. He even left a substance abuse treatment early and hit up a tavern. And he's no longer speaking to his parents. And he left with a fat chick. Oh no, we're going to have to play this for you. Oh boy. That's another sign towards rock bottom. Here we go. This is from TMZ. There's Bam Margera, and he's walking out with a piggy. Oh, no. Bam, don't. Bam, no. No, Bam. Oh, he ain't walking straight either.
He's probably fucked up.
Well, thank you, Corey. You are correct, sir.
He's probably rocked, bro.
Sources close to Bam tell TMZ he left treatment Sunday and has been telling friends and family he met a new lawyer friend in rehab. It's going to go great. Who told Bam he could help him get out of his court-ordered rehab by leaving the state. Because that's what Bam Margera needs. He needs to just find a lawyer so he can go on the lam. That's what Bam needs. There he is taking pictures with fans at the bar.
How close to we are, like, Bam's parents become, like, keepers like Britney's parents were?
Actually, it's interesting. They just, it was TMZ or someone who reported 2 or 3 weeks ago, it was right before we left for vacation, that the parents had to come out and refute rumors that Bam was under a conservatorship. Because there were rumors that, he was undergoing a Britney Spears style thing. He's still got money. Like, if he's going to have any money left, somebody probably should get their hands on it so that they can hang on to it. Because if he's just meeting lawyer friends in rehab and...
that's not good.
Saying, I can get out of my rehab by just running from the state. I don't know how many people that's ever worked for, Bam. Sources say Bam is shacking up at a family friend's house in Florida. But as of last week, he's no longer speaking to his mother and father. He has also not heard from his estranged wife, Nikki, or his son, Phoenix, since he returned to rehab at the end of June. He's
a fucking kid?
Yeah.
Ugh.
He's fucked, dude. I don't... This isn't getting better. And like you said, it's really... This will all just keep going until he's dead.
When I worked with Steve-O, there was like a party one of the nights where he had some people there like as a meet and greet.
Yeah.
And like... You could tell the real like sadness when he talked about Bam.
Really?
Yeah, like it's like he got like kind of somber about it and like basically because like Steve-O's sober. And he said like when he got sober, one of the hardest things to do was cutting out his friends.
Right.
And he was saying like Bam took it super personal. And he's like, you're literally the person I have to cut out the most.
Right, exactly. I can't be around this shit. Steve-O is like one of those really hardcore recovery guys too, isn't he? Like he doesn't put himself in situations where
he doesn't do shit. He like walks from his hotel to the fucking room. And then as far as that, like even with like driving around and stuff, he'll get lifts rather than hang out with the comics and stuff like that. He doesn't put himself in a place where it's even an option. And I respect that. It's probably very hard. And like that guy was probably doing really hardcore shit.
Yeah, that guy's.
You know what I mean? Like you know these guys are doing fucking heroin, meth, and all that shit. They're not fucking around with just weed and booze, you know?
Yeah, and that's the thing. I really respect.
You don't shove like cars up your asshole and then just stop at weed, right?
Yeah. Like I respect guys like Steve-O who go, look, I know what my limits are. I can't be around it. I just can't. That's really amazing that he can pull that off. And I don't know. It's just Bam ain't. First of all, Bam's way worse than Steve-O ever was at this point. Yeah. And I just don't see it. He doesn't want to recover. They always say if you don't want to, you're not going to. But Steve-O, when I met him, like just the nicest guy, like out of his way to be really nice to people. He's just a really nice dude. I mean, his comedy's whatever. I haven't seen it in a few years. Maybe it's gotten better. Maybe it hasn't. But who gives a shit? Like
it's the same thing. It's just storytelling from the road, which is fine. Like I don't know, man. He did have that like weird like circus clown closer thing that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I saw that. It was like a beer pong type of thing. I can't remember, but obviously not beer pong. God damn though, do you know like if you're someone like Steve-O and you see a guy like because now I'm wondering if I ever took a drink backstage when I opened for him on that show Adrian put on. I was wondering, like, am I a dick? Did I walk backstage with a drink? Because I assume that a guy like him
would be really funny if that's what you did.
A guy like him seeing someone walk by or talking to him and they've got like a cocktail in their hand, that's just got to look so fucking good no matter how long you've been clean. It's just
has to look absolutely terrible, right?
Oh, see, I thought it would look like delicious. Like you would look at it.
I don't know. I mean, I think like maybe you could be right, but I think it just honestly depends on what your poison is, right? Because like if you were doing meth and like fucking heroin, nobody gives a fuck about that booze.
That's true. Fuck your alcohol.
Yeah. Now, if you had walked backstage and shot up in front of him, for sure,
you'd be like, "Oh man, why are you doing this to me? Is this a test?" Like, no, I just need to get high on heroin before I go up on stage. Also, I guess there's also that thought of, you know, maybe it doesn't look good to you because you know what that one leads to. And you're like,
yeah, well, that's who was it? Somebody, one leads to all of them or something like that.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Like somebody that I worked with that was reformed from drinking said that to me. Is that, you know, I go, because like, I think I was even asking the same thing. Like, doesn't one look really good? And he goes, no, not at all. Because one leads to all of them or whatever.
Right. I think it was The Undertaker said it about Jake the Snake Roberts. He was trying to get sober during his WWE comeback. And I guess guys put like whiskey in his Coke can. And he
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and he took a sip and he spit it out. And The Undertaker, I guess, found out who it was and like put him up against the locker room. And he goes, you don't want him to fucking start drinking because he'll bury all of us starting with you. And he just, Jake the Snake Roberts said he always just loved The Undertaker after that. That like in a business as selfish as pro wrestling, he saw that happen to Jake. And instead of laugh along with it, he went after the guy.
Well, and that's like every story you hear about The Undertaker is like that, right?
Yeah. That he's just a good dude.
Yeah.
Hated Shawn Michaels in his early run, though. Likes him now. But when Shawn Michaels was being a prick, couldn't fucking stand him.
Yeah, but that's like, he was just mad about the Montreal screw job is what it was.
He was mad about that. However, I heard from Kevin Nash on his podcast that Undertaker was not a big fan of Bret's behavior towards the end either. That
No.
Bret...
Well, Undertaker's a company man, you know?
Yeah. Bret was supposed to beat Diesel. He was supposed to beat Kevin Nash, or he was supposed to lose to him. I can't remember which one. But the whole thing was he didn't want to take the jackknife powerbomb. He didn't want to take Kevin Nash's finish. And he said, well, it's in Canada, and that might make me look weak, and I don't know if I want to take it. He said Undertaker just snapped his head around because they were trying to go over the finish to the match, and Kevin Nash was getting really kind of frustrated. And Undertaker whipped his head around, looked at Bret, and said, motherfucker, it's not all about you. And then just went back to whatever he was doing. The Undertaker just turns around, Bret, it's not fucking about you. And then whatever cribbage game he was playing, I don't know. But, yeah, people are saying Bam went off the deep end when Ryan Dunn died. It doesn't matter what the excuse is. I mean, the guy's just, he fell apart, and he's been falling apart for years and years. SH says, I get nauseated even thinking about drinking now, but I know it's different for everyone. Well, that's got to help. I mean, if it nauseates you, that's got to be helpful towards the recovery end of it. I know people who haven't smoked for decades, and they say they get a whiff of a cigarette, and it's just the greatest thing in the world to them. It's just like you can just throw those years and years of not doing something away just from a smell. Somebody says,
"What's so weird to me?" Because like the smell of cigarettes has just always been gross.
Right, it's always been disgusting to me. That the smell, I've never smoked a single cigarette in my life, but the taste of the smoke and everything else, fucking you. Somebody says, what kind of asshole puts alcohol in a recovering alcoholic's drink? Pro wrestlers.
Pro wrestlers.
They're fucking broken people. They're all assholes. I mean, they consider that a funny rib, putting alcohol in a recovering alcoholic's drink. Mr. Approachable says, hey guys, I just talked to Steve all about sticking a giant hook through his cheek and dragging him behind a boat in shark-infested waters. He said he's going to need 2 heroines and a Percocet for that. Yeah, I think the stunts definitely tame a little bit too once you get off of drugs.
Yeah, I mean, once you just aren't eating Percocets, the stunts tame quite a bit, I would think.
We got about 5 minutes left. We can do a little Minnesota Vikings talk. Football season starting. We got the Packers at 3:25 on Sunday at US Bank Stadium. And call me ridiculous, call me over-optimistic, call me a basic Viking fan at the beginning of every year. I feel good about going into this game. I think the Packers are weaker this year, and I think we bought ourselves an average defense, and I think our offense is going to be very good. I feel good about this one.
I don't know how to feel about the season, but I honestly feel like we're going to blow them out this game.
Shit.
I feel like we're going to come in, like you got the new people. And then the other thing that I really like is we've got a player playing for us that used to play for the Packers.
Yeah, Zadarius Smith.
And by the NFL metrics, guys who come to a different team have a really, really good game typically against the team they left the first time.
I was just going to say, how great if Zadarius Smith had like 3 sacks.
Yeah.
On Sunday.
And it's just going to be nuts. And I preseason, who cares, right? But I still am pretty critical of this coaching staff. They have to prove it to me. But I really like the fact that they went and shored up some holes in the defense instead of, I was worried they come in, they hit the nuke button and just rebuild everything from the offense.
Yeah. I think when you have a $40 million quarterback, you can't do that. Like, you're like, look, we're spending so much fucking money on this one guy. Like, we got to put a team around this dude.
Yeah.
But
I mean, the defense, like, they spent a lot of effort on shoring up that defense. We'll see how it goes. I still hate Cousins like I always do, but hopefully he proves me wrong and I eat my words. Here's the thing though. We're going to the Super Bowl. We're going to win it all. And I'm going to be wrong about all my misgiving to the Vikings.
I love my Pro Bowl quarterback. I can't wait for him to come back into Pro Bowl form as he does every single year. My wonderful, beautiful,
how many night games do we have this year? That's all I really want to know.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, we got week 2. Okay. Week 2 is Monday Night Football at Philadelphia for the Eagles, so I don't think we were getting that one anyway. So it's good to get that one out of the way at night.
That one's gone. Yeah, what's our schedule? Go over our schedule. Let's go over that real quick.
So you got the Packers, then you got at the Eagles on Monday night.
That's a loss.
And then the Lions
Packers win. Philly loss.
Lions at home at noon.
Win.
8:30 a.m. against the Saints. That must be in England.
Yeah, that's a night game in England, but England is basically, I like that game a lot because London is kind of becoming a home team. We actually are 2-0 in London.
And the Saints
and to be able to go play where we have a winning record and in exchange not have to go to New Orleans, that's a pretty good thing. So I'll say win there too.
No Sean Payton, no Drew Brees. That's a win. Not only that, it's actually a day.
Is Sean Payton gone now?
Yeah, he's not coaching anymore.
Also,
that's a day game in England. It's at 2:30. So,
okay, but it's a night game or it's a really early game for us.
It's an 8:30
So okay, that's a win. I'll give us a win there too.
All right, at home against the Bears at noon.
Win.
All right, so you got us at 4-1. I like this. At the Dolphins at noon.
I think that might be a trap loss.
I don't even know if it's a trap. The Dolphins might be decent this year.
Dolphins are going to be real good this year.
Yeah, they might be pretty good. At home against the Cardinals at noon. That's a tough one.
That's a tough one. I feel like we can pull it off, but I feel like that's going to be a grind.
All right, so you got us at 5 wins. On the road against the Washington Commanders at noon.
Win, baby.
Yeah, it's a win.
That might be the highest point total of the year.
On the road against the Bills at noon.
Loss.
Fuck my ass. That's going to be a rough one.
That's a brutal one.
At home against the Cowboys at 3:00.
Win.
I think that's a win too. At home against these Patriots, it's at 7:20 at night.
Loss.
Unfortunately. Wait, you might want to replace your highest point total game. We have the Jets at home at noon.
Win and yes, highest point total.
On the road against the Lions at noon.
Win.
Colts here.
Apparently, though, I think Detroit's going to be better this year.
Yeah, but we say that every year.
Yeah, that's true.
The Colts here to be determined.
I want to see what time that game's at.
Yeah, that's a tough one because the Colts are pretty good.
Colts are a good team. I'm going to say, what do I have our record at right now?
I think you have us at 7 wins right now. Or 8. 7 or 8 wins.
I'll say that's a loss.
Okay. Giants at Vikings at noon.
Win.
At the Packers at 3:25.
In Lambeau?
Yeah. On January 1st.
You know what? No respect. Fuck those guys. Win.
All right. And the Bears on the road. Last game of the year.
Loss. You never win at Soldier Field.
We never do. All right. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You said we were going to beat the Cardinals, but it would be close.
Yes.
6, 7, 8, 9. You've got us at 10-7.
Yeah, in the Super Bowl on our way to our first championship ever, baby.
I'm sorry, 11-6 because you gave us the Packers game at Lambeau, right? 11. You've got us at 11-6. We'll see.
You know me, I drink that Kool-Aid. When have I ever, in all the years you've worked with me, when have I never, like, I always tell you, this is the year we win the Super Bowl, baby.
I have to say, win against the Packers, loss against the Eagles. So here's my wins. Packers, Lions, Saints, Bears. I really want to pull the trigger on that Dolphins one, but I can't.
That's a tough one, man. The Dolphins are so good.
They got Tyreek Hill now, too. I don't know.
Yeah, dude, and all they did was add Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Cardinals win. We're going to beat the Commanders. We're going to beat the Cowboys. I also have us beating the Patriots. That's where I think we're going to win that one at home.
But that one is tricky because Belichick historically outcoaches us by a significant margin. Maybe the new coaching staff is different now.
Jets, Lions, those are wins. I don't think we're going to beat the Colts. Giants are a win. So I have us at 11 wins too. I have us losing those last 2 because as a Viking fan, we never fucking win in Chicago for some reason.
Yeah, but we have the best record in Lambeau by people not wearing gold and yellow jerseys.
Yeah, I'm still going to go. I'm going to say same record as you. I just get there a different way. Yeah. I switch our Packers and Patriots wins. That's how I end up with 11-6.
Yeah. Well, and honestly, that's probably more accurate. I don't know. I just like Lambeau, we do pretty well in. We're like one of the only teams that has a winning record in Lambeau.
I would say the ones I picked as a loss that I could see turning into a win would be the Dolphins game and the Eagles game would be the 2 games I could see turning into wins. The wins I could see turning into losses, the Cardinals game and the Patriots game. could be the two I see turning into losses. We'll see.
And I'll say this, too. I know nobody cares but me because my other teammates are 49ers. They still have Jimmy G on the roster. I really hate that because that tells me they don't really like Trey Lance.
Right. That makes me a little nervous.
That's fucking creepy, nerve-wracking. Like,
All right, that's going to do it for today. Thank you to everybody who contributed. A special thanks to Herman the Great and Kyle H. You guys with 3-digit gives. That's fucking remarkably generous. Of course, Herman the Great becoming a VIP. Thank you very much, sir. Corey, that's it for today, but you have, are you going on YouTube next?
dude, next we're on, at the same time, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, and DLive all at once. We haven't got Rumble working yet, but that'll be in the
Corey
works.
Adam Comedy. Now, are you going to get in trouble with Twitch for that?
No, because I'm doing it on my Twitch Talk Cast, which is an affiliate, not a partner.
Oh, nice. Okay, perfect. All right, youtube.com/Corey Adam Comedy. Check it out there. And check it out on every other streaming service, apparently, today. I should probably get Rumble and broadcast on both, but, well, for now.
We can, I mean, I can show you how to do that. It's pretty easy. Rumble is actually proving to be kind of a dick to, like, get it to work, but, like, YouTube, Twitch, DLive, Trovo, all that synced pretty good.
All right. Well, Corey, good luck with your broadcast, and we will talk to you next week.
Thank you. Goodbye.
All right. Take it easy, everybody.